Chapter 50. Petra City's defenses had held for longer than expected. However, it was impossible for them to make up for their disadvantages. The Shen's forces were just superior in every way. Within the first 2 hours, they managed to fight their way into the city. On one of the main streets in Petra City, a small barricade had been set up. It blocked off the entire street and was set up using a mix of sandbags and armored vehicles. From the center of the barricade, a hail of bullets were flying through the air from a mounted machine gun. "Die, you bastards!" The soldier using it yelled as began gunning down the tens of Faunus rushing towards them. The kinetic energy from each shot rushed through their bodies. The Ultima uniforms were strong, but in the end, the bodies wearing them were flesh. After minutes of continuous fire, all of the Faunus's bodies lied dead on the ground. Seeing that, the soldier began to chuckle to himself, as the others behind him sighed in relief. "Damn, those things were way too strong. There's no way we can beat them without heavy weaponry." The Ultima uniforms were just too powerful for any normal soldier to deal with. It gave them the ability to tear apart cars with their bare hands and survive point-blank explosions. How the hell could they deal with a force like that? It's why they had to resort to setting up barricades and using mounted guns. Other than that, they would need to rely on air support to put the bastards down. But if one were to look up in the air, all you would see is constant fighting. Expecting any kind of support was impossible. The 50 or so soldiers couldn't help but wonder why they were trying. They were fighting a losing battle. Their only hope was to hold out until help would come. The broadcast to people throughout Mistral and perhaps the world. Still, even if help is on its way, it's on us to survive. The commander in charge looked across his men. Most of them were exhausted or injured in some way. They had no chance to rest or get medical assistance. Even their ammunition was beginning to get affected due to the sheer difference in numbers. And the battle in the sky above the city was growing more and more one-sided. All of this made the situation bleak. In the end, all they could do was evacuate people towards their HQ, but if their defenses fall. The thought immediately made the commander shake his head. But it was in that brief silence that everyone behind the barricade heard a voice. "Oh, it looks like we missed a few of you." The voice was chilling, and every soldier there immediately felt a cold breeze flow across their bodies. "Enemy! Get in positions." Immediately, they all got to their feet, preparing to fight as the gunner took control of the mounted machine gun. Looking down the street, his breath quickened as his eyes darted. There was a frosty mist blocking his vision only a few hundred feet down the street. Eventually, someone slowly walked out from that mist. The gunner immediately felt his heart freeze. It was Taylor, the same woman who they watched tear down their gate and destroy their wall. She was different now. That calm, coyish woman was nowhere to be seen. Her eyes almost seemed contracted, and she had a look on her face that made one's instincts scream to run. Every step she took froze a 4-meter area around her. But more importantly, the gunner could clearly see clear marks of blood, frozen across her hands and body, even on her face. The other soldiers who spotted her began to tremble. Why did they come across this monster in particular? The commander standing behind them saw this and was in no better position. All he could do was utter a single command. Open fire." His voice penetrated the soldiers' hearts as they instinctively began to shoot. It was more out of pure fear than anything else. The entire street echoed with the sound of gunfire. A normal person, even if they were the strongest of huntsmen or huntresses, wouldn't be able to take such a barrage. Yet as the bullets flew, they noticed Taylor simply stood there smiling at them. Their shots were not affecting her at all. This fact made them wish they could shoot even faster. However, their rate of fire was at its limit. As the bullets flew, the moment they got within 4 meters of Taylor, they would cool. At the 3-meter mark, they would begin to freeze. At 2 meters, they would begin losing their kinetic energy entirely. And by the time they were a meter from her body, they were frozen solid and fell straight to the ground. Crap, why won't they go through? Within a few minutes, their weapons finally ran out of ammo. The last bullet fired was frozen and fell to the ground. As local silence enveloped the street, Taylor was still just standing there. With a slight chuckle, a chill suddenly shot from Taylor's feet. It coated the street and the buildings freezing solid. In seconds, the entire street was frozen and the soldiers' feet were stuck to the ground. What the hell is? Before one of them could finish speaking, a spike made of ice shot up from below him out of nowhere. The spike ran through his torso, forcing him into the air as it grew. The next second, he hung there impaled with the light in his eyes gone and blood dripping down the ice. What just? AGH. It took a moment for the soldiers to realize what had just happened. But when they did, they immediately wanted to run, yet they couldn't. Taylor broke into a crazed laugh as she began killing them off. Over 5 of them were directly implanted just like the first. However, some had even more brutal deaths. Some were cut apart by dozens of sharp blades of ice, while others were bisected on the spot. There were even a few who were so brutally killed that their bodies were simply torn to shreds. It was a massacre. The frozen street was dyed red, and the gruesome scene left behind was enough to make anyone gag. This scene was specifically caught and broadcast to the rest of the world. Some people fainted on the spot, while others threw up. It was one thing to watch war from afar, however, seeing live people being slaughtered like that, it was enough to make the hardest of hearts squirm. When it was finally over, Taylor casually walked her way down the street, ignoring what was around her. She was still talking and laughing to herself, deranged beyond any semblance of sanity. At the same time, back at Beacon in the headmaster's office, Osbin's desk had been cracked to the point it was about to break. He had slammed it so hard that even his mug shattered from the vibration. This is even worse than a grim invasion. Ironwood, on the other line of the call, spoke in a sealed tone. He was a general and he was used to viewing death, however, even his mind was shaken a bit. Even Osbin was at a loss. Shen's forces were doing was utter genocide. He could see any rhyme or reason for it. Is there really nothing we can do? Glinda, who was standing next to Osbin, couldn't help but ask. However, Ironwood gave her a clear answer. I'm afraid not. Mistral has closed their borders, and unless they ask us for assistance, we cannot do anything. They might even take our help as an act of war. Shen's fangs had simply sunk too deep into Mistral. Osbin remained silent before speaking to them and himself. His voice seemed to have lost its strength. Then all we can do is sit and watch. How pitiful, Glinda frowned, letting out a slow and long sigh. She had seen this all play out and was just as angry as Osbin. In the end, the only reprieve is that the suffering would end soon enough. Of course, why would Shen ever leave things there? With Taylor joining the fight, Petra City fell within 2 hours. When the last person was killed and the final building was burned to the ground, the broadcast ended. The lack of any vocal reasoning or explanation at the end of such a travesty made every person in Mistral terrified. Even the noble families who had sided with Shen and had Venti's word that he wouldn't turn his army on them couldn't help but feel shaken. All that was holding Shen back was a simple promise. If he broke it, any one of them would be crushed. It made them wish to prove they were loyal and useful as quickly as possible. On the other hand, Neo, Torchwick, and all of the others had already begun their assaults on their cities. To the outside world, Mistral had once again gone quiet. But inside, news that city after city was being attacked was traveling fast. Petra City was in a rather great location and had very good defenses, almost rivaling Argus. However, other cities were not in the same boat. Within a span of days, city by the city began to fall. On the third, a total of 10 had been completely destroyed. This news did not reach the outside world, however. Within Mistral, people were panicking like crazy. It was as if a massive shadow had been cast across the kingdom, blocking out the sun. At the same time, Shen was still in the air riding inside of an airship. Pyrrha and Raven, who had been flying with him, had disappeared, and so did half of the fleet of ships that were following behind his. Still, Shen didn't seem worried at the slightest. His mind was completely focused on something else. Staring at his status, he couldn't help but feel joyful. All of his efforts had pooled together, and now he was officially level 22. Personal information. Name, Shen. Level, 22. 58,201, 4676700. This was a milestone for a bunch of reasons, but more importantly, it finally gave him access to what he has been longing for, the shop. He had been a gacha addict for too long. The emotional stress he went through every spin made his head hurt. No matter how much money one had, luck would always find a way to screw you over. But the shop will be different. All that matters is if you're rich and it will treat me fairly. Comparing the shop and the gacha system was like comparing your abusive ex and your lovely new gold-digging girlfriend. Definitely not the best comparison, but Shen was still happy with it. Available system functions. Inventory gives the user a limitless pocket dimension that is capable of holding an infinite amount of mass. While living matter cannot enter this space, anything else will remain stasis-like until removed. Companion, the user will be able to temporarily summon a random being from any fictional universe they desire. As a cost, the user will have to sacrifice some of their own power. This being will be loyal and listen to the user's commands. However, how long they can exist depends on the user's ability. You cannot summon more than one at a time. Shop, this will allow the user to access a new special menu. Like the gacha, the user will be required to convert currency. Afterwards, the user is free to browse any manner of abilities or items. However, unlike the gacha, the user will also need to have the appropriate level depending on their purchase. Shen's eyes immediately shot to the shop option, but he couldn't help but notice something new. As his eyes read over it, he couldn't help but let out a short laugh. This system really loves tempting me, huh? Chapter 51. Master Shen, we have successfully cleared the border of Vale an hour ago. The capital city is only a few hundred miles away now. Shen listened to one of his soldiers, who was stationed on the airship, along with him before smiling. Good. Shen wasn't naive, nor would he ever risk losing an advantage for senseless reasons. To the world, he was by far more than a villain. His actions and methods were cruel and inhumane. Plus, he would be lying if he said he wasn't having fun playing with the RWBY world. But at the same time, he would never be so pointlessly evil to broadcast the destruction of Petra City without reason. He would simply be revealing his forces to the world and giving people time to develop countermeasures. However, that was if the RWBY world was normal. In reality, there was always a reason why the kingdom avoided war at all costs. That was because war brought negative emotion to either side, and that negative emotion brought the grim. How could they even consider constructing an army and waging battle when they had to protect from such monsters at the same time? It was unrealistic, however. Shen had forced them into such a situation. The entire world was tense and terrified of him at the moment. They were horrified that he could be coming after them next, and this of course led to practically every kingdom in the world having an influx of Grimm attacking their settlements. Through contact with informants, he had in Vale this was exactly what was happening. Hunters and huntresses were being dispatched en masse under Osbin's orders. He wasn't stupid and could see the implications of Shen's broadcast. If they didn't make preparations, the loss of life would be significant. In the end, Osbin made the right choice. Thanks to him, the lives of thousands will be spared. But sadly for him, that means Beacon Academy is currently at its weakest state. I wonder how they would be able to deal with a sudden attack. All of his planning had led up to this moment. As the world split their attention between Mistral and Grimm, it created the perfect chance for him to strike. And once I deal with Beacon, Salem will fall in line soon enough. With her help, dealing with Atlas and Vacuo will be a lot easier. And more importantly, the relic of choice would fall into his hands. With all of that being said, there were only two things Shen was truly worried about. In the original show, Cinder never was able to find the relic of choice before killing Osbin, meaning he hid it well. I'll have to resort to less lethal methods to find it. Alongside that, the main characters of RWBY will be there. He was confident he wouldn't fail, but if plot armor truly existed, he would be in a bind. Still, I'm not too worried. After all, I have my system shop now. The companion function was nice, but in the end, could not compare to having the power to buy whatever he wanted. Speaking of companions, I wonder what Blake will do with the gift I'm going to give her. That's something to look forward to. Soon, yet another day had passed. Sitting on a bed in one of Beacon Academy's dorm rooms was Cinder. She had a strange expression as she spoke. Looks like I should have given that boy more credit. I never thought he would have the capability of doing something like this. Emerald, who was with her, remained silent. Just the mention of Shen was enough to cause her eyes to flare. She hadn't forgotten what he had done, but at the same time, inklings of fear set in. This event had proven Shen was not someone to be handled lightly. From her standpoint, he was almost as dangerous as Salem. Still, his actions were a bit too quick. The whole words on guard, now making another move as big as this will take time. Cinder was speaking to herself when she said that however she unexpectedly got a reply. I doubt Master hasn't thought such after through. Unlike you, he makes sure to think before he acts. Cinder's eyes narrowed as she turned to look towards the doorway of her dorm room. Blake was standing there staring at the two of them. They had met a while ago and had been working together in a semi-allied fashion. This was the second time a teacher had almost caught you, Cinder. Luckily, I dealt with it before it became an issue. Cinder sneered, staring at Blake. Over the past few months, she had had to work with this girl, but compared to before, Blake had gotten a lot bolder. She has carefully used the two of them to make things in Beacon more difficult to manage. As much as C and Dare hated that she had to admit Blake was crafty, it was thanks to her that she had managed to locate the maiden hidden within Beacon. Not to mention Blake had gotten stronger. She didn't know how Shen had done it, but he was surrounded by monsters. Taylor was enough of a shock after watching her through the broadcast. However, even though Cinder possessed half of a maiden's powers, Blake was stronger than her. What do you want? Blake wouldn't come here just to tell them that. Currently, the number of huntsmen and teachers, in general, is at an all-time low for Beacon. If you want to make a move on the maiden, now is the best time. Apparently, Headmaster Osbin will be gathering the students for a speech and sending them out to assist in fending off the Grim. Cinder's eyes widened with excitement when she heard Blake. That meant nearly everyone would be gathered in one place. It was a perfect opportunity for her. Seeing Cinder's mischievous smile, Blake glanced towards Emerald. As much as she tried to hide it, she was glaring at her like a hawk. Blake just smirked as she turned to leave. Really, Cinder acting now didn't matter at all. After all, she had just received word from Shen. He was nearly here. His arrival in Vale was simply a matter of time, which meant it was time for her to finally act. Shen's reach stretched to Vale a long time ago. Having so many syndicates, along with the branch of the White Fang here under his control, it was easy. Throughout the city, his forces were hidden in plain sight, waiting for commands. Even Beacon was not safe in that regard. Posing as teachers were nearly impossible, however, pretending to be students and staff was easy enough. Now we just need the signal. Master Shen, we have officially reached the border of the city of Vale. We have gone unnoticed due to the other cities being distracted by Grimm and the broadcast from Mistral. The time had come. Standing up, Shen looked out a nearby window of the airship as saw the city of Vale. The city itself was average in size, however. In its center was Beacon Academy, standing tall and proud. It was a symbol of hope for the citizens who lived here. Being a place where huntsmen gathered, they experienced no grim issues despite the world's panic. Smiling, Shen reached for his scroll, planning to send a voice message to multiple contacts. Execute Order 66. This message was sent far and wide throughout the city. Anyone who was paying attention would have noticed. Faunus, who was walking down the street, simply living their lives, all suddenly got a message on their devices at the same time. Just outside of Beacon, in the northern part of the city, a large building controlling the power grid stood. Inside, people were working diligently. Faunus could be seen working, as well as janitors and utility workers. One such Faunus was mopping the floors of a hallway. Just behind him, two workers were taking their break. The Faunus stayed out of the way, hardly drawing any attention. However, when a notification sounded from their scroll, they took it out immediately. When they did so, Shen's voice came from it, relaying his message. As you wish, Master. The Faunus immediately dropped the mop in his hand as his eye dulled. The clattering attracted the attention of the two workers. They watched as the Faunus slowly turned to them. What the hell are you looking at? One of them glared back at the Faunus. However, he couldn't imagine what would have happened next. In a burst of speed, the Faunus attacked. No normal human could have ever reacted. Rushing in front of the man, Faunus's wolf-like nails assisted it. With one swift strike, their hand pierced directly through the man's throat. Blood sprayed everywhere as the man's eyes widened in shock. He didn't even realize what had happened. At the same time, his friend simply stood there dropping the coffee in his hand. Before he could even utter a sound, he was shot in the back. A small hole appeared directly where his heart was before he collapsed. The Faunus and his comrade looked at one another and nodded. Similar scenes were happening across the city in major places of importance. This was all without anyone outside knowing. Back at Beacon Academy, Ospen along with Glinda were standing on a stage inside of the initiation hall. Every student in the academy was slowly gathering in the hall, yet no teachers were in sight. They had all left to assist in the issue of Grimm. Is sending them out really our best option? As the students arrived, Glinda couldn't help but ask Ospen this question. Sadly, it is our only choice. That broadcast has left the world in turmoil. We've raised these students up ourselves. They are children, but at the same time, they are also our future. We need to be able to trust them with such a task, especially during times like these. We can only pray we have trained them well enough. Outside of the hall, the last few students were making their way inside. Ruby, Yang, and Weiss were all about to walk into the hall, however, Blake stopped them. It would be best if you all waited out here. Things are going to get chaotic. The three girls didn't know what Blake meant. It was the evening, and the sun was already beginning to set. The lights of the city and Beacon Academy shined brightly for miles. However, all of a sudden those lights began to flicker. Everyone noticed, these citizens and students alike. What's going on? Is it a power outage? Ruby watched as all the lights in the academy continued to flicker before going dark. This was followed by large sections of the city beginning to lose power as well. Trains stopped moving and holographic billboards shut down. Suddenly, the sliding doors that led to the hall where everyone had gathered suddenly slammed shut. The lights in the hall turned red, indicating an emergency, as all of the students locked inside began to panic. Ospen's face immediately turned grim as he looked over to Glinda. She knew what he was thinking, which caused her face to darken. They had been played. Only a few minutes after the city went dark, citizens began to notice something. Pointing up at the sky, they saw airships flying towards the city. At first, they thought maybe it was a help or some force sent to deal with Grimm, yet when they looked closer, they soon recognized those airships. They had seen them before. In fact, it was impossible for them to forget about them. The people responsible for the destruction of that city in Mistral. The ones who had the world in upheaval. They were here in Vale. This realization made every citizen who was staring up at the sky shake and tremble. The images and memories of what had happened in Mistral kept flashing through their minds. It made some of them fall to their knees, while others began taking steps back. It only took a single person screaming at the top of their lungs as they ran to cause a chain reaction. As a swarm, they all began to run and scream. Too late to run now. Shen grinned as opened the door of the airship he was riding in. It was still hundreds of meters in the air. I don't care about the people in the city. Capture as many students as possible and kill the rest. The headmaster and Glinda Goodwitch are our priorities. Shen sent this order out to everyone in his forces. Yes, master. They all responded in sync as Shen stepped out of the airship. He fell out of the sky like a cannonball. His figure flashed through the air before he landed a few moments after. He fell into the middle of a street, cracking the ground and sending storms of wind in every direction. Anyone near him was immediately thrown back, crashing into the ground meters away. It's been a while since I finally got my hands dirty. Nothing beats earning XP like doing it yourself. Chapter 52. Yo, you, don't move. 10 people stepped out from the crowd of people who were preparing to run. Looking at their uniforms, Shen saw they were students from Beacon. They looked scared out of their wits, but at the same time, they didn't run. They didn't know who Shen was, but their instincts were warning them he was dangerous. After all, he just took such a massive fall with 0 injuries. In Beacon, every student puts their weapons in lockers that can be deployed like rockets. With a single press of a button, Shen watched as something came flying through the air before crashing next to them. Each of them quickly opened their individual lockers, grabbing their weapons, preparing for a fight. Seeing them trying to contain their fear, Shen could only laugh. Sorry, but I won't be fighting with you. All 10 of them were taken back by Shen's words, but didn't have a chance to react. The air around Shen for over 100 feet was immediately charged with electricity. It was hardly noticeable, and at best would only cause a bit of static. However, paired with karmic retribution, it became another matter. The citizens who were watching didn't know what had happened, but all of a sudden the 10 students suddenly froze. Their eyes went dull as if they were in a trance, and it looked as if their body was rapidly aging. 2 seconds later, they collapsed to the ground, not moving an inch. They had died, and the perpetrator hadn't even taken a step forward. This caused their eyes to widen as they immediately began to run. Anyone who had been frozen in shock or was still confused by the situation instantly began to move. Their fight or flight instinct immediately kicked into only flight mode. Back in Beacon Academy, Glinda had already blown off the sealed doors of the hall and dealt with Shen's people who had been pretending to be staff. The students were shaken up, and Osbin frowned as he saw the airships along the city's horizon. Things weren't good, that was clear. "Professor Osbin, what should we do?" RWBY, along with the rest of Team RWBY, ran up to him. At the same time, the other students looked towards him as well. They were at loss of how to deal with this kind of situation. Osbin took a deep breath and thought to himself for a moment with his eyes closed. "If my guess is correct, he's after the maiden and possibly the relic. Does this mean he's already made contact with Salem?" He frowned at the thought, but immediately shook his head. That didn't matter right now, considering the problem was at their front door. "The most important thing is to keep the vault hidden and maiden safe. I can't leave them unguarded or else, especially if the relic of knowledge is compromised." Osbin's brain ran at full throttle as he thought to himself. Soon his eyes opened back up as he began to speak. "Keeping you all here is impossible at this point. Our only choice is to fight. Team RWBY along with Ren, Nora, and John will group together. The other senior teams will go out into the city and help as many people as possible. Bring them back here to safety, but don't risk your own lives. Team CFVY will stay here and with the junior students and protect the academy and the CCTS tower." Some students were surprised at how serious the headmaster was being, but clearly, the situation must warrant it. After speaking, Osbin's tone shifted as he looked over everyone there. "I wanted to give a speech earlier in the hall, but we don't have time for it now. None of you are officially huntsmen yet, nor is your training complete. But a large number of you came here with the will to overcome struggles and help people. Still, you are all children, so if any of you are too scared to and wish to leave, I will not blame you." His words echoed in everyone's ears, yet every student stood in their place. "Of course we're not going to run. Vale is our home and so is Beacon Academy. We are not going to stand here and watch it get destroyed." Yang was the first to speak up, with RWBY and Weiss following behind her. "Yang's right, we can't abandon Vale like this. I'll happily fight to keep Beacon safe." Team CFVY along with John, Ren, and Nora plus other students joined in. Blake was the only one who remained silent, however. No one seemed to notice. Her eyes were locked onto Osbin, and if one looked closely they could see her eyes contained a flash of bloodlust, like a lioness preparing to pounce. Unaware, Osbin could only sigh with a slight smile before speaking. "All right then, go and prove you're all worthy of being future huntsmen." With that, the students sprang into action. As they did so, Osbin turned to Glinda. "We can't move the maiden, but we can move the relic. That man should be somewhere in the city. Try to find him and stall their leader for time." Glinda nodded as she began making her way off towards the city. At the same time, Osbin turned and began to travel towards the deeper sections of Beacon Academy, where the maiden was being kept. Roughly an hour had passed since his arrival. Shen had already put his army to work. Those who were already hidden inside of the city of Vale crushed its infrastructure. At the same time, his external forces surrounded the city and were slowly moving inwards towards Beacon Academy. Casually walking through the streets of the city as everything continued around him, Shen heard someone's voice. "So you're the person responsible for all the craziness happening in the world lately?" Shen's brows raised slightly as he saw a black feather slowly fall in front of him. His eyes glazed over as he shifted his weight, quickly turning around. At the same time, he held out his hand as the life fibers in his body shot out. They intertwined with one another and solidified, forming a physical sword in his hand. The life fiber blade clashed with the metal of a sword, causing sparks to fly. When Shen saw the person holding the sword, he smiled as he swung. The force of the swing caused the attacker to be sent flying back over 50 feet. Still, they recovered quickly, landing with minimal effort. Well, if it isn't Kuro, I didn't expect you to be here in Vale, with the vital festival so far off. A man with slicked-back hair and pinkish eyes observed Shen. He was wearing a gray dress shirt and black slacks. One could almost mistake him for a formal character if they didn't know anything about him. I suppose I should be honored to know about me. A tattered red cloak trailed behind him as he rubbed his head sarcastically. Of course not, in fact, I'm glad you're here. I was thinking that Glinda Goodwitch wouldn't be enough, but with you and all the other Beacon Academy students as my hostages, things will be going a lot smoother. Hearing Shen's words, especially when he mentioned Glinda, Kuro's expression turned more serious. You're already attacking Mistral, yet you still managed to attack Vale as well. Sounds like your people are being kept quite busy. No normal army would be able to move like this. They needed food, water, and an inflow of resources along with the proper command to function no matter how skilled. But with Shen's Ultima, uniforms on the Faunus, and the Syndicate members under his control, he didn't need to worry about that. Their loyalty was absolute, and they would act with 100% efficiency. Food and water along with natural living requirements were of no issue to them. Well, I plan on getting rid of Atlas and Vacuo within the year, so no worries about us being too tired. Kuro's eyes seemed to grow darker as he suddenly rushed towards Shen. Clearly, those words had given him more than enough incentive to stop Shen right there and now. Impressive, he's as fast or maybe even faster than his sister Raven. But still, closing the distance between them, Kuro swung his large bladed sword. The blade itself was segmented and was capable of transforming between its blade mode and that of a scythe. Yet despite him putting in so much strength, Shen countered by simply positioning his life fiber blade. Kuro's eyes widened as he felt as if he had just chopped into a block of steel. Despite all the force he was exerting, he couldn't take a step forward. Shen's arm didn't even tremble from the impact. "How are you?" Kuro's words mixed with grunts of him struggling to move forward. Shen stared at him and answered. "Simple, I'm just stronger than you." Kuro's eyes contracted as Shen brushed off his sword, knocking him off balance and leaving him open to attack. His entire body twisted as he kicked Kuro directly in the chest, sending him hurtling down the street. Bending his knees slightly, Shen gave chase. His entire body transformed into a mix of a humanoid and lightning. Not even a blur was left behind, making up the 100-meter difference between him and Kuro in less than a second. Kuro couldn't react as Shen grabbed his arm, forcing him to stop. Yanking him like a ragdoll, Shen used his arm as a handle and slammed him into the street. Against Kuro's body, the tarmac street immediately shattered, creating a 10-foot crater. "You were planning on fighting me on your own, right? I can safely say that was a mistake on your part." Shen's words barely registered to Kuro as he was lifted out of the hole in the street and thrown towards a 4-story building by the side of the road. His body was like a ragdoll shot out of a cannon. The force alone caused the entire building to collapse. Still, he flew through the entire building as it collapsed and ended up on another street behind it. He landed back first on the ground, creating a trail as he ripped through the ground. "Ugh," Kuro groaned as he felt pain across his entire body. The arm Shen used to crush him into the street and throw him had been completely dislocated. Struggling to stand up, he stabbed his weapon into the ground and forcefully corrected his arm. The pain caused him to let out a strained yell. "Okay, might have bitten off more than I can chew." Before he could even finish speaking to himself, he heard the crackling of electricity. Flying from the dusty debris of the building, he flew through a wolf made entirely of lightning that ran through the air towards him. "Oh, come on, lightning wolves." Picking up his weapon again, he quickly dodged. Just as he did, the wolf bit into the ground he was just standing on. An explosion of lightning shot out for 15 feet in each direction. The explosion sent rock everywhere, and the heat melted anything in its way, causing for the ground itself to turn a neon orange. Landing on the ground again, Kuro saw two more wolves shoot from behind the dusty debris of the building. They honed in on him like missiles. Coming into the open, Shen watched as they chased him down. Over his time on the island, he had mastered the ability to create constructs of life fibers and electricity. Before life fibers, he needed his devil trigger form to reach that level of control. But now he could do it in his base state. On top of that, his control over the Gura no Mi was nearing the level Enel had in the One Piece series. As fast as Kuro was, he couldn't run forever. With Shen directly controlling these wolves, they were catching up to him no matter how quickly and radically he moved. Damn it! Just as they were about to come within a meter of him, Kuro heard someone's voice. Jump! Kuro reacted, immediately jumping into the air, as two abandoned cars were sent flying towards where he was a moment ago. Just as the wolves had turned to chase Kuro, they were attracted to it. The next second, both cars were blown apart and melted, allowing Kuro to safely catch his breath as he landed on the ground. Shen smirked as he looked towards the source of the voice. And it just keeps getting better. Glinda Goodwitch, if I'm not mistaken. Hearing Shen mentions her name, Kuro turned around and saw Glinda standing not too far behind him. In the entire series, her semblance could be considered one of the most powerful. She had advanced telekinesis to the point she could reconstruct a building, with just the rubble remaining. Glinda, why are you here? Kuro was worried. He knew Shen was after Glinda. She walked up to him and spoke in a low tone. Get up, you should know better than to lower your guard around an enemy. Kuro stood up, hearing her, but still spoke urgently. It's not safe for you here, Glinda. He's after you and me. If I had to guess, he's planning to use us to get to Ozpin. Glinda's eyes narrowed, hearing that. I see, but still I can't sit by and watch you get yourself killed. Ozpin is already dealing with the Maiden and Relic as we speak. We just need to buy him some time. Kuro didn't seem convinced as he spoke. I don't even think that's possible. This guy is insanely strong, and even just then I could tell he was simply playing with me. I doubt we'll last even a few minutes if we both gave it 100%. Well then, it looks like we'll have to give it 110 then. She shot him a side glance as she pointed her riding crop ahead of her. A purple aura engulfed her body as a magic glyph appeared in the air in front of her. Kuro's face froze as he heard and before he laughed. Running his hand through his hair, he sighed and cracked his neck. 110? Why didn't I think of that? Placing both hands on his weapon, he calmed his aura and prepared to fight. Watching them, Shen dispersed the life fiber blade in his hand. All right then, I'll humor the two of you for a bit. Being cooped up in that airship for so long has been making me itchy for a fun fight. Chapter 53. Shen looked up at the sky, and over 6 buildings were flying towards him. They were being controlled by Glinda and were surrounded by her purple aura. Holding up his arm, Shen's body crackled with lightning. Sego! And then, as if striking him directly, a wave of lightning struck his body and began to expand outwards. Anything it touched was destroyed and became molten, including the 6 buildings as well. A 40-meter area around him was reduced to this level. At this point, multiple city blocks had been completely destroyed. Yet there wasn't a single injury on Shen's body. Shen lazily held up a hand as a figure rushed directly at him, emerging from the cloud of dust created from his earlier move. It was Kuro, trying to take advantage of Shen's obscured field of view. He watched as his blade was directly caught between Shen's hands. A wave of pressure erupted behind Shen as he did, so yet he and his arm did not budge an inch. I can see why Ozpin trusted you two so much. Having the will to fight me like this despite the situation is commendable, but I think we've wasted enough time playing around. His tone turned dark as he spoke and pulled Kuro closer to using his hold on his weapon. Kuro's eyes widened as Shen kicked him directly in the stomach. The aura of karmic retribution was coating his leg, causing the attack to hit him physically and mentally. His aura buckled before shattering as he was sent flying away. His body skated on the ground like a rock over water before suddenly stopping. Shen twisted Kuro's weapon in his hand before throwing it into the ground, having it stand upright. Glinda, who had caught Kuro with her telekinesis, ran over to him, only to see him coughing up violently. Even though her aura was still together, she was no better. Aura protected the body from injuries, but you could still see she had suffered damage. Her clothes had scars and scratches and were covered in dust. Out of everyone here in Beacon, I would consider you the most reasonable, Glinda. So I'll give you a way out, surrender without resistance, and take me to the relic and the maiden. Glinda's eyes flashed as she tried to wave her riding crop, nearly forming a glyph in front of her. Yet the next second, she felt someone grab her hand. Do the smart thing. Shen had appeared right in front of her before she had even noticed. Her arm and her entire body trembled with him being that close to her. His grip alone told her that if he wanted to, he could break her wrist right then and there. But still, she spoke with a semblance of calm. Never, not after everything you've done. Shen raised a brow to her answer before smirking. Oh really? You know, I think we've captured over 60 students so far. They're alive, of course, thanks to my orders, but you know how a human mind is. If they get too irritated or annoyed, they might slip up and send down an order you'll regret. The threat lined in his voice was clear and caused Glinda's legs to almost buckle. You. Think about it carefully. I've already culled nearly 9% of Mistral's total population. I don't think you're ignorant enough to think I won't do it to Vale to get my way. The safety of your students I have a hostage, and the ones who are still in the city are on your shoulders. Letting go of her wrist, he held her chin and forced her to look him in the eye. One word and that decides if hundreds of your students die or not. Think really hard. Her eyes seemed to glaze over slightly. Her mind was racing with a way to get out of this. But there was none. He was too strong for them to defeat. Still, she could save the students, right? That thought caused her to speak again. If I lead you there, I have your word, you won't hurt the students. Hearing that, Shen let her go. I do have a tendency to lie, but I also live up to my promises. I won't hurt nor kill a single student as long as you comply. Listening to Shen's words, Glinda grudgingly nodded her head, agreeing. Kuro, who was lying on the ground, wanted to say something, but his body was in no condition to do so. Nora, John let out a shout as he ran towards one of Shen's men. It was caught off guard as he bashed into it with his full strength. It was sent flying back towards a red-headed girl. She flashed a smile as she twirled the hammer in her hand that was at least 2 times her size. Her hammer slammed into the back of the Faunus. Afterward, she pulled the trigger located on the hammer's handle, causing a pinkish explosion to erupt at its head. The Faunus was launched across the street, slamming face-first into a building. Hugh, those things are tough. It felt like hitting a rock. Nora wiggled her wrist as she said that. Although they could kill the users, the Ultima uniforms were tougher than steel. Ren behind them finished off his opponent as well, knocking him into the side of the car with a kick. The car flipped over from the impact, leaving the Faunus unmoving. RWBY, Weiss, and Yang, who was further down the street, they were unfinished fighting their enemies as well. Practically all of them were exhausted, having been fighting intensely for over an hour. Out of sight, however, Blake was the only one missing. She was standing on top of a building 100 meters away. Miss, are you sure we should leave those children be? They are killing our own. The person speaking was someone higher up within Shen's forces. He was a Faunus like the others, but he also was a trained huntsman capable of using aura. As such, he was in charge of a portion of the forces invading Vale at the time. We number in the tens of thousands. It doesn't matter if a few die or not. Those words would never leave Blake's before she had met Shen. They were completely unsympathetic to the loss of life. But he was cut off as Blake stared at him. The white in her eyes had partially turned completely black, while her irises had turned redder. The man immediately took a step back and clamped his mouth shut. If looks could kill, he would probably be dead already. He immediately prepared for the worst, however. It never came. Instead, he saw Blake staring off into a certain direction. Her appearance had turned back to normal. And more importantly, her eyes seemed to have a weird gleam in them. How many people do you think managed to reach the academy safely? Looking at their surroundings, RWBY asked this question dubiously. Even her cheerful personality couldn't help but die down after fighting for so long. All of them were sitting down next to a building recovering. I'm not exactly sure, but a few hundred at least. Weiss gave an estimate, but even she wasn't positive about it. Things were just too chaotic to keep track of properly. John let out a sigh as he stood up. Out of everyone, he had used the least of his aura fighting. Well, I guess I can go search some of the nearby buildings for survivors. I'm sure there, he stopped talking as he noticed someone walking towards them. Professor Goodwitch? He immediately recognized Glinda. When everyone heard him, they stood up as well. They were relieved it was Glinda of all people, instead of an enemy. But that's when John saw she was in cuffs. Not only that, but there were multiple figures dressed just like the people who were attacking them, following behind her. "Uncle Kuro?" Ruby shouted when she saw her uncle of all people in cuffs just like Glinda. Both of their expressions were dark, but when they heard Ruby they looked up, spotting all of them. "Ruby, don't come over here," Kuro tried to warn her, but someone immediately stepped in front of him. Ruby and everyone else spotted the man standing in front of the others. His clothes reminded them of Tayla's, but they were different as well. Shen was standing there, his eyes completely transfixed. "I thought I would have to wait to run into the main character's maybe plot armor doesn't exist in this world after all. It would definitely make things easier on me." "You, let go of him." Ruby and Yang were the first two to fly into action. Using their weapons to propel themselves, they flew directly at Shen. "No, don't," Glinda yelled, but the two of them didn't listen. Though Shen wasn't the one to make a move. Just as they got in range to attack, the two of them felt someone grab their necks, pushing them to the ground. It happened suddenly for them to react as they planted face first into the ground. "Master, you're finally here." Holding both Yang and Ruby down, Blake's eyes were full of emotion. On the other hand, Glinda, Kuro, and everyone else were at a complete loss. What did she just call him? "Blake WH, what are you doing?" Yang struggled, but found herself unable to move. Ruby was in the same situation. Everyone else who was prepared to jump in didn't know what was going on either. Hearing her protest, Blake looked down at them with a strange expression. "I was hoping you all would meet him under better circumstances. I'll explain things later. For now, just take a short nap, okay?" After saying that, Blake released them before striking Ruby and Yang in the back of the neck. As if their aura was non-existent, they immediately fell unconscious. "You're with them?" Glinda and Kuro both realized what was happening, but it was too late. Blake's eyes swirled around to everyone else as she activated her semblance. The rest of Team RWBY, along with John and the others, were immediately engulfed in darkness. All noise from the outside world was cut off, and they couldn't even see one another. Relying on that along with her superior speed and strength, knocking the rest of them out was simple. Within a second, the darkness faded, and all of them were lying unconscious on the ground. "Good job, Blake. Good to see you've gotten stronger." Blake was completely docile in front of Shen as he patted her on the head. Glinda was the most surprised to see this. Blake had been a part of her class for a while now, and she felt she understood her personality. But none of her memories lined up with what she was seeing. "Where are the other students I told you to keep track of?" Shen looked around because he saw the more important side characters were missing. "Oh, they're protecting Beacon Academy under Osbin's orders. If I had to guess, he's currently fighting with Cinder since she's gone after the maiden." Hearing that Shen nodded seemed some things about the timeline have stayed the same. Turning to his men, he ordered them to capture Team RWBY and the others. "So then, Master, what are we doing now?" "I want you to assist in capturing the rest of the important students. The others can be ignored. I'll deal with Osbin and Cinder myself." Blake grinned, hearing Shen's orders. She finally had something to do. She had been so bored playing the part of the student. Plus, she had to contain her appetite, so she did not draw too much attention. Now she could do whatever she wanted since Veil would fall either way. Chapter 54. "Master, that's all of them taken care of." Blake was holding down Coco under her knee as she clasped the aura-blocking cuffs onto her arms. Across the courtyard of Beacon Academy, soldiers were doing the same to a multitude of other students. Some of them, like Team CFVY, resisted, although it was a futile effort, while others gave up thanks to Shen holding Glinda hostage. Still, in the end, he didn't kill any of them per their agreement. "Blake, you tra," Coco was yelling at Blake, who was on top of her, but before she could finish, Blake slammed her head into the ground, cutting her off. Still, her eyes never left Shen's, who nodded. "Good, I want all of the students rounded up and lined up in the main courtyard. If they resist, you can get rough with them, but no killing." Glinda, who was next to Shen, was going to speak up, but ended up swallowing her words, speaking to all of the students around her. "Just do what they say, don't fight back." the students who heard her bit their lips but complied. They couldn't win in this situation. The city was practically taken over at this point, and none of the huntsmen would return in time. Now then, since we've handled all resistance and I've acted according to our deal, Glinda, if you would be so kind as to lead us to the maiden and the relic. Knowing she couldn't refuse, Glinda reluctantly took the lead. Everyone else was left outside, including Kuro, making them the only two walking through the halls. The empty sounds of their footsteps echoed, just like the sound of fighting that was rung hundreds of meters below ground. A large, dimly lit hall with green torches lining the walls was full of activity. The floor was made of smooth, marbled stone, and even the pillars holding up the roof were made of seamless metal. The hall was around 50 meters to the roof and had enough space to fit hundreds of people through at once. Yet only 2 people were in that hall at the moment. A dozen streams of green light flew through the air like guided missiles, striking the ground and exploding violently. Their target was Cinder. She retreated quickly, flipping through the halls, narrowly avoiding each blast. Jumping into the air on the last impact, she landed on her feet at one end of the hall, staring at Ozpin on the other. This was the beacon vault area, sealed off to any students or teachers. On one end was the elevator leading down here, and on the other end was Amber, the current Fall Maiden who was currently on life support. Cinder had attacked her previously, but she had escaped, leaving her with only half of the Maiden's power. She planned on collecting the remaining half, but now Ozpin was standing in her way. For an ancient fossil of an old man, you're really annoying. Just lie down and die. Holding both of her hands up to her side, flames erupted from her hands. Her eyes flared to their limits as she thrust her hands forward. An intense amount of heat washed down the hall as flames erupted forth into a violent inferno. Even the marble floor and metal walls of the hall were melted and blown away from the intensity. Holding his cane tight, Ozpin pressed it to the ground as a shield surrounded him, preparing to take the brunt of the explosion of fire. Ozpin's eyes widened as he saw a figure appear in front of him. Shen glanced at him before holding one of his arms towards the wall of flames that completely engulfed your vision. In that instance, his right hand transformed into something demonic. The second the flames touched his arm, they scattered. Like a swarm of instincts avoiding a flame, the fire burnt everything around them but did not come within a meter of Shen or Ozpin. After a few seconds, the fire died down, leaving Cinder exhausted. She nearly froze when she spotted Shen standing in front of Ozpin. Everything around them had been scorched, burned, and melted beyond degree. Yet the floor directly under them was as pristine as it was a few moments ago, like the heat never reached it. Glinda came running into view from behind Cinder, looking around at what had happened. The moment the elevator opened, and the two of them spotted the flames, Shen rushed forward in a flash of lightning, making it just in time. Both Ozpin and Cinder were confused about what was going on due to their lack of knowledge above ground. "What are you?" Cinder was about to speak, but before she finished, she was struck in her stomach. Shen had attacked her without any warning, kicking her high to the air at nearly full force. The power behind it caused her body to be sent flying into the air, slamming into the roof. Her aura was shattered as she limply fell from the crater in the roof back to the floor. She was coughing up blood and trying to catch her breath. Glinda felt her heart tighten as she quickly moved out of the way as Shen walked towards Cinder. Bending down, he grabbed her by the hair and lifted her face towards him. "I hope you realize if it wasn't for the fact you had half the Maiden's powers, I would have killed you just then." There wasn't a hint of falsehood in his voice, and his eyes made his threat clear as day. Cinder's body shook violently out of pure fear as Shen dropped her to the ground. The reason he was so angry was that he knew how strong that attack was. If it had hit, it would have killed Ozpin for sure, who compared to Salem was lacking massively in magical power. If his curse activated, then he would be reincarnated into a new body somewhere in the world. There was no guarantee who it would be due to how much he changed the RWBY timeline. Not only would he have lost the relic of choice, but his entire reason for invading Vale would have disappeared, putting all his plans and efforts to waste. The thought caused him to snap slightly. Taking a deep breath, Shen regained his calm and turned to look towards Ozpin. "Sorry about that. I think this is the first time we've met in person. My name is Shen. I'm guessing you already know who I am, right? Ospen slowly stood up and nodded. He had figured out just from that display and Shen's clothes. So you're the one responsible for all of this. Are you working for her? Shen shook his head, knowing he meant Salem. Salem had millennia to collect the relics and bring her plans forward, yet she failed each time. I did it in less than a year, and you never noticed until it was too late. Do you really think I would be willing to work for someone like that? Hearing that, Ospen realized the error in his question. I see. Ospen, you're a smart man, so I'll keep this short. Give me the relic, and in return, I'll assimilate Vale instead of burning it to the ground. Ospen looked at Shen with a centered gaze. Assimilate, Shen nodded. Into my forces, of course. In all honesty, they're less of an army and more of an organized mob. They remind me a bit of the Dread Horde. In any case, Glinda here has already made a deal with me. In return, I won't kill any of the Beacon Academy students. And now I'm offering you the chance to save Vale. In all honesty, I'm being very merciful today. Glinda clenched her fist when she heard the word merciful. The destruction Shen caused to the city killed thousands of innocent people. If that's what he considers mercy, she contained her anger while Ospen asked another question. Why are you building such a large force then? What do you want the relics for? World domination, or do you think they will grant you a wish? Hearing that, Shen knew Ospen was trying to probe for how much he knew about the relics. You're a crafty man, Ospen. World domination? If I wanted to, I could, but I'm not interested in controlling the world. Though I'm sure there are people who will be more than willing to take care of this one when I'm done. But no, instead I plan on summoning the gods back to this world, so that I can kill them. His words took a moment to register in Ospen and Glinda's mind. But when they did, they looked at him as if he was insane. Did he want to kill the gods? That was impossible. They created the world they live in and the relics. There was nothing capable of even harming them, let alone killing them. Seeing their expressions, Shen shrugged. Believe me or not, it's up to you. I won't be spoiling the ending just yet, but it is time for you to make a choice. Ospen stood there unmoving despite everything he heard. His resolve didn't falter a bit. He was never going to hand over the relic, no matter what Shen did to him. He glanced at Glinda, and she had the same resolve. No, the word echoed through the halls as Shen smiled. I expected as much. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out his scroll, setting it to speaker mode and calling Blake above ground. In the main courtyard of Beacon Academy, every student they had captured was lined up on their knees in cuffs. They were surrounded by soldiers on all sides, leaving no chance for escape. Blake was sitting on the stairs a few meters away when she got Shen's call. Answering, she heard his voice. It seems word of mouth isn't enough for Ospen to change his way of thinking. Hearing that, Blake's gaze turned to the students. As you wish, Master. Standing up, she kept the call going and made her way to the first line of students. She picked a boy out at random. The moment he noticed her approaching him, his heartbeat sped up. Both Glinda and Ospen were confused, but that confusion was soon replaced with dread. Standing in front of him, she pulled out of her weapon and stabbed it directly into his leg. The pain came without warning, and the boy let out a piercing scream. It startled all the students as their heads turned to look. Blake drove her weapon deep into his leg and even cut through the bone. Blood splattered onto the ground as his screams grew louder and also morphed into cries. Glinda's eyes contracted as she glared at Shen out of pure rage. Ospen's fist grew tighter by the second, but he didn't speak or move. Shen narrowed his eyes before speaking again. Cut off one of his arms. Those words immediately made Glinda speak out. Wait, don't. Shen raised a brow and glanced at her. Ospen looked at her with a worried gaze, meeting Glinda's eyes. Ospen, give him what he wants, please. She could hold out if Shen simply tortured them, but she couldn't bear hearing her own students scream. Everyone had a weakness, and this was hers. Ospen grit his teeth before speaking. Fine, I'll give you the relic, just leave the students alone. Shen smiled, hearing his answer. Good choice. Chapter 55. Glinda, go to the students, they need you. I'll stay here with him. Glinda looked at Ospen concerningly, but did so all the same. As she was leaving, Shen told her to take Cinder with her. She looked like a crushed doll, just lying there barely conscious. Soon, only Ospen and Shen lived in the underground area of Beacon. It's just you and me, so go ahead, take me to the relic. Also, if you even try to trick me, I will kill you, and it will be quick compared to what I'll do to Glinda and the other students." Ozpin didn't speak and only began to walk at a leisurely pace. Shen followed behind him, watching his every move closely. Despite him warning Ozpin, he didn't think the old man wasn't going to try something. "I knew there would be a chance that a maiden would defect. Because of that, I hid this relic somewhere that anyone could reach if they knew the way. It's hidden so well that even if you destroyed Beacon, you wouldn't be able to find it." As Ozpin said, he stopped in the middle of the large hall and walked over towards the wall. Placing his hand onto a magical power ran through his body into his palm. This caused a reaction with the wall itself, which began to glow a neon green and slowly slide down, revealing a dark staircase downwards. It was like a maze, and it felt like it stretched on in every direction forever. A sealed door that only reacts to his magic, accompanied by a maze only he can navigate. If you wanted to hide something from the rest of the world, that was one way to do it. Soon enough, they reached a large stone door. It looked ancient, as if it hadn't been opened for decades. Ozpin spoke in a language Shen didn't recognize, and the door reacted as symbols glowed across its surface. Slowly, the stone split in two, revealing a room. It looked like a king's throne room. Light shined in from the glass windows despite the fact they were underground. Everything was old and dusty, yet still regal, and in the center of the room was a cushioned altar. Shen's eyes shined when he saw the floating golden crown with jewels embedded into it. The relic of choice gives its user the ability to see into the future and view an important decision they will make one day. Shen was speaking to himself as he walked towards the floating golden crown. Reaching for it, he grabbed it from its place on the altar and stared at it. "You're not going to put it on?" "Of course not. Knowing the future can be useful to me, but it being random means it's dangerous. I'll end up going crazy fretting about a decision I will never be able to predict." It was as he said that he heard the stone doors behind him closing. Along with it was the sound of gears twisting. His eyes narrowed as he looked back at Ozpin. He was staring at Shen as the stone doors closed behind him. The gears in the centerpiece of his cane were beginning to turn and glow at an incredible pace. "What are you doing?" For once, Shen was actually lost. He didn't watch RWBY in its entirety, so Ozpin's cane was a gap in his knowledge. "The long memory, that's the name of my cane. It's been with me for thousands of years through every moment of my life. I knew one day I may run into a problem that needed to be dealt with forcefully, so I had this cane built with the special function of containing kinetic energy." Shen frowned as his body cracked with electricity. "It's no use. Even if you kill me, you can't break this cane. It survived a lot worse. Thousands of years' worth of kinetic energy is going to be released all at once. Normally, I would put a barrier around myself to survive the blast, but it would weaken the explosion. But to kill you, I'm more than willing to die here. This place will be your tomb as well as mine." The moment Ozpin finished speaking, Shen transformed his body into lightning, ignoring him and going straight for the door. Holding out his hand, he summoned Gi Balg, striking it with all his strength. The door flashed with magical energy and cracks formed across its surface, but it didn't break. Gritting his teeth, Shen's entire body became engulfed in a dark, fog-like energy. Activating his devil trigger, Shen's entire body transformed into that of a demon. Lightning coursed through Gi Balg, which quickly turned purple due to him using karmic retribution. Striking the door again, Shen applied his demonic energy on top of everything else. Striking at full force, it felt like an earthquake had suddenly hit. The magic on the door broke along with the stone itself, shattering like glass. The moment it was open, Shen rushed into the maze in a flash of light. Yet Ozpin didn't move, simply sighing as he looked up at the roof of the building. "I wonder what body I'll be put into this time." He closed his eyes as the cane hit its maximum capacity. In that instant, an uncalculatable amount of energy was released at once. It didn't matter what the material was, kinetic energy of this magnitude nearly ignored durability. A 50-meter area was instantly pushed around and ground into the dust around Ozpin in an instant before expanding rapidly. Despite his speed, Shen couldn't outrace the explosion. Turning his head, he saw light completely engulf his vision. Before he could finish his thoughts, his mind went dark. Above ground, Glinda had already left the academy building and was walking towards the students while carrying Cinder. Spotting her, Blake walked up to her, glancing over Cinder but not seeing Shen. "Where is he?" Glinda responded in a depressed voice. "He's with Ozpin. He should have gotten the relic by now." Blake's cat ears twitched. She felt something was wrong, and right on cue, a massive earthquake suddenly hit them. It felt like the ground had suddenly tilted. Fissures began to crack open the very ground as light poured out of them. The entire academy building began to tilt as its foundation became unstable. The fissures continued to grow, stretching for over a mile in every direction. Team RWBY, Kuro, Glinda, Blake, and every other student could hardly keep their feet grounded. But their eyes nearly widened into a disc when they saw Beacon Academy beginning to fall. The fissures and shockwaves rattled the tower as it cracked. Debris flew through the air, and rocks as big as cars came down like meteors. Beacon Academy, which represented the hope of future huntsmen and people everywhere, was now gone. It completely toppled over and crashed to the ground. At this point, it was too dangerous to stay where they were. Everyone began to run, well, except Blake. She immediately rushed towards the tower with her eyes completely focused. Shen was still underground. If this was the result up here then? The thought made her speed nearly double, but she was pushed back from the massive gust of wind followed by the crash. A loud bang rang out for dozens of miles, heard by everyone. After a few minutes, things began to calm down. The ground of Beacon Academy had sunken hundreds of feet, and the entire tower had crashed to the ground over. It left a long ditch-like crater from the impact, and there was leftover rock and metal everywhere. Getting back to her feet, Blake began to search around frantically. A sense of dread and worry washed over her. The minutes of searching quickly turned into hours. Blake had the students and everyone else immediately locked up and sent away, and ordered every soldier to search the wreckage of Beacon Academy. "Where is he? Where is he? He can't be dead. I need him." Standing atop a tall slab of rock, her cat-like eyes gazed across the crater where Beacon once stood. Time seemed to have slowed for Blake, but the rest of the world continued on. The searching continued for days on end, and the news reached Neo, Taylor, and the others quickly. Their invasion of Mistral was immediately put on hold, and they quickly made their way to Vale. But even after all that time, there was no sign of Shen. Eventually, the potential fact that he had truly died began to sink in. "What's the status of things?" Torchwick was sitting at a table in an abandoned building. They were staying here temporarily while in Vale. Sienna sitting across from him sighed. "From what I can tell, loyalty is no issue. The army and everyone in it is still following orders. We've put all of our invasions on a halt for now, focusing on the search instead. Mentally wise, Taylor becomes more unstable without him around, and Blake has been searching nonstop for over a week now." After saying that, she glanced at Torchwick. "Neo locked herself in a room, even though I can't get through to her." The two of them were the only ones in their right minds capable of controlling the situation. The real issue is what happens if news leaks out about this situation. Shen is the pillar of all of this. With him gone, things had become iffy. "I never thought he would actually die. He seemed invincible every time we were with him." Sienna nodded in agreement. The idea of Shen dying had long become a dream in her mind. Standing up, Torchwick stretched. "Well, there's no going back now. We've gotten on this ride, and even if he's gone, we can't get off. If we stop now, we all are going to die, and I don't know about you, but I enjoy living." Like it or not, Sienna had to agree with him. The Faunus were viewed as enemies of the world now. Stopping wasn't an option. "Well, keep information about Shen under wraps and continue searching for a trace of him and the relic. Reinforcing our current position and taking care of the rest of Vale should be our top priority. Where it's spread pretty thin as it is, if Atlas or Vacuo wanted to interfere, we might not be able to hold them back." They had to run a tight ship now. They could use Shen's name, but the physical effect he had was now gone. "What about Mistral? Isn't there one last city that is still rebelling that we need to take care of?" Sienna shook her head. "It looks like Shen thought ahead when it came to that city, though I'm a bit iffy if they can actually handle it." "I don't want to do this. I can't go through with it." Pyrrha looked hesitant as she stared ahead of her. The sound of fighting, gunfire, and explosions echoed through the plains around her. It made her vividly remember what had happened to Argus. Her entire body seemed frozen in place. You don't have a choice, Raven standing next to speak frankly. If you want the right to choose your future, then you need strength. If you want revenge, then you'll have to grow stronger. It's the only way. The two of them were standing on a battlefield. The reason Shen had split his forces was to deal with the final city still resisting their rule in Mistral. Before sending them off, he repeated what he said before. If you want to kill me, be my guest, but first, you're going to have to get strong enough to try. Depending on what you're willing to throw away, you might actually succeed. Those words and ravens echoed in Pyrrha's mind. A conflict where her nature and what she needed to do was building in her mind. Staring at her, Raven said one last thing. You're a kind person, Pyrrha. I can tell that much. You remind me of Summer in that way. Sadly, being kind won't change the world. Remember that. Chapter 56. Well, that was the last thought that went through Shen's head when the explosion occurred. Enough kinetic energy and magical power to level, an entire city struck his body all at once. His flesh was taken right off of his bones, being reduced to particles. His bones were turned to dust, and every organ in his body became ash. In the end, not a sliver of his original body remained, but something that wasn't originally a part of him did survive. Buried deep under millions of tons of rock was a golden crown. A naturally formed chamber surrounded on all sizes by a rock over 1 meter or 2 in diameter and length. The crown was, of course, the relic of choice. The relics were indestructible. But lying next to it was a single red strand, a life fiber. Its glow was dim, but as time passed it began to pulse like that of a heartbeat. The pulses grew more frequent, and so did its light. Over the first few weeks it remained as it was. But after a few months, it began to replicate itself and weave itself together, forming the shape of a head. Once it was done there, it began replicating the process of making flesh and tissue along with brain matter and bone. Even more, time passed until the head was fully complete. It looked like a blank slate, a corpse. More months passed as the life fibers continued to replicate, forming arms and legs, the torso and abdomen. When it was done, an entire body had been created, and the final process began. The body that didn't even seem to have a gender began to have its appearance morphed and twisted. This process took the longest and unknown amount of time passed. But when it was over, Shen's body had been completely recreated from scratch. His eye twitched before slowly opening. He stared at the darkness around him absently for a moment. What happened? Where am I? Reaching out, he felt around him and realized he was buried underground. Fragments of memories began coming together slowly, eventually turning into a flood of information. Oh right, I remember now, I died. He had underestimated how capable Osbin was. He always told himself not to let his guard down, and the moment he did, this was the result. Clenching his fist, Shen's eyes sparked with electricity. The ground shook as if it was trembling as a stream of lightning shot into the sky. Looking down on the world from the sky, Shen's eyes widened. The entirety of Vale had been transformed. Beacon Tower, the ruined city, all of it was gone. In its place stood a military base, or perhaps a fortress would be more apt. Looking in the sky, Shen saw airships flying information, and on the surface, soldiers were patrolling the grounds. What truly caught his eye, though, was the flags hung up everywhere. They were the exact same insignias he came up with for his army. All of this information hit him at once, and it was a bit overwhelming. How long was he out of commission for all of this to change? You identify yourself immediately. Shen looked up and saw there were 3 airships flying around him. A sudden bolt of lightning was difficult to miss. On the ground, over 50 soldiers had arrived as well, all of their guns pointed towards Shen. I guess I have been dead since they wouldn't recognize me. Swiping his hand, clothes appeared around Shen's body as he descended to the ground. The soldiers there made a circle around him the second he touched down. You there, who are you? Identify yourself or we will open fire. Standing amongst the soldiers was a man dressed slightly differently. He was the commander of this unit. Looking at him, Shen spoke. My name is Shen. Surely you recognize me standing this close. Or maybe his existence has already been erased from history, though that was unlikely, especially considering how much damage he caused. Shen, The commander blinked for a moment, scouring his memory while staring at Shen's face. Slowly, a sense of dread and realization fell upon him. He felt like his heart was going to stop all by itself. Put your guns down now, you idiots, he screamed at the men around him, who all looked confused. The commander yelled at them again until they finally listened. At the same time, he walked up to Shen and kneeled. Forgive, my lord, I was not aware you would be arriving. To what do we owe the pleasure? Shen frowned. He was addressing him as lord, but he wasn't being controlled or manipulated through life fibers. Still, the fear and loyalty in his voice were certain beyond all doubt. Hearing the word lord, the other soldiers finally realized who Shen was and quickly retreated out of fear. Who's in charge of this place? The commander raised his head and answered with no hesitation. General Politan is currently in charge of operations here and across Vale. Hearing that, Shen narrowed his eyes. Take me to her. Standing up, the commander nodded before turning around and speaking into a device on his wrist. Air Force Alpha, you're no longer needed here to return to your group. The rest of you make way and return to your post. The airships took their orders, flying off with the threat being gone, and soldiers did the same. Shen was led through the base and saw both humans and Faunus were working there. Not only that, but he couldn't find a single person wearing an Ultima uniform. Either they were all destroyed or they were somewhere else. Soon, they arrived at a large building that towered over the others. It was heavily guarded and security was tight. It took them around 10 minutes to finally get in as Shen was led to the top floor. You have an important visitor, ma'am. The commander knocked on the door before stepping off to the side. A light ring, almost like that of a bell, came from the room. The doors opened on their own after that, revealing an office. Charts and maps lined the wall, a large glass window covering the side behind the large wooden desk. Shen saw Nia behind that desk signing a piece of paper. Her hair had grown long and straight, flowing down her back. Despite not growing in size, she looked more mature. Everything about her left behind that childish appearance from before. Her black looked similar to the Ultima uniforms he made in the past, with slight alterations. She was imposing the natural aura of a leader and felt slightly regal. The door closed behind Shen when he walked in, and Neo didn't look up at him. Only when she was down signing did she look up. Her eyes were straight and cold, not an ounce of emotion on her face. But when Shen came into view, she froze. The pen in her hand fell onto the desk and rolled off onto the floor. Her eyes had widened like saucers, and her mouth was slightly agape. How we searched for you everywhere. We couldn't find you. We thought you were dead. She couldn't believe her own eyes, and her mind had entered turmoil. Shen was alive. After all those years, he had actually come back. Well, I can tell you dying certainly wasn't fun, but all things considered, it looks like my disappearing wasn't too bad. It's obvious you've grown. If this was before, you would already be crying. Despite her still being under his life fiber's influence, she's more stable. Considering how dangerous she and Blake were getting with their obsessions, perhaps him dying was a good thing after all. But now he wanted to know exactly what had happened. Clearly, things had changed immensely. Neo took a while to compose herself. During that time, he reminded her to send someone to get the relic of choice. It had slipped his mind when he escaped from being trapped underground. Shen coming back was too much of a shock. It left Neo in a daze for quite some time. But eventually, she managed to compose herself and began to tell him everything. After he died, they covered up his death and turned him into an idea more than a person. A ruler who never left his castle or throne, and one no one could ever see. They turned him into a myth, but one that held power and used that to retain order. Shen was surprised to hear exactly how much time had passed. 4 years. I was really out for that long? He had expected years, but 4 was a lot of time. Not long after his death, Salem had contacted them as he expected. It was more or less of an alliance and more of an agreement. Through it, her existence was revealed. People considered her the Queen of Grimm. Their armies fought alongside the Grimm, and the Grimm did not attack them. Any battlefield they traversed becomes a literal hell on earth. Those who were captured were given 2 options: submit or die, and those with potential were transformed into ideal soldiers with absolute loyalty. I see, that explains a lot. When he woke, he checked his system and saw that he leveled up to level 23 during those 4 years. Although a single level seemed minuscule, it took him a massive amount of XP to actually level up. It proved that they had done a lot of work while he was gone. With Shen being turned into a fear-inducing tyrant, Neo, Torquick, Taylor, Sienna, and Blake all took on different roles. To the people of the RWBY universe, their abilities were unmatched. They were the strongest and uncontested. This led to people calling them all kinds of things. Dozens of different names had been attached to them, but it seemed Ozpin had taken Shen's words to mind. The Dreadhorde was a name that was feared across the entire globe, and even now the wars haven't stopped. Everything had been split between the 5 of them. Neo controlled Vale, Torchwick controlled Mistral, Taylor was handling the war against Vacuo, which was soon to come to a close, while Blake led the attack on Atlas. Meanwhile, Sienna handled the other territories like Menagerie, where the Faunus lived. Out of all of them, she was the softest and was in charge of dealing with civilians and working alongside Venti to control the population. Hearing all of this, Shen couldn't help but laugh. And here I thought I needed to hold your guys' hand, but you've all done better than I could have hoped for. He was never interested in world domination. XP was his main goal. But he had to think long-term, and for that reason, he decided to build an army. He never expected it to grow to this extent, though. Still, the situation isn't all good. You haven't appeared in so long, people are doubting if you're real. After all, there aren't many videos or pictures of you in the world. All we have is the word of mouth and people telling stories about you. Despite us growing, resistances have also become bolder. As things are, they are at a stalemate with Atlas due to the Relic of Creation. Under these types of situations, they have turned to it for help, creating food, weapons, and even dust to fuel their ships and barriers. So basically, Vacuo is forcing us to split our attention from Atlas and vice versa. Nia nodded with Shen's statement that was a more simple explanation. Taylor was the strongest of all of them, but even she's tired after so much fighting. Narrowing his eyes a bit, Shen cracked his neck. All right then, I'll go pay Vacuo a visit. Nia sat up when she heard him say that. You don't mean to. What? You said they doubted if I'm really right? I would say this is a perfect opportunity. After all, once Vacuo is gone, there's only one place left for us to focus on. Chapter 57. Vacuo being on the same continent as Vale, the two are technically the closest kingdoms to one another. However, the differences in their lifestyles and geography are quite clear. Vacuo and its territory mainly consist of a vast desert called the Wastelands by many. The sandstorms make flight by small airships nearly impossible and a dangerous hazard to large ones. To invade it, you need to go by ground, but even then you would find things difficult. The people of Vacuo and their cities are dug in deep. They have the advantage territory-wise. And unlike many other kingdoms, the city of Vacuo, the capital, was one of the first cities that needed to be destroyed in order to advance on the rest of the kingdom. That's where the front lines were at the moment, in the war against Taylor's forces in Vacuo. At the most brutal of these battlefields, the sand was dyed red with blood, and corpses of both sides littered the ground. With how flat the terrain was, there was no room for surprise attacks, and the lack of visibility paired with potential dangers like ravines, quicksand, and sandstorms made any attempts of flanking impossible. It was a straight head-to-head battle, no room for real strategy, a perfect stage for Taylor. Surround him. 6 soldiers under the Dread Horde banner surrounded a short blonde-haired young man the moment he came in view. Some of their own lay dead at this man's feet, yet his eyes were completely calm. A long black jacket draped down to his brown boots. In his hand, he held a long sword with a white and black hilt, and a blade that had gold etched into its design. The only other thing of note was the elongated black and gold sheath on his back, which took an oval shape. The moment the soldiers had him surrounded, they attacked. Their weapons were fueled by dust enveloped in the different elements of nature. Despite their sudden attack, they were coordinated and fast. Still, they were not fast enough. The closest one of them attacked from behind, stabbing towards the man's back. However, before their blade reached, he disappeared from view. In 2 quick strokes, the soldier watched as his dagger cut clean in half, and then his arm was separated from his torso. Ah, The pain hit him all as one as he began letting out a scream, but before he could even vent his anguish, his head was lopped off. Damn it! The remaining 4 launched their attacks all together, cutting off any chance of him dodging. Glancing around, he shifted his grip on his sword before moving. Pivoting on his foot, he twisted in a full 360 while swinging his sword. A circular aura expanded in all directions, followed by the sound of air being cut. All 4 of the soldiers froze in their place, wide-eyed, before gashes appeared across their chest and stomachs, and they fell to the ground. If Shen were to see this, he would laugh and be surprised. 4 years had changed a lot, and that was true for John as well. "Commander, are you all right?" One of the men fighting on Vacuo's side ran up to him. John nodded as his sword shortened itself, and he sheathed it onto his back. "Our situation?" Looking around, over 20,000 people on either side were fighting against one another. The sound of guns firing and blades clashing echoed through the sandy weather. The man talking to John shook his head. "Not much has changed. We're holding out the best we can, but their supplies and resources are coming in too fast. Holding the stalemate for a few more months should be fine, but after that..." John didn't need him to continue glazing across the battlefield. He noticed something. Dashing across the desert grounds, weaving through enemies, 2 faunists dressed in Ultima uniforms locked onto John. He reached for his sword, but halted midway. At the same time, the soldier standing with John was terrified. The 2 Ultima uniform faunists jumped over 20 feet into the air as their animalistic features enhanced themselves. Their claws were sharp enough to dig out someone's heart, but before they could reach John, 2 figures from Vacuo's side leaped out in front of him. The first figure intercepted their faunus first. A green, frontally open hooded cloak was wrapped around his neck. He wore a gray shirt and white pants under it that mirrored traditional Chinese wear in their design, the former having white flowers patterned onto it. With his hair being entirely black, except for a single stripe of pink, you could recognize Ren right away. He didn't have any weapons and instead used his hands directly. Using the flat end of his palm, he struck the faunus directly in the head. The force passed straight through their bones towards their brain. Twisting his body in the air, he raised his leg into the air before swinging it down like an axe. It came down directly on the faunus's head, sending them hurtling towards the grown like a meteor. Their bodies cratered into the ground, sending a large wave of sand everywhere. Following his lead, the second figure that flashed towards the other faunus attacked as well. And by process of elimination, this was of course Nora. Her orange hair was still as short as ever, but it was styled off to one side. Black thigh boots stretch up most of her legs. The rest of her legs were covered by a dark pink skirt which merged into her top, which was a mix of whitish gray and dark blue. Her arms were covered in long gloves stretching nearly up to her shoulders. Her hammer had changed as well, size-wise at least. Instead of being the size of her body, it had nearly become the length of a car. On top of that, the hammerhead was nearly 2 or 3 times larger. Pink electricity crackled through it into her body as she activated her semblance. The faunus didn't even have a chance to react as she swung from his side. Bolts of lightning shot off in every direction when the attack struck, frying his body as he was sent hurtling dozens of meters through the air. His body dug into the sand when it hit the ground completely unmoving. Smirking, she landed on the ground with a thud, casually putting her hammer over her shoulder without any effort. "So John, has there been any sign of Taylor yet?" John shook his head to Nora's question. "We just have to hope we attract her attention. If we don't, then this whole plan will go up in smoke." Ren, Nora, and John had all grown up. They were taller now and looked more mature. Yet that fighting spirit and flashes of hope had still not left their eyes. In that regard, they had hardly aged. The 3 of them continued to fight in a localized area, never venturing too far from one another. Almost an hour had passed until finally, something happened. In the distance, the sound of yells and screams was accompanied by countless bodies flying into the air like ragdolls, all on Vacuo's side. It was as if a force was drilling its way through the battlefield. There was no resistance at all. Seeing that, John signaled for the soldier he had been talking to leave. "She's here." Ren finished off the enemy he was fighting as he regrouped with everyone. The 3 of them watched a figure come into focus. Each of her claws was over a foot long, being extended by ice. They sliced through anything in their way, metal or flesh, while her tails danced behind her, each acting on their own. They pierced directly through any body armor and blocked any bullets heading in their direction. They were furry, yet they could instantly become harder than steel when crystallized in ice. The three of them kept their calm as finally she reached them. Ripping through the last vacuo soldier in her way, Taylor smiled when she saw the three of them. It was a malicious smile backed by a calm, yet clearly crazed person. Seeing her caused John to take a deep breath as he whispered to Nora. "Nora, you know what to do. Keep her busy." Nora nodded as her hammer crackled with pink electricity. On it, running forward, she jumped into the air towards Taylor while twirling her hammer. All of Taylor's tails moved, forming a roof above her and quickly crystallized into ice. The impact of Nora's hammer was like an explosion going off. The shockwave cleared the sand from the sand storm in a 50-meter area and shook the ground. Even the ice around Taylor's tails cracked. "It's been so long since we last saw you three. We almost thought you had run away. We were so disappointed." Nora's eyes sparked with electricity as she replied to Taylor with, "Haven't you ever heard of personal time? Even if you're crazy, you should know girls need time to themselves." Taylor's tails pushed Nora's hammer back, sending her flying away before skating across the sand on her feet. "Crazy? Wasn't that a rude thing to say?" Taylor began talking to herself as she looked over at the empty space next to her. "Oh, that's a good idea, you so smart. How about we freeze you alive instead of ripping your body to shreds? Then you can have all the personal time you want. If we were crazy, we wouldn't offer you such a considerate deal." Yeah, I think I'll pass." Nora kicked off of Taylor's tails, launching herself back. Taylor's expression shifted as she charged at Nora. Taylor's every stop froze the sand under her. Large spikes of ice the size of entire houses shot from the ground towards Nora as she ran. Gritting her teeth, Nora swung her hammer in succession, destroying each pillar coming at her. Crushing the last one, she held up the handle of her hammer in defense as Taylor thrust her hand towards Nora's chest. "Oh, don't be rude now. It would be a waste to ruin such a nice figure." Her iced claws scraped against the hammer's metal as she let out a haunting laugh. Watching both Ren and John didn't step in. Instead, Ren looked towards John. "To your right." "I know, wherever Taylor goes, those two follow." Pulling out his sword, both he and Ren took fighting stances. Rushing from each of their rights and left respectively were two more people. Ren narrowly dodged a flaming neon orange blade as it struck the ground directly next to him. It scorched the ground on impact as Ren grabbed the wrist of who was using the sword. At the same time, John directly clashed with the second person. His long sword sparked against the double-bladed head of a spear. Scarlet red hair fluttered through the air as John stared at his enemy. The red sash around her waist was accompanied by the armored golden leggings that traveled up her thighs. Gold, brown, and black were the colors that adorned her leather and armored skirt. A Greek Amazon, that was the thought pattern of anyone who saw her on the battlefield. Where Taylor was considered a winter witch capable of freezing anything her way, the woman before him would be more akin to a goddess of war. "Pyrrha." "John." The two of them spoke briefly as they glared at one another. Taking the initiative, Pyrrha broke their contact, using her spear to jump over him. At the same time, Ren was sending skating back towards John. "Done with your greetings?" Raven's skin had become paler than before. Her gaze was cold, with eyes redder than blood. Her hair had a slight tint of red to it, and her mostly black armor followed the design of a samurai's. The only thing that stood out were her weapons being created through her maiden abilities. "You three should have stayed hidden. This time we won't be letting you go." Pyrrha had grown even taller than before, practically matching John. Her voice was more straightforward, no longer having that unconfident, yet charming ring. "We have no intention of retreating in defeat this time." Ren interjected as John nodded. "This time it's all or nothing. We were already forced to escape Vale and leave it to fend for itself. I refuse to let that happen again. This war will end today, one way or another." Hearing John's words, Raven materialized a sword in her hand. "It seems we all agree then." Chapter 58. Moving like the wind, Ren dodged each one of Raven's attacks perfectly. It was like he was glimpsing into the future, seeing her attacks before she even launched them. And that was semi-accurate in a way. Ren's semblance allows him not only to mask his presence, but also calm himself down into a state of perfect tranquility. This evolved to the point he can also sense others' emotions and feelings. Sensing when his opponent's emotions spiked while also being hyper-focused, these two things together gave him some sense of when an opponent would attack. Falling onto his back, he just narrowly dodged Raven as she aimed for his head. Then springboarding using his hand, he kicked towards her chest. Raven blocked with the blunt end of her blade, but the impact was enhanced by Ren's aura. She was sent flying into the sky as Ren got back onto his feet and jumped into the air after her. He's taking advantage of the fact I can't use my full abilities this close to our forces. Clever, but not clever enough. Seeing him leaping towards her, Raven raised her sword, which immediately grew twice in length. Flames erupted from the blade's edge as she swung down. A wave of fire engulfed the sky around her before coming crashing down towards Ren. Crap! Putting up a cross guard, he focused his aura as the wave of fire crashed into him. He was sent hurtling out of the sky, flying towards the ground, creating a tremor on impact. Ren, Jaden called out when he saw what happened, and his attention split for just a second. He heard the sound of something whistling through the air as he turned his attention back to Pyrrha. Her spear was heading straight for his head, causing him to parry it just slightly to the side. The spearhead grazed John's cheek, leaving a bleeding cut. Retracting her attack, Pyrrha spun her spear, and it began to morph into a one-handed sword before attacking again. Sparks flew in the hundreds. John and Pyrrha clashed over 50 times in a matter of seconds. Slashing down at him, the force from the attack caused John's knees to buckle slightly. Staring up at Pyrrha, he couldn't help but ask, "How many times have we fought now? Yet I still don't get why you're fighting on their side. I researched, you were the protector of Argus before it fell. You cared about people and their lives no matter who they were." John felt the pressure pushing down on him increase as he talked, causing his words to wane. So why are you fighting against us? You know what Taylor's forces will do if they breach Vacuo." Pyrrha's expression did not change by much, but a solemn look appeared in her eyes. "You don't know what it's like? You haven't witnessed it, so you wouldn't understand." Breaking their clash, she spun on her heel and kicked John directly in the face, sending him flying back. He skated across the ground on his back before flipping back onto his feet and stopping himself with his sword. "What are you talking about?" Pyrrha let out a silent yet deep breath as she narrowed her eyes. "You've never seen the kind of power I was forced to bear witness to. The overwhelming force that doesn't care about your dreams, or aspirations, or petty morals. The kind of power that can wipe anything without prejudice from the face of Remnant." John went silent as Pyrrha spoke. "True power that destroys your home and burns everything you love to the ground in front of your eyes. Yet you have to accept the fact there's nothing you can do." Pyrrha looked into John's eyes. "You've seen the person who wields that power personally, haven't you?" An image of Shen's figure appeared in John's head. It immediately sent a shiver down his spine. Back then all he could do was sit and watch. The exact feeling Pyrrha had described. "But still you didn't see the real him. His presence is a cruel reality. You can kill me, Raven, Taylor. Every general and commander he has under his control, you can get rid of his army and the nobles backing him, but it doesn't matter. He's something no human or Faunus could ever defeat. That's why people see him and beings like Salem, the Queen of Grimm, as gods. It's why so many cities have already surrendered. You're fighting a meaningless battle against something you can never hope to defeat. That's when I had to face the unbendable truth. If I want to save people, then I need to make them see the same truth as I did. I need to show them what their futile resistance will leave them with. Once they see that, then at least I have a chance of being able to keep them alive. And if that means I have to kill every person on every battlefield to do it, then so be it." Pyrrha clenched his fist around her sword as she took a ready stance. John could tell her words perfectly reflected how she felt, and he had no immediate response. He didn't have anything to say, and instead could only look at her with pity. "It seems our viewpoints really are too different to align. I refuse a world where people so cruel are considered gods, and I also refuse a world where surrendering ourselves to fate is our only option. I'm willing to fight against near impossible odds, then give up, and let the people who are already gone die in vain. Then you'll die a pointless death and join them. Transforming her sword back into its spear form, Pyrrha's gaze went icy. That was when John received a message from his earpiece. Commander is ready. Output is nearing 100% and will be ready for use in the next 10 minutes. The news caused his face to glow slightly as he glanced at Pyrrha before issuing an order. Tell all of our men to fall back to the ditches in front of the wall immediately. Yes, sir. The communication cut out, but the order was soon put into effect. It was such a crazy shift the Dreadhorde soldier didn't know what to do. All of the soldiers they were fighting were suddenly turning to run. Even John himself quickly turned and began running as well. Pyrrha frowned before giving chase, not letting him go. Ren, Nora, it's time. He opened communications with the two of them as they suddenly let out a relieved sigh. Good, I don't think either of us could last much longer. Ren's aura was waning. That strike from Ravni had done a number on him, and he was starting to get tired. Nora was still energetically fighting Taylor, but it was clear from the patches of frost on her body that she wasn't faring well. Both Ren and Nora did exactly what John had, quickly turning around and running towards as well. Vacuo, the city, was further inland, but its walls and military were stationed miles outwards. This was so the wall could send out warnings ahead of time, and there was never any risk of civilians getting caught up in battles against Grimm. The wall itself had multiple gates. They were retreating towards the northern one. Ditches were dug out ahead of time, stretching across a large section of the wall. A perfect place for soldiers to hide in case something was about to happen. Something's wrong. Why are they suddenly retreating? Raven was talking to Pyrrha as the two of them suddenly stopped moving. Taylor caught up to them but didn't give chase. Her sanity, or what was left of it, had taken back control when she noticed what was going on. She didn't stop her forces from continuing their charge, but held back herself. Ren, Nora, and John got closer to the wall before turning around and holding off the approaching soldiers. As they did so, everyone heard the northern gate begin not open. It was a heavy metal gate, and it opened extremely slowly, but as it did, Taylor's forces suddenly stopped moving. What had been making all of that noise was a large platform on tracks similar to that of tanks. It was nearly as wide as the 20-meter gate and was 20 feet off the ground. And on top of that platform was a massive cannon, its metal exterior covered in sand, yet the clear signs of powering being rooted to it through the massive cables attached to its back. Command, the doctor cannon is ready to fire. When John heard the communications, he quickly grabbed the oval-like sheath on his back. It began to extend itself, forming a large shield, which he dug into the ground and crouched behind. Ren and Nora quickly got behind it as well. Raven and Taylor didn't need any more warning signs as they quickly began combining their powers, forming a barrier in front of them. With this, the war is over, fire. At his command, the cannon hit its maximum output as a bright light appeared down its barrel. The AI in charge of aiming locked onto the largest group of enemies before firing. A beam of pure energy was released and echoed out louder than thunder. It was only a brief usage, but on impact, the soldiers who had been the target of the attack were engulfed in light. Their bodies, skeletons, and their very matter seemed to be erased from the world. And that was followed by an explosion that shook the ground for miles. A massive cloud of sand was shot into the sky like a tsunami, and a crater over 100 meters across and dozens of feet deep was left in its wake. Everyone on both sides were shocked and frozen in place. Over 7,000 people were dead, just like that, without any trace of them left. Seeing this caused John to clench his fist. They were enemies, but it was still a large loss of life, and it wasn't over yet. Continue firing until they're wiped out. Under his command, the doctor cannon presumed once more before firing yet again. It was like hundreds of bombs going on in succession. Taylor's forces didn't have a chance. Even when they began to run, there was no hope of escape. At the same time, a barrier of ice reinforced by magic surrounded Pyrrha, Taylor, and Raven, protecting them from the aftermath of each explosion. It's impossible for them to have built this in vacuo, especially in the midst of us attacking them. It must have been shipped over from Atlas. Pyrrha nodded. I was wondering why they were stalling for a stalemate. This was why. They had finished powering their superweapon. With each shot, Their forces were wiped out, and within a matter of minutes, the entire battlefield had been decimated and riddled with craters and charred sand. "The enemy has been destroyed." This was heard by every single person on Vacuo's side. It was a surprising result, but a welcome one. They all began to cheer and scream in joy. Their voices echoed out in loud booms. "There's still one more enemy to take care of." Ren spoke while gazing over the shield towards the barrier Taylor and Raven had set up. John nodded as he sent in another order. "Focus fire on that barrier, don't stop until it's destroyed. It doesn't matter if it damages the cannon." "Yes, sir." The Doctor Cannon began to power up again as it turned its attention towards Pyrrha and the others. Behind the barrier, a grave look appeared on their faces. "It doesn't matter how much I reinforce this shield with magic, if that cannon hits us, we're done for." Taylor was in a similar position. She may not show it, but her powers were weakened at the moment. She had been fighting so much to get to this point, and if she eased up just a little, they would lose ground. Without her powers at their max, the chances her or any of them, in general, would survive this shot were slim to none. She began to laugh to herself at the prospect that she might actually die. Raven and Pyrrha didn't find it nearly as amusing. They still had their joint goal to complete. Dying wasn't an option. "Well, I didn't expect things to escalate so quickly." Suddenly, a voice echoed out everywhere, and following it, everyone watched something impossible happen. The sandstorm that had been raging for weeks or even months on end suddenly disappeared. The clouds in the sky scattered as if they were running from something. It was as if the entire desert had suddenly gone silent as everyone looked up in shock. The dark brown clouds that had covered the sky were gone, and the wind had stopped blowing entirely. There was a sudden silence that enveloped everything. John, Pyrrha, Raven, Nora, Ren, and Taylor all looked up at the sky and saw a figure standing in the air. "It's a shame, I was starting to enjoy playing spectator." Shen looked down at the battlefield below him with a relaxed smile. Chapter 59. Why is he here? Both Raven and Pyrrha stared up at Shen, asking themselves the exact same question. Information about Shen's death was kept very confidential, meaning they weren't aware of it. To them, Shen had simply been reclusive over the past few years, not wanting to get his hands dirty. But for someone like Taylor who knew the truth, her mindset was on an entirely different track. But that's impossible. Taylor was confused beyond belief. On the other side of the battlefield close to Vacuo's wall, John, Ren, and Nora all looked at Shen with widened eyes. Why the hell would he be here, of all places at a time like this? Did he know our plan was to deal with Taylor? Hearing Ren, John frowned. If he did, that would mean he was watching them. He had known what they were going to do and let it reach this point. No, even if he's here, it's too late. The Doctor Cannon had finished charging. Firing and maximum power, a beam of pure energy flew towards Taylor and the others. Shen transformed into lightning, appearing directly in front of the beam's path as Gibalg appeared in his hands. Pulling the arm hold, Gibalg back red energy, erupted from the spear's tip, curling through the air like a vortex. Throwing Gibalg, it flew through the air like a missile. Striking the beam of energy, the two forces ground against one another before fracturing. Stray beams of energy and mana were sent flying through the air, creating small craters wherever they landed. At the same time, a massive gust of wind like that of a hurricane swept across a mile-wide area. The ground trembled under the clash as John looked on in shock. That's impossible. The Doctor Cannon is powered from energy siphoned from the Relic of Destruction. Yet Shen's attack was actually matching its power, showing no sign of giving. In fact, it was the opposite. Slowly, Gibalg was moving forward. I'm surprised it can equal Gibalg when it comes to sheer power. But still, it's not enough. Shen smirked as the red energy coiled and exploded into the air around Gibalg, suddenly doubled in intensity. A shockwave of magic power shot in all directions as it began to move. Like a fish through water, Gibalg began to rip through the beam of energy. Any resistance it was experiencing was completely gone. It shot directly into the cannon's barrel, creating a deafening silence. A second later, the entire Doctor Cannon's exterior bulged before a massive crimson explosion arced into the air. The cannon, along with the gate and a portion of the wall, was immediately blown away. The ditches close to that area were covered in sand and the people in them buried. It was like the sandstorm had started up again. What remained when it was all over was a hole dozens of feet deep and a crater close to 100 meters wide. A cloud of smoke rose into the air as the ice barrier covering Taylor and the others fell. John, Ren, and Nora all slowly stood up while shaking their heads. They were completely covered in sand. As they looked on, their eyes took in their surroundings. Scattered scraps of metal belonging to the RD cannon littered the ground. "I can't believe it, he destroyed it." Staring on at the destruction, Ren sucked in a deep breath. It was at that moment that the three of them heard a crackling flash. Their bodies froze as they slowly looked up. Shen stood over them as he held out his hand. Gibalg flew from the crater where the cannon once stood into his hand. "No god could be so cruel, right? I agree, luckily I'm no god." John didn't speak, only staring at Shen as he grinned down at him. "Since you destroyed my army, I think it's only fair I return the favor." In that instant, the three of them felt their hearts stop. Pushing their fear aside, they all leaped their feet to attack Shen. But it was too late. All they hit was air as he disappeared from sight. The few soldiers who were still alive on Vacuo's side struggled to their feet. One, in particular, shook the sand out of his hair while holding his head. Pain echoed through his body as he looked around. His comrades that had survived were few in number, if there were over 10,000 of them before that had dropped to a 3 or 2. "I can't believe this, why is he here? It wasn't supposed to go down like this." "It never is." He didn't have a chance to turn around like a red glint of lice sliced through his torso. The other soldiers nearby witnesses as his upper torso slid and fell to the ground. Terror penetrated deep into their souls as they didn't even bother to fight. In a panic, they ran, letting out screams of panic. Shen's body cracked as he got started. He was like an unstoppable force. No kill took longer than half a second before he moved to the next. All the while, the scent of death wafted into the air as the kill count rose higher. Looking at Nora, Ren, and John all felt a sense of helpless. He was too fast for them to even track with their eyes, let alone stop. All the soldiers they had just saved were being slaughtered one by one. Watching this, John's mind couldn't help but flash back to Pyrrha's words. It was like a recorder playing over and over again in his mind. From a distance, Raven looked on silently as Pyrrha glanced at John. She whispered something to herself as she lowered her head. The next 10 minutes felt like hours, until once again Shen appeared in front of John and the others. Seeing Shen's clothes soaked in blood caused John to grit his teeth. The calm disposition he had been holding shattered in a burst of fury. It was so sudden even Ren and Nora didn't expect it. "Damn you!" Using all of his strength, his aura spiked as he rushed Shen. His sword's edge was just about to graze Shen's head as it suddenly stopped. Shen's fingers flexed themselves as red strands of life fibers became visible. They hovered in the air, seemingly attached to nothing, yet still creating a crimson web. No matter how much force John exerted, he couldn't move an inch. Shen was right in front of him, the person responsible for everything. But he couldn't reach him. The more he struggled, the deeper the life fibers dug into his flesh. Seeing that, Ren and Nora finally leapt into action. However, Raven and Pyrrha were faster on the draw. The two of them crossed the distance between them in a matter of seconds. Using the shaft of her spear, Pyrrha blocked Ren's kick. Nora's swing, on the other hand, was stopped in its tracks by a blade nearly double her size formed from Raven's maiden abilities. "Tell me something." Not even paying them any mind, Shen spoke to John. "The Relic of Destruction isn't in Vacuo anymore, is it?" This was a conclusion he came to after looking over the situation. They had been holding a stalemate for over a year, but never tried to break it. Their biggest offense was them trying to kill Taylor, and even then, why didn't they just use the relic itself? Was it too dangerous? It was doubtful they would hesitate, considering Vacuo itself was in danger of being taken over. The only logical option was that the relic had been moved, and there was only one other safe place on the planet that wasn't under Shen's control. "You moved the Relic of Destruction to Atlas? No wonder you've been trying to hold out for so long." His words caused Juan's expression to grow grim. Atlas now had the Relic of Creation and the Relic of Destruction. Of all the relics, they were the most powerful. That's how they created the Doctor Cannon. Shen took a step back, a look of concern descending on his face. Atlas was surely the most difficult kingdom to take over by force. If they used the relic of creation properly, there was nothing they couldn't make. Holding off in a war that cut themselves off from the world was no issue. 4 years, Shen came out with his thoughts as he looked up at John. For 4 years we've been compiling our efforts, doing whatever we can to survive. At the same time, we've put all of our hopes and dreams for the future onto Atlas. I'll gladly die here knowing that we managed to give them more time. It was over for Vacuo now, but still, John found solace in what he said. Ren and Nora, who had heard what John said, slowly loosened themselves. Nora's hammer fell to the ground while Ren sat on the ground. Fighting now was pointless. They had done what they had hoped to accomplish. The rest is up to RWBY and the others now. This thought appeared in all of their minds similarly. However, the silence was broken when Shen spoke. You know, that's the problem with you heroic types. You think death is the end when you lose. John looked up at Shen, staring into his amber eyes. Slowly he looked over to Pyrrha, and John's eyes followed him. At the same time, life fibers descended from Shen's fingertips slowly. Leaning in, he whispered to John. You were interested in why Pyrrha changed, right? She gave you her reason, and she's free to believe that. But I already took root in her mind a long time ago. Even if she wanted to kill me, she couldn't. Of course, she doesn't know that. Pulling away, John stared in Pyrrha's direction. It's sad, really. She grows stronger in hopes of killing me, yet it's a dream that will never come true. All the blood she spills on the battlefield fighting for me will never be rewarded with what she wants. A fate worse than death, wouldn't you agree? John felt his throat tighten up. You're a monster. How could I do that to someone? Don't you feel any kind of remorse? Shen stared at him before shrugging. Can't say I do, so let's call this game of 20 questions here. John couldn't ask another question as he saw Shen's hand block out his vision. Seeing what he was doing, Ren and Nora were going to act, however, the next second they were struck in the back of the neck. The two of them plopped onto the sand unconscious. Well, this situation is handled, so I think I can leave Vacuo up to you three. Still, the fact I needed to get involved and you were so close to death shows you've grown complacent. You do know if you turn into a liability, I'll have to get rid of you, right? Shen glanced at Taylor before leaving. Taylor crossed her arm in annoyance once he was out of sight. You know this is your fault, right? All because you wanted to play with our food. Now he's mad at us. Her tail twitched as she shook her head. No, we can't kill them now to make up for it. We can't kill him either, did you forget? The last time we tried, he nearly broke our arm. For now, just shut up, you're giving me a migraine. A week later, the fall of Vacuo and its capital escaped into the world's news. Another layer of dread fell upon the world of Remnant, with Atlas standing as its last beacon. Back within Neo's office, Shen was relaxing on a couch. We didn't manage to get in contact with our northern forces in Atlas, but Sienna Khan and Roman Torchwick have been alerted of Lord Shen's return as requested, ma'am. The officer delivering the report was practically trembling just standing there. His eyes kept glancing over to Shen, who was lying on the couch. Neo just had to glance at him, and he immediately bowed before bolting out of the room. After he left, Neo stood up looking in Shen's direction with a concerned expression on her face. She walked around her desk and towards Shen while speaking through their link. Are you sure about this? They've had years to prepare for your arrival. If something goes wrong, what if? She didn't finish what she was trying to say. Are you worried I'm going to die again? Neo didn't say anything, but Shen noticed her fist tight. Looks like I was wrong. Colder on the outside, sure, but you're even more emotional than before. She didn't refute him. A similar scene played out as Shen gestured at her with his finger. And just like the time before, Neo obediently walked over to him, sitting down on his lap. Blake is dangerously unstable emotionally. Taylor is hardly sane no matter how you look at her. Sienna, while useful, is still acting in the interest of the Faunus behind the scenes. Venti's assistance has made things go smoothly, but in the end, they are still fallible. Torchwick is by far the most stable and reliable, but he's a criminal down to the bone. He was surrounded with uncertainties on all sides, yet they also made the foundation of what his so-called empire was built on. The thought made him shake his head silently. He was really surrounded by both the best and worst at the same time. Still, I can't help but wonder which one of them is going to end up betraying me first. That's going to be interesting. Shen's eyes slowly drifted towards Nia while he was thinking. She was shorter than him, but at the moment she was straddling his lap and arching her back. Staring down at him, her hair was flowing down, covering them both. The office wasn't extremely well lit despite the lights being on, yet her eyes still shined. The atmosphere quickly got to the point of intoxication. An inhuman body but a human mind, I guess I still have my faults. I suppose you're happy about that, though. Neo's face slowly drew closer to Shen's, coating them both in a shadow. The light flickers before turning off, and outside the moon were rising into the sky. It was a quiet and slow night, with only soft noises coming from the office. The finale was nearing ever closer. Chapter 60. Adaljan Juggernauts incoming? A Dream Horde soldier yelled as 3 large egg-like shells flew through the sky. Each one crashed into the white snow, causing the ground to shake. They were miles away from Mantle and Atlas, but the entire region was completely surrounded. It should have been a simple battle of simply squeezing them until their ranks shattered. After all, number-wise Shen's forces had the advantage, but the relic of creation was the deciding factor. The shell-like eggs cracked in half, releasing a thick jolt of steam. Inside, a 4-legged mech appeared. Their frames were completely covered in slick white metal that was extremely thick. 2 energy cannons were attached to their backs, with their arms being 2 normal cannons. They even had turrets mounted to the upper section of each of the 4 legs. Not only that, they were 15 meters tall, completely towering over the battlefield. Inside of them, the pilots were communicating with one another. Comms check. Communications are working just fine, Commander. All right then, let's get rid of these bastards. Yes, sir. Each Adaljan Juggernaut began taking steps forward while opening fire. The energy cannons shot burst, burning anything in their paths to ash. All the while, the cannons on their arms fired raining flames and explosions across the snow-covered grounds. It didn't matter if you had aura or not in front of machines like this. The 3rd Adaljan Juggernaut rained down fire, targeting everything in sight. Both cannons attached to its arms were firing in unison, causing periodic explosions. But suddenly, the pilot inside heard an alarm go off. Error, connection to right arm cannon severed, external damage received. The pilot frowned as they turned to look at their right arm. Their eyes became shot wide open as they stared at the arm fallen into snow. Flashes of wires and electronics zapped from where it used to be. How these things are capable of surviving a skyscraper falling on top of them. It was then that the severed right arm of the Adaljan Juggernaut became surrounded in a dark fog. It was like a void, devouring everything it touched. Within seconds, the right arm was gone. Seeing that, the pilot yelled into the comms. Commander, she's here. Before the communication could finish, the pilot froze. Their upper body began to slide diagonally along with the rest of the Adaljan Juggernaut. Just like the arm, it had been cut clean before anyone could even realize. The other 2 pilots who heard the communication watched as a dark fog engulfed the destroyed Adaljan Juggernaut. Everything created by the relic tastes good, of course. It's the gooey center that tastes the foulest. The 2 remaining Adaljan Juggernaut turned and spotted a woman standing right behind where the 3rd Adaljan Juggernaut was standing. Long black hair blew in the wind along with the falling snow. Her skin was almost deathly white, making her skin seem as smooth as silk, but inhuman all the same. The black boots that extended up her thighs couldn't be called clothing. They were seamless and looked attached to her body rather than being worn. Yet the insignia attached to the band on her shoulder and the clothes she wore made her identity clear. No one who had seen her before could forget the whites of her eyes, which had turned black, the piercing gaze from her yellow irises, and most of all, the grim-like red marks that trailed her face. A black-hilted yet crimson-bladed katana was in her hand, with a sheath attached to her waist. At the top of the sheath was the main body of a gun, with the magazine still inside. It was easy enough to tell it was Adam's sword and not Blake's normal weapon. When the hell did she get here? Wasn't she on the northern flank? I'm not sure, sir. We were not alerted of her moving or switching battlefields. Don't bother trying to figure it out. You won't be able to think at all for much longer. The two pilots were shocked when they heard Blake's voice. She could listen in on their communications from out there in the snow. Sheathing her blade, Blake took a crouched stance as a black and red aura resonated from her body. It felt as if the entire sky had blackened, and even the snow had lost its beautiful white color. Gritting his teeth, the commander turned his sights onto Blake. "Forget about it, just fire. This is our chance." Pulling down the triggers on his weapons, he opened fire on Blake. The second Adaljan juggernaut followed their commander, doing the same. Cannon shells and bullets flew towards Blake like rain. In that instant, Blake drew her sword and disappeared, becoming like a shadow. Second seemed to pass by slowly. Black streaks of aura appeared everywhere at once, as a deep silence engulfed the two pilots and the Atlas soldier that was nearby. By the time anyone could blink, Blake had returned to where she was standing, sheathing her sword. The moment the hilt hit the sheath, everything ripped apart. Long, deep gashes appeared across the snow. Every Atlas soldier came apart like a puzzle, and the Adaljan juggernauts had been cleanly sliced to ribbons along with their pilots. However, nothing ever hit the ground. Instead, it was enveloped by a dark fog. Within 5 seconds of her attack, every enemy in the area disappeared entirely. Even in the majority, they still taste horrible. Turning around, Blake prepared to leave. She had dealt with the main threat, but her face twitched as she looked up in the sky above her. Her eyes narrowed in on a figure as she frowned. "Who are you?" Back in the present day, Shen snapped his fingers as life fibers came together, recreating all of his clothes to pristine condition. Turning around, he spoke to Neo, who was fixing her hair and clothes. "You mentioned there was a meeting room here, right?" Neo nodded before taking the lead with Shen following in tow. The HQ in Vale was quite large, with the main building alone spanning over a mile. Going through multiple halls, they soon reached a place that was extremely tight on security. At the end of the hall was a door. Neo placed her hand on the scanner next to it, ignoring the guards posted there. They were in complete shock upon seeing Shen, not knowing what to say or do. Walking inside, Shen saw it was a sealed-off room, no windows, and only a single light. It was hanging over a large round table with 7 seats. "I thought it was just Atlas, but it looks like technology has advanced quite a bit." Taking a seat in the center chair, Neo took her seat as well. After they were seated, it only took a moment before flashes of light appeared at 4 other seats. "So the report really wasn't lying." "It's wonderful to see you alive, Master Shen. Quite a scare you gave us." "Looks like all that digging was unnecessary. We wasted a lot of money on that." "Hee, you should have seen what happened when he appeared. It's a shame you all missed it." Appearing as holograms in each of the seats, Venti, Sienna, Torchwick, and Taylor were all there. Including Shen and Neo, almost every single seat had someone sitting in them. Shen's brows perked up when he realized that. "Where's Blake?" It was his speaking that brought everyone's attention to the empty seat. "That is strange. I mean, her little murder obsession with you should have had her first in line." Torchwick looked over to Sienna, who shook her head. "Actually, our communications with our entire northern force went dead a few hours ago. I thought maybe it was a communication issue. Not able to contact Blake, and their northern force can't be contacted. No matter how bad the weather was, that's too much of a coincidence." At that moment, yet another hologram appeared in the center of the table. It wasn't one of them, or anyone on their side for that matter. But Shen, who had watched the RWBY series, immediately recognized the man in front of them. "General James Ironwood?" Hearing Shen, the rest of them were slightly surprised. Ironwood was in charge of Atlas military, and upon declaring martial law, also in charge of Atlas and Mantle, the 2 central cities of the kingdom, along with its council. This is a live broadcast being sent across Remnant. If you are someone who is still fighting, still resisting even if it's in silence, then let this be your beacon of hope. We have successfully defeated and captured one of the Dread Horde's generals, known as Blake Belladonna. We've also captured over 40% of the forces under her control. The rest were killed. The ones remaining will be taken in as prisoners of war. If what he's saying is true, then this is concerning. Venti nodded. Beside Taylor, Blake is most likely the second strongest out of all of you. The fact she was defeated and they managed to deal with our northern forces so quickly means they have either a new weapon, Venti's gaze shifted to Shen, or they might have someone comparable to a master. Taylor didn't mince her words, making Venti sigh, but nodding all the same. Before you all start coming up with theories, it looks like there's more to this. Torchwick interrupted as Ironwood turned, and just so happened to face Shen. His gaze turned serious and his voice hostile. I know you're watching this. You've been hiding away in your palace for years now, spreading your army across Remnant without lifting a finger. From what we know about you, there are only two possible reasons. One is that your battle with Osbin left you more severely injured than we had originally thought. Or two, you're simply a coward who can't fight his own battles. That last part made the meeting room feel frosty. Nia was staring daggers as Ironwood's throat, while Taylor let out a chilly laugh. In any case, it doesn't matter. We can both agree this war has gone on long enough. That's why we should end it here and now. Tomorrow, we will allow one ship to fly into Atlas airspace without getting shot down. You and your people are against me and my own. No armies, no schemes, no tricks. We'll be waiting. And just like that, the broadcast ended. Are you okay? A white-haired woman in her late 20s walked up to Ironwood as he walked from in front of the cameras posted in the room. She was dressed in a female military uniform with a rapier-like weapon attached to her waist. I'm fine, Winter. It's been stressful. Shaking himself to focus, he looked around before asking Winter a question. Where are the others? If I had to guess, RWBY and her team are getting ready. There is a lot on their shoulders, although they're no longer children, it's still a heavy burden. As for her, I can only imagine she's preparing herself as well. A tan-skinned teenager with dark brown hair and hazel-colored eyes answered Ironwood. He was dressed formally, holding a staff out in front of him. It was Osbin's staff making the boy Oscar, Osbin's reincarnation after his death. Still, I do wonder if he'll actually come. Unlike many tyrants I've met in the past, he's cautious along with being cruel. He knows how to keep his emotions in check when need is, but Ironwood and Winter turned to look at Osbin. No matter how much of a monster he may seem, he's still human. It's hard to latch onto, but he's arrogant, push on him just right and you can utilize that. And more importantly, he's prideful, it's like he sees the entire world around him as a game. Based on this, and what we had you say, I'm positive he'll come. After Ironwood's broadcast, Shen and the others sat there in silence for a moment. No one spoke or proposed anything. They all looked toward Shen, waiting on his order. Leaning back in his seat, Shen grinned. They're sending out an invitation, so why should we turn them down? Let's make tomorrow a day they'll never forget. Chapter 61. Personal information. Name, Shen. Level, 23-452, 193/29, 353, 400. XP is coming in so slowly, it's barely noticeable. Even dealing with John, the forces of Vacuo were so minimal I ignored the notifications. I've outgrown the RWBY world by just too much. Sighing to himself, Shen closed the system menu, and he heard a familiar female voice as he entered the room. Well, it looks like General Ironwood's message was enough for you to come out of hiding. Leading him in were both Cinder and Faunus with a scorpion tail, wearing a white outfit. He had a crazed, cautious look on his face, but looked crazed almost like Taylor. Well, I couldn't ignore all the help you've offered us of late. Thanks to your Grim, securing Veil and the majority of Vacuo was a lot easier. Currently, Shen was tens of thousands of feet in the air. Monstra was what she called it, what everyone called it. A massive grim whale that could dwarf a large town in size. Having a nearly transparent glass-like head and a massive mouth, big enough to swallow an army whole. 3 wings adorned both of its sides, with the rest of its body being the classic black and white substance of Grim. Its dorsal fins alone were bigger than skyscrapers. To everyone else in the world, it was where Salem, the Queen of Grim, remained. Too high for most ships to reach and surrounded by flying wyvern Grim and other creatures. A living flying fortress. Of course, getting here was no issue for Shen. Moving at lightning speed let him travel nearly anywhere in the world. The only issue was it was easy to lose track of where he was going, so he had to slow himself down by a percentage. Well, of course, it's not every day I meet someone crazy enough to take over the world in mere months. Over all the years I've lived, you are definitely a unique case. Both Salem and Shen both took a seat across from one another in the large meeting room. Cinder, Tyrion, leave us. Both Cinder and Tyrion frowned, hearing that, obviously wanting to protest, but a single glance from Salem made them swallow their words. With a bow, they let the room leave only Shen and Salem. So when are you going to Atlas? Tomorrow, I'll arrive just like they asked me to. Salem's brow raised itself. I doubt that's all you're planning. You wouldn't have come to me if that was the case. If I had to guess, you plan on bringing your army with you as well. Glancing at her, Shen smirked but didn't answer. You really think that's wise? I doubt your forces are spread pretty thin as they are. It'll take time for them to gather for an invasion. That was where Shen shook his head. Of course, that's why I have no intention of invading Atlas. I'm more than happy enough with Vale, Vacuo, and Mistral. If I had to guess, they plan on broadcasting this moment to the world. They're the final beacon of hope, after all. They want the world to see the heroes' final defeat the tyrant Shen and his generals, bringing peace and prosperity to the world. It almost sounded classical when he said it out loud. It was a childish way of thinking of it, but he doubted there weren't a few in Atlas who really thought this way. To be more specific, the main characters. Interrupting Shen's thoughts, Salem spoke. So, what exactly do you expect me to do? Although Grimm isn't really affected by the cold, attacking Atlas and Mantle, launching a large-scale attack within the span of a day is impossible. It would be a waste of effort on my part. At that moment, Salem saw a flash of light as something appeared in front of Shen. Immediately, Salem's eyes widened as she stood up from her seat. This was the first time in who knows how long that she had ever felt afraid of something. What are those? How did you? This is your chance at freedom, Salem, and your chance of finally getting revenge. Let's not waste it. Only a few minutes later, Shen could be seen leaving Monstra in a bolt of lightning through the sky. Once he was gone, Cinder and Tyrion came walking back into the room. They had questions, with Tyrion speaking first. Master, what did that? Tyrion stopped mid-sentence when he saw the look on Salem's face. He had seen her smile before, however it was always calculating, a kind yet cruel smile. However, Salem was staring at her hand with a look of overpowering joy. It caused the two of them to go silent. What had just happened in this room? Time seemed slow, not just for the Ironwood's team in Atlas, but for the world. Anyone who was still out there posing resistance. But time waits for no one, and soon the next day arrives. Within Atlas Academy, also used as the HQ for their military. Every available huntsman and huntresses were mobilizing, making their way to the courtyard of the academy. Amidst the halls, two people were talking to one another. Are you sure she's ready for this? I talked to her last night, she's ready. We just have to have faith. Both Weiss and RWBY, just like everyone else, had changed over the years. All of them had grown, their styles completely different than before. Weiss's long hair extended down to her calves now. Her outfit follows behind her sister's, if not a little spruced up. She looked capable in any light you saw her in, and not a hint of that princess-like attitude could be seen. The same could be said for RWBY. She had gotten taller and her hair had grown past her shoulders. Her clothes looked a lot more combat-ready. It almost resembled the Atlas military uniform with its colors switched out for hers. Yet it still kept the style of her original clothes in the series, but the thing that stood out most were her eyes. They were shining silver, resolute, and not faulting whatsoever. All of them had hardened up over the years. You two worry too much, she's going to kick his ass. The two of them turned and saw Yang walking towards them. Out of all of them, she had changed the most. Her hair had been cut short, only having a small ponytail. She still carried that fiery flair, despite the fact she had a light scar or two on her face. Surprisingly enough, the only thing that hadn't really changed was her sense of style. Despite the years, she still dressed more on the tomboyish side, while still being charming. RWBY and Weiss looked at her, and then the person who was walking behind her. Blake, RWBY spoke softly to herself when she saw Blake. Her arms were locked together with special cuffs that sealed her aura. At the same time, her entire upper body was bound in a mechanical straitjacket. Both Weiss and Yang signed when they glanced at Blake. Her eyes were normal, but the look she gave them carried venom, and the grunts coming from her made it clear she was saying something. What's she saying? Hearing Weiss's question, Yang shook her head as she reached for the piece sealing her mouth. The moment it was gone, they heard Blake speak. She had heard the news about Shen during her capture. It had shaken her to her core. But despite that and the bruises across her body, she was smiling. If you three think you can use me to bargain with him, then you're mistaken. In the end, after 4 years, you three are still as... Blake was cut off as Yang put the mouthpiece back on her mouth. On second thought, best to keep that on. She nearly ripped out the throat of the interrogator with her teeth. We still don't know what happened to her to make her so different. RWBY and Weiss didn't know what to say about that. As the three of them were standing there, they suddenly got a message. RWBY, Weiss, Yang, we just got alerts that a ship is on its way here to the academy. Get to the courtyard as soon as possible. Me, Winter, and Osbin are already on our way there. Hearing that, the girls looked at each other before making their way towards the academy courtyard, with Blake being forced to follow from behind. The front courtyard of Atlas Academy overlooked the entire city, which floated in the sky on a large chunk of earth. The city of Mantle was located under it, separating the elite and well-lived from those who are not. Making their way outside, Osbin, Ironwood, and Winter were all there. At the same time, huntsmen and huntresses guarded the academy entrance. Besides them, a team of 5 huntsmen known as the Ace Ops, the most skilled huntsmen in Atlas, and the personal squad under Ironwood's control. Yang, RWBY, and Weiss all joined Ironwood and the others in the center of the courtyard waiting. There was an intense atmosphere, enough to hear your own heartbeat. They were letting the enemy into their HQ on purpose. How could you not worry? Luckily, Atlas and Mantle had both been majorly evacuated beforehand to underground bunkers. If something did go wrong, the populace would be safe. Still, that didn't stop them from being nervous. No one said a word until an officer accessed their comms. General Ironwood, they're here. Only a few minutes after the communications, an airship came flying up to the courtyard. Just from its appearance, you could tell it didn't belong to any kingdom. Everyone tensed up and subconsciously reached for their weapons, only for Osbin to speak. Kuro, Glinda, all of our comrades who have been captured are counting on us. Stick to the plan and don't act without prompt. If we're successful, then the blood that will be spilled today will be minimal and millions will be saved. It was a warning to them to not do anything stupid. Attacking now would ruin everything. Right, Yang and the others calmed themselves down as the ship landed sideways with its doors facing them. There was only 100-meter distance between them and the ship. No one made a sound as the ship's doors opened and a ramp descended to the ground. One after another, 6 familiar figures stepped out of the ship. Taylor, Torchwick, Sienna, Neo, Pyrrha, and Raven. After they touched the ground, they stood split into both sides, clearing the way. I've finally stepped foot in Atlas, and I get such a grand congregation as a welcome. Shen's clothes fluttered lightly in the cold winds. His clear amber eyes shined in the light from the Grand Atlas Academy. The smile plastered on his face bore witness to his greatest accomplishments and sentencing to hundreds of thousands to death. And most importantly, the villain hated most in the entire world. I feel honored. Chapter 62. Shen's playful talk caused the air to go stale on Atlas's side. All of them hated Shen with a burning passion, and the generals under him just as much. Taking a deep breath, Ironwood began to walk forward, with everyone waiting behind him entirely on guard. Seeing that, Shen walked to meet him with a smile. You had me thinking this was going to be a bit more private, but it looks like you plan on making quite the spectacle out of this. Of course, I'm fine with it either way. Ironwood grit his teeth before speaking. This isn't a game. We both know why we're here, so you can drop that fake kindness act. I see straight through you, all of us here do. Shen glanced at RWBY and the others. All of them were ready to spring into action. You really do know how to suck the fun out of it. But fine, let's be serious. Before anything, I'll be taking back Blake. His words made Ironwood show a hateful and resolute look while scoffing. This isn't a negotiation. Compared to the others you've gone against, I'm willing to do whatever it takes. I have no qualms with ordering the execution of an enemy. I'm giving you one chance. Withdraw your army from Vale completely, and this can end without bloodshed. Otherwise, we will put you and everyone who came with you down here and now. Ironwood started Shen dead in the eyes when he said that. Shen tilted his head to the side, flashing a grin as he spoke. Really? Well now, I want to see how you plan to back those kinds of words up. Shen's entire body flashed with electricity crackling and frying the air around. It was like a trigger going off, immediately sending both sides into action. Shen's hand reached straight for Ironwood's neck, with the latter having no time to react. However, before he could reach him, Shen saw a glint of light. Within seconds, beams of green energy flow from the sky like an artillery barrage. They pierced through Shen and even the ground under him as if it was a hot knife to butter. "Your fight is with me." A purposeful female voice came from the sky. Flying down onto the ground next to Ironwood, everyone on Atlas's side recognized her immediately. "Penny, you're here." RWBY looked relieved along with Yang and Weiss. Every huntsman and huntress there seemed to be a bit more relaxed. That was the effect Atlas's protector had on people after all. However, in the midst of that, a voice immediately took their attention away from her. "I see, so it wasn't a new weapon after all. You've been building up the old to take on the new." Everyone watched the dust clear, revealing a chilling sight. Holes had been pierced through Shen's body, but his organs or blood were nowhere to be seen. Electricity, it seemed like his body was completely made of it. Even with holes removing over 60% of his head, he spoke normally. And slowly, those holes began to close. "Damn, I knew his powers were freaky, but that's inhuman." Hearing Yang, Weiss, and RWBY agreed silently, they had never seen anything like it. Only Osbin was completely unfazed, narrowing his gaze onto Shen. As Shen healed, he took a better look at Penny. She had changed like the others. Her hair was short and combed to one side. Her outfit looked a lot more bare bones, and unlike before, it was easier to tell she was an android. Her eyes shone their emerald glow as if they were scanning Shen. Floating behind her back were 8 swords, seemingly levitating in the air. Their black blades glinted in the light with glowing green energy traveling through them from their hilts. Staring at her, Shen confirmed his thoughts. That attack alone had enough power to kill any normal huntsman or huntress. There's no doubt she was the one who defeated Blake. They had utilized the Relic of Creation to increase their army's weapons. But at the same time, they had also spent a lot of time, research, and money on Penny. She was their true and final weapon against Shen. The number of times her body had been rebuilt and functions recoded ranges in the dozens. Compared to the original RWBY storyline, she was made for combat now. "Looks like it's our turn to step in." Torchwick twirled his cane around his finger as he began to step forward. In response, Osbin was the first to take a step forward on the Atlas side. "This is going to be fun, hee." Taylor laughed to herself as her eyes scanned the other side before locking onto Winter, who had moved to support Osbin. "Looks like this was inevitable from the beginning." Sienna shook her head but prepared to fight all the same. The entirety of the Faunus race was hinged on this. If they lost, the Faunus would be tainted in history. They would never recover from submitting to Shen. But if they won, she could guarantee their future. That was her one and true goal. She was willing to subject herself to anything to see it through. "We're here, but it still feels unreal." Drawing her weapon, Weiss spoke with a bit of uncertainty. Yang came up from behind her, patting her on her shoulder. "Don't worry, Penny will handle Shen. All we need to do is make sure we handle the others." Drawing a crescent rose, which unfolded into its scythe form, RWBY spoke as well. "The world is counting on us. I refuse to let everyone counting on us down." The Ace Ops and other huntsmen and huntresses all nodded, hearing RWBY over the comms. Failure isn't an option. They were going to win. They had to win. All kinds of convictions, hopes, wishes, and dreams. Reasons for fighting and motivations were all preparing to clash, and at the center of it all were Shen and Penny. Ironwood had retreated as the two of them stared at one another. The world seemed completely cut off from them as Shen spoke. "You started things off, so let's see just how good your upgrades are." Summoning Gibalg into his hands, Shen had to admit they chose the right opponent for him. Penny didn't have the heart to pierce, so Gibalg's ability would be useless against her. As he thought that, Penny bent her legs before rocketing towards Shen. She was fast, much faster than he was expecting her to be. Putting up his guard, all 8 of her swords flew through the air from behind her, striking the shaft of Gibalg. The force caused the air to shake and sent him over 100 feet into the air. Regaining his balance, Shen held out his hand towards Penny, who immediately began giving chase. Sego, electricity gathered at his palm before being released in a wave. It turned the portion of the sky blue as it flew through the air towards its target. However, Penny's systems redacted immediately. Automatically, her blades flew in front of her, creating a cyclone-like formation while spinning rapidly. The beam of electricity clashed against the blades, scattering like water against a solid. Shen's eyes widened at this. His attack had been completely nullified. The moment Shen's Sego was countered, Penny rushed up to his level in the sky. There wasn't a single wasted movement as all 8 of her blades began to attack once. Shen reacted quickly, his hands moving in ways that would be impossible for any bona fide human. Every single blade moved as if it was controlled by another person, independent of one another, yet attacking in combination. The number of sparks that flew left a glowing trail through the cloudy sky. They were like streaks, Shen leaving lightning in his wake, while Penny left green flames. Blocking another one of her attacks, 2 of Penny's blades ground against Gibalg, pushing Shen back through the sky. After a moment, he used his wrist to spin Gibalg, knocking the blades off of him before transforming into lightning. Shen didn't hold back an ounce of his speed this time around. To a normal person, it would have looked like he teleported straight in front of Penny. Purple karmic lightning engulfed his entire body, coiling around Gibalg like a snake. He aimed straight at Penny's chest, piercing directly towards her. Her eyes widened as she quickly activated her shield. A green force field made of aura appeared around her, acting as a shield. The moment the attack and defense touched, purple lightning arched through the sky like a crack on the glass. The sound of thunder echoed out so loudly, causing even the building below them to shake. Warning, aura barrier efficiency levels dropping. Penny received a warning as she watched Gibalg drive its way forward. Within a second, the barrier around her began to crack as she felt herself being pushed down. This was thanks to karmic retribution, of course, which was the bane of aura, which was a manifestation of will and spirit. The amount of force Shen was applying increased by the second. Penny's barrier cracked as if it was the most fragile thing in the world. Before she knew it, Gibalg broke through, piercing directly into Penny's stomach. Shen didn't hesitate for a moment as even more karmic lightning began to channel itself. Like a localized thunderstorm, lightning shot out in all directions, coursing through Penny's body. Warning, aura levels dropping, danger, danger. Warning, severe damage detected in the stomach region. Error systems malfunctioning. Despite being an android, Penny could still feel pain when it attacked her soul. Her scream echoed out. It was horrifyingly loud and sounded painful beyond belief. It was only after 5 seconds that Shen stopped yanking Gibalg from her chest. Her glowing green eyes seemed to flicker. With zero hesitation, Shen raised his leg in the air, aiming directly for her head. She was incapable of moving, let alone dodging, as the kick came down, swiftly striking her directly in the head. A shockwave shot out as she was sent flying towards the earth. She slammed into a 6-story building, destroying a large chunk of it instantly, as the rest collapsed in on her. As her body hit the ground, it made a massive crater, fracturing the very earth. Cracks spread, tearing the ground apart and causing nearby buildings to collapse as well. Looking from above, Shen stared down at the massive cloud of dust obscuring the area below him. His eyes were just as focused as before, and he didn't let his guard down one bit. Shen felt something was wrong. Penny was strong, but against Blake, who had 4 years to grow stronger and master her abilities, the chances of her winning were close to 0. He had originally assumed Penny captured Blake, but maybe he was wrong, or was she hiding something? Lying there on the ground, Penny's eyes flashed back on. Countless warnings and errors were flooding her view, and all kinds of alarms were ringing in her head. He attacked my soul directly. None of our research on him told us he could do that. Struggling to even move her body, Penny tried to get to her. I thought maybe I could hold him off long enough for RWBY and the others to make progress, but at this rate I'll end up losing before then. If that happens, all of them would die and it would be her fault. But even knowing that, she was hesitant. Images flashed through her head the moment she fought Blake. The thought made her shake her head, as her face turned resolute. Command received, decoupling wired blades. Disconnecting from main power source, switching to secondary source. Rebooting systems, activating enhanced combat state be advised. The wired blades unhooked from Penny's back as her eyes began to change in color. Their green glow began to fade, switching to a deep purple. The mechanical parts of her body did the same, as purple energy began leaking from her body. From up in the sky, Shen couldn't see what was happening. But at that moment, he felt something was wrong. It was purely out of instinct. Whatever she's doing down there, I'll end things before she can start. His eyes locked onto where he had sent Penny flying. Light and dark reds began to spiral around the spear's tip as Shen's entire body began to channel power outwards. The outburst of mana caused the air to feel thick and oppressive. Getting into a throwing position, he tightened his grip as he added in even more power. Electricity crackled through the shaft of Gi Balg, engulfing entirely in a layer of lightning. The lightning slowly turned purple as it merged and entangled itself with the crimson aura, swirling as Shen uttered 2 words. Gi Balg. With one throw, Gi Balg seemed to flash in and out of view, faster than the eye could track. At the same time, Shen saw the dust suddenly clear due to an invisible force. It all happened in a matter of seconds as a demonly purple light flew into the air directly towards Gi Balg. The two of them clashed in the air, resulting in a massive struggle. The clash caused what seemed like the entire city of Atlas to tremble. The amount of energy being outputted would turn anything in between to dust. Yet at this moment, Shen was seeing something he thought was impossible. The sound of cracking began to echo amongst the violent sounds of explosive power. The purple light, shining like a dark star, suddenly doubled, no, tripled in power in an instant. In that moment, crack begins to form across the entirety of Gi Balg. Shen watched as the output of the purple light doubled again, and the cracks around Gi Balg met their climax. In a loud shattering noise, Gi Balg's energy faltered and was overwhelmed along with Shen's lightning. It splintered into pieces like wood, flying in every direction. A piece even flew directly by Shen's face as he stared down in disbelief. He had Gi Balg with him since nearly the beginning of his time here in the RWBY world. It was a weapon without match, and depending on the situation made him nearly invincible. Yet it was actually destroyed, just like that. The remnants of mana and power cleared the air, revealing Penny's figure floating in the air. Her eyes had turned violet, and the mechanical parts of her body that had been flowing with green aura had changed into a deep, sinister purple. In her hands, a blade seemed to pulse, energy flowing through its carefully ordained silver handle into her body. The blade section was glowing brightly, yet seemed to be almost chaotic in nature and design. Shen's face seemed to be shadowy as he spoke. I see, so you had it on you the whole time. The relic of destruction, strong enough to destroy even a noble phantasm, it was by far the most powerful and dangerous weapon in the RWBY universe. Penny slowly flew up to the same height as Shen, staring him dead in the eyes. No hint of the happy-go-lucky android could be seen or heard in her next few words. For all the suffering you've caused, I won't show you any mercy. You'll die here on this day by my hands. Chapter 63. This is going to get dangerous. We need to help them. But first, we need to get her out of here. Clover, the huntsman acting as the leader of the Ace Ops, turned to the rest of his squad. They needed to move Blake before anyone made a move. But just as he said that, all 5 of them saw something dart past them. Blake quickly moved her head as something ripped into the mask covering her mouth. The Ace Ops immediately went on guard, all of them pulling out their weapons. It was only from a sudden clang of metal hitting the ground that Clover quickly turned around. Harriet, look out. But it was too late. Like a predator, Blake immediately attacked the moment she could bare her fangs. Her mouth opened wide as she jumped onto Harriet. A piercing scream left her mouth as Blake bit down her teeth, ripping into Harriet's neck. It struck a vein, almost instantly causing blood to come pouring out like a fountain. Clover's eyes went wide when he saw that. One of his teammates died just like that. He hardly knew how to react as Blake pulled herself away. Blood covered her fast as she licked her lips. Even without her grim state active, her teeth still cut into flesh so easily. It tastes sweet. I suppose Atlas's finest are good for something. Blake's words echoed through Clover's head as his confusion and shock quickly turned to rage. But at the same time, he also realized something else. No one else had moved or even reacted to what had just happened. It was like they were frozen in place. I gotta admit, Neo, you've gotten a lot better. I don't think they even realized you put them under. Clover saw Blake talking to him, know someone behind him. It was at that moment that he felt something pierce through his aura. It shattered almost instantly as a blade pierced straight through his heart. Turning his head, slowly he watched as the world around him fell apart like glass. The courtyard that had been calm a second ago had its tone completely changed. He saw the bodies of huntsmen and huntresses alike lying on the floor dead. At the same time, everyone was already engaged in battle, barely holding their own. Turning his head back around every member of the Ace Ops lying on the floor where they were just standing. Their necks had been perfectly slit, and they died without being able to resist. How? That question went through Clover's mind as Neo pulled her blade from his chest. He collapsed to his knees as she casually walked around him, not sparing him a glance. Seeing both Blake and Neo together, and the scene around him, only one thought came to mind. Monsters. With that, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed onto the ground. Neo broke Blake's restraints as the latter rolled her neck. They had so much metal digging in my skin. Feels nice to get rid of it. Hearing that, Neo couldn't help but shoot her a look that said, "It was your fault for getting captured in the first place." Blake did not respond to it, just looking towards the Atlas Academy building behind them. Well, it looks like they have everything out here handled. Well, I do need to get my sword back. Shall we? Nia glanced at the courtyard before sheathing her sword and opening her umbrella. The two of them began to make their way into the building as the fighting on the courtyard continued. Oh God, the courtyard was big, but with all of the bodies, it was hard to miss the carnage. Weiss's eyes looked at their surroundings. Her sister Winter and Taylor were nowhere to be seen, while Osbin along with Raven and Pyrrha were gone as well. Even Ironwood was fighting Sienna on the opposite side of the courtyard. It was at that moment that she spotted both Neo and Blake. Her eyes widened as they traced where they had come from. Her eyes widened while her pupils contracted to see the Ace Ops lying cold on the ground in a pool of their own blood. Weiss, move! It was a scream from Yang that woke her up from her daze as she created a white glyph under her feet. It immediately boosted her speed as she leaped into the air. Almost clipping her leg as she jumped, a beam of energy blasted by where she was just standing. Not bad, blonde, though you should tell the princess they're not to get distracted. Torchwick's singular gun transformed into two as he fired at both Yang and Ruby. The two of them quickly dodged to the side as the beams of energy flew through the air. On impact, they vaporized the groan, leaving two cleanly cut craters. Otherwise, you all might end up dead. As Weiss landed back on the ground before the three of them knew it, Torchwick's guns had turned back into his cane. We read up on his ability, but I had no idea it could be so potent. Yang stared at Torchwick as he simply stood there with both hands over his cane. He was too tricky to read and too erratic to predict. We have no choice but to attack him all at once. If we coordinate properly, we will be able to find an opening. Keep him on edge and stop him from thinking clearly. There's no way his weapon doesn't have a limit. All right, let's do this. On your move, Ruby. Nodding, Ruby leaped into the air slightly before transforming Crescent Rose into its scythe form. Pulling the trigger on its handle, she was launched through the air directly at Torchwick. Shifting her grip, she swung directly towards his chest. Torchwick smirked as he leaned forward into a bow. Crescent Rose's edge just barely flew over his head, missing his hat by an inch. The next second, he stood back up straight, grabbing Ruby around the neck using his cane's head. Twisting the shaft section, the head of the cane detached, only being linked by a chain to the main body. Crap! Ruby tried to stop herself, but it was too late. Torchwick yanked on his cane, pulling Ruby like a doll on a string. Raising her over 10 meters into the air, he spun her around before slamming her into the ground. Ruby felt the air leave her lungs as a massive spider, web-like crack formed under her body. Weiss, Yang called out as Weiss nodded. Twisting Mia Tenester in her hands, a white glyph appeared beneath Yang's feet as she rocketed herself into the air using her shotgun-like gauntlets. Retracting the head of his cane, Torquick aimed its bottom half at her. Firing it like a cannon, a laser fired out of the end of the cane. Using her gauntlets as she approached, Yang dodged each shot until she was in range. At the same time, Weiss dashed straight in, running directly at Torquick. Glancing at them, he transformed his cane into 2 long swords. Yang punched down at him while Weiss pierced towards his head. A loud shockwave that shook the ground followed by the floor under Torquick's feet occurred. But both Yang's punch and Weiss's thrust has been perfectly blocked by the flat end of the 2 blades. Not bad, girls, I could actually feel that. Pushing the blade, holding off Yang, he knocked her away before turning to Weiss. Before she could react, he kicked her in her chest, sending her flying back. Damn it! Getting back to her feet, RWBY charged in again as Yang recovered and launched herself at Torquick again. She fired 2 long-distance shots from her gauntlets, which Torquick easily deflected with 2 strikes. Both Yang and RWBY landed on the ground in front and to the left of him. From there, the fight became close range. Yang began throwing multiple punches and kicks at Torquick, while RWBY attacked using crescent rows. The sound of metal clashing rang in a rhythm as Torquick either dodged or blocked each of their attacks, all the while countering using his legs. Damn it, we can't even land a single hit. From a distance, Weiss twirled Miatenester through the air as multiple glyphs began to form next to her. Blades of ice began to form inside each glyph, number over 40 in total. When both Yang and RWBY caught on, they attacked at the same time, expecting Torquick to block before quickly backing away. Weiss fired the instant they were clear as a hail of ice fired like bullets. Turning, Torquick watched as the attack descended on him. It felt like the entire courtyard was shaking from the impact every time one hit the ground. A cloud of frosted air covered the entire area as Weiss called out. Yang, RWBY now? The 2 of them responded to Weiss's call by jumping into the air. Black glyphs appeared in the air under them once they reached a certain height. It kept them suspended in the air as RWBY changed the magazine in crescent rows to red dust. Nearly in sync, the 2 of them launched a barrage of shots toward where Torquick would be standing. The frosted air was blown away as the entire area was engulfed in flames, becoming an explosive inferno. It was only after the 2 of them had emptied their shots that the black glyphs disappeared and they fell back to the ground. Huff, did we get him? I think so. I hit him the moment you 2 cleared out. There's no way he could dodge or block in time. The 3 of them gathered as they watched the dust clear. The ground was ablaze from the sheer amount of dust they had used. Nearly a 30-foot area has been reduced to a charred and melted mess. They all believed there was no way Torquick could have taken that attack head-on. But what they saw clearing from the flames completely dashed their hopes. An oval-shaped sphere just large enough to cover a human person was surrounding the area where Torquick would be standing. A second later, that black sphere began to retract, revealing the ground under his feet and Torquick himself, completely unharmed. The sphere turned back into his cane as his dark green eyes glanced at RWBY, Weiss, and Yang. Reaching into his jacket, he pulled out a cigar and began to walk towards them. He completely ignored the fire and molten ground as if it wasn't there. Instead, he used the flames to light his cigar as he placed it in his mouth. You know, girls, I have to give you props. He had told us you 4 wouldn't be anything to worry about. After all, you're just kids, but for what it's worth, you have my props. The ease of his actions and his tone made the 3 of them feel their hearts shake. That combination was simple but extremely effective. It could even put down a Goliath grim if it's hit by it all head-on, yet none of it even managed to penetrate his shield. All of that, and they only had a few scratches on his face to show for it. Seeing the look in their eyes, Torquick could tell where this fight was headed. Now then, we're all busy people. I think we should wrap things up, don't you think? Hearing that, RWBY couldn't help but speak to herself while gritting her teeth. This isn't right. We can't lose here. We still have to rescue everyone. Those were the words coming from her mouth, but her voice had lost its luster. Hearing that as well, both Yang and Weiss wanted to speak but couldn't find the words. In the end, the silence was broken by Torquick speaking. I don't find solace in this like Sienna, knowing it's for the greater good of Faunus. Nor am I like Nia or Blake. Those 2 are here because they are smitten with him. Even comparing me to Pyrrha or Raven would be a mistake. Why kill the golden goose after all? No. The only thing I'm interested in is being on the winning side. Whether that side is good or bad, cruel or nice makes no real difference to me. So don't take it the wrong way, you didn't do anything wrong, and you made it a lot farther than anyone else. Especially considering you were fighting against that monster. Turning his cane back into its singular gun form, he took his cigar out his mouth and threw it on the ground, crushing it underfoot. But you know the saying, you either die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become the villain. Sadly for you, 3 are about to become the former. Raven, despite us never looking eye to eye, I truly never expected you to fall as low as this. This goes the same for you as well, Pyrrha. I was truly looking forward to you joining us as a student in Beacon. Osbin shook his head, slightly looking at 2 of them. Their battle had moved into the city, and they were standing in a one-way street, completely empty. Raven slowly drew her sword from its sheath as Pyrrha grabbed her spear, swiping it through the air. The 2 of them spoke practically in sync. You won't be disappointed for long then. Chapter 64. The sound of destruction was not like that of an explosion, it seemed ungodly. Dashing to the right, Shen watched as the relic of destruction flew by his face. It seemed to generically be an arc of magical power that was released the moment the swing ended. His eyes watched as the arc of destructive energy tore through, hitting the portion of the city behind him. As the destructive energy from the relic spread over 20 different buildings, had their top halves completely engulfed. And just like they were gone, Shen's eyes fell back onto Penny as his face turned serious. Leaping into the air, lightning arched off his body and into the sky, forming hundreds of massive blades of lightning. Each one was nearly the size of the car, and with one move of Shen's hand, they began to fall like rain towards Penny and the area around her. Her eyes robotically scanned each and every projectile as it came within her range. At the same time, the relic of destruction began to glow like a star. Each blade of lightning, as they hit the ground, exploded without force to reduce an entire building to rubble. However, the power of the relic seemed unending. Gripping the hilt even tighter, Penny swung towards the sky. At that moment, it seemed the lightning and thunder faded into the backdrop. The clouds turned purple and destructive energy flooded into the world. In that instant, the heaviest tremor shook the city around Penny for thousands of feet. Buildings that were already falling apart from the bombardment collapsed, and entire city blocks were thrown into upheaval. What's happening? Within the shelters around the city of Atlas, people couldn't help themselves as they huddled together on their knees. It felt like they might die any second. Incoming call from Father. Penny, can you hear me? Your system diagnostics just got sent to me. You need to stop using the relic of destruction. Your body doesn't have the ability to use it in a sustained battle like this. At this rate, it'll start to damage your soul. Penny heard the sound of her father's voice as she stared up in the sky. Even without his warning, she could feel lit. The relic of destruction was powerful, and it could generate an infinite amount of energy. However, every relic had its price and a drawback. The relic of destruction's cost was that it was extremely easy for its power to go haywire. And within minutes, it would destroy its own wielder. Obviously, if Penny was going to use it, they needed to modify her body to handle welding and siphoning that much power. But even then, engineering had limits when it came to tools created by gods. Penny was an android with her own aura and soul. The 2 were intertwined. As destructive energy coursed through her, slowly but surely her soul was being chipped away. Even now, Penny could tell her father's words were the truth. But still, this was what I was made for. I was born to help people and save them, even at the cost of my life. Save the world, that was always my prime objective. Right, Father? Pietro on the other side of the call felt his heart sink. Penny's mind was already made up even before his call. There was a brief silence as his voice began to crack. Penny, please, you don't have to do this. I can't bring you back if your soul is destroyed. I'm begging you. Has Al2PY. Suddenly, the call began fritz as the call cut out to static. Penny immediately looked alert as she turned her attention back up to the sky. The world around her seemed to fade away as her eyes slowly contracted. She felt something invading her very soul. Not the warm, comforting embrace of aura, nor the destructive impulse of the relic chipping away at her being. This feeling was something that made her soul want to squirm, to tuck itself into a ball and hide away. She was an android, she didn't have a beating heart or feel pain for that matter. That's why Penny was so surprised when she looked down at her body. It was shaking, she was shaking. A heavy oppressive force seemed to pound down on her as her entire body froze up. Standing in the air above her piercing gold eyes glared down. Something she had seen through a screen multiple times overlooking Shen's data. Yet at this moment, it felt like she was a newborn seeing something for the first time. Something more monstrous than a grim and inhuman than Salem, the Queen of Grim. And something that made Penny come to a realization as she stood in place. Oh, I see. I always wondered what it would feel like. I didn't even think I was capable of it, of feeling fear. Dozens of white glyphs were lined up in a row, followed by a white streak that pierced through each of them. With each glyph, the streak got faster in the air as a white streak pierced through each one. A chilling shockwave that froze left a thin frost on everything it touched, shot in all directions as that streak clashed against something. Hee, I knew I was right in choosing you. This is just too much fun. Tayla's iced-over tails pushed back against the attack as a figure flew through the air gracefully and before landing on the ground. If you think this is fun, then you're more insane than you look. Winter's hair had been loosened from its ponytail and blew through the air behind her as she took her stance. Her stance was perfect, and her eyes were sharper than knives. Like a frosted female knight ready to take on anything thrown at her. That's not a very nice thing to say. After all, we've been trying so hard not to kill you. He would be angry at us again if we let the Winter Maiden escape. And that's no good. In comparison to Winter, Tayla was the opposite. When she was in control of herself, her frosted black hair and fox-like nature and attributes made her seem almost seductively elegant. But if you're unable to look past that, and you let your guard be down, you would completely miss the crazed, demoness personality that was just an inch under the surface. There was no doubt without Shen reeling her in, she would eventually end up killing everyone on her own or die trying. A monster wearing the skin of a faunus, just like the report said. Still, I can't get caught up in her flow shell continue to play around with me at this rate. I need to end this quickly and get back to the others. Winter took a stance similar to that of a fencer. Tayla's eyes lit up as the fight truly began. Rocketing towards Tayla, leaving a trail of ice as her feet, Tayla's head shifted to one side. The blade slid past her face as a cold, chilling aura wafted from it. Winter frowned as she attacked Tayla again in rapid succession. Each attack left a trail of ice through the air, and if the blade happened to touch the ground, the street was frozen solid. Tayla dodged each strike nimbly like by natural instinct, all the while smiling. Growing annoyed, Winter pulled back her single-edged blade before aiming for Tayla's neck. Oh, you're quite ruthless, aren't you? Tayla grabbed the blade in the midst of its thrust, moving it aside. Winter couldn't pull back in time as Tayla's hands formed a shape similar to a claw, and she struck Winter's stomach. The force from the impact made her aura wane, while a painful sharp pain shot through her middle section. Like a rocket, she was sent flying as Tayla let go of her blade. As they were fighting in the central city area, Winter's body crashed into a multitude of cars and trucks. Gritting her teeth, Winter stabbed her sword to the ground, bringing herself to a stop. Damn it, I had my aura up, but it still hurts this much. The pain spread through her body as she touched her stomach, yet her eyes were still on Tayla. That damn look told her that that monster in the skin of a faunus was still playing with her. Enough is enough. Pulling her sword from the ground, Winter thrust into the air as the blue flames around her eyes grew even more intense. The skyscrapers and buildings began to shake along with the ground as Tayla glanced around curiously. Oh, this looks like fun. Just as she said that, Winter twisted her blade and the ground cracked. In mere moments, tens, if not hundreds of thousands of tons of ice burst forth. Across the entire city block, the ice seemed to flow from underground, tearing up entire streets. Even the windows on skyscrapers shattered as the ice broke, flooded the lower floors. It was like a white tsunami, all of which had completely surrounded Tayla. As it closed in on Tayla's position, her eyes darted before reacting. A small patch of ice formed at her feet before extending into the acting as a launch pad. At the same time, all of the ice came crashing down where she was just standing a moment ago. I won't let you get away. Moving her sword and pointing it at Tayla, the ice began to react, splitting apart and giving chase. The pillar of ice Tayla used was crushed like glass. The ice and Tayla moved like flashes, Tayla freezing air to create a platform and jumping just seconds before a wave of ice engulfed that location. Looking towards Winter, Tayla raised her hand mid-jump, creating multiple spires of ice the size of buildings. All of them shot through the air with a wave of her hand, flying towards Winter. The latter quickly flew into the air as the spires hit and dug into the earth, shaking the ground. A shadow came over Tayla as she looked up, her eyes widening for a moment. That stream of ice quickly turned into a blade. Without hesitation, it pierced directly through her stomach while slamming her downwards into the ground, forming a crater. The remaining ice in the sky slowly began to form a massive blade that was hundreds of feet long and almost as wide as the street itself. Winter overhead looked down at Tayla, with cold eyes pointing her sword directly at her. "This ends here." However, just as she spoke those words, she heard a voice come from behind her. The Tayla stuck pinned through the stomach lost its color. It cracked like before eventually shattering into pieces of ice. "You're pretty good, but you have no idea how to use your powers properly. Especially when it comes to ice." The almost intimate voice made Winter's skin crawl as swung behind her only to have her blade stopped by a shield of ice. Tayla smirked as her tails moved from behind her, freezing over. Blocking with her arm, Winter was hit by all 9 tails at once, being sent flying onto the roof of a nearby building. The crash nearly knocked the wind out of her lungs as she coughed furiously. She changed the color of her ice to make a clone. How is that even possible? Even summoning can't look like the real thing. Looked up at Tayla, who was walking in the air on a path of ice. Winter grit her teeth. "I'm not done yet." Swinging her sword through the air, the massive blade of ice she had formed before began to move. Despite its size, it was fast as it raised itself into the air, casting a shadow over the entire area. Tayla looked up as the sword began to cleave downwards towards her. Grinning, Tayla raised her hand in the air towards the sword. Winter looked at her as if she was insane. There's no way she can stop that much force with just her hand. The blade of the Ice Maid's sword seemed to only just touch the tip of Tayla's fingers as something invaded the sword's very structure. Winter's abilities when it came to ice were already impressed with her semblance, and that was only enhanced with her maiden abilities. The way she used her ice was similar to Tayla's when Shen first gave her the demon's extract. And it was the same thing that Shen wanted her to change in their training together. This in particular was something Shen made sure he taught her himself. When things become cold on such a level where atoms begin to lose their cohesiveness, a point where enthalpy and entropy reach their lowest theoretical points, known as the lowest temperature theoretically possible within the realms of physics, an incomprehensible chill that is known as absolute zero. Winter felt her entire body suddenly grow colder. The entire heating system of Atlas's central city area seemed to cut off all at once. Yet at that moment, all Winter could do was stare into the sky in utter shock. But how is that even possible? She froze ice. In the sky, her ice sword lost all of its momentum and kinetic energy. It really seemed as if it had simply stopped for no reason. Tayla lowered her hand and turned to look at Winter down on the ground. She smiled as she took a step through the air, her heel clicking on the frozen air. And that vibration was all that was required to start the chain reaction. With the atoms themselves frozen, the sword couldn't even handle its own weight. And with the sound of shattering glass, it collapsed into snow-like dust. It sprinkled over the entire area as if it was natural. There it is. Whether it was before I met him or after, I've always felt so happy to see that look on people's faces. Winter didn't even know when Tayla had landed in front of her. It felt like all of her motor functions were refusing to cooperate. Even her brain was drawing a blank at this moment. It was only when she felt a hand touch her face, slowly lifting it up, that she finally had a reaction. Tayla's entire body seemed to block out all light, only leaving a dark figure in Winter's line of sight. Her 9 tails strafed through the air behind her, and her eyes seemed to glow in the shadows like they were piercing into Winter's soul. In that instant, Winter seemed to break from a trance as she slashed at Taylor, who easily dodged by taking a step back. Winter jumped to her feet, recovering her breath, which was rough and heavy. She didn't know what that was. It was if for a moment she couldn't move or even think. "Oh, you're still planning to fight me." Taylor tilted her head to the side. "Is that even a question? I'll die before I let you leave this place to go after the others." Despite her appearance, her voice and conviction were still strong. Hearing her words, Taylor couldn't help but laugh. "Heh, you really were the perfect choice out of all of them. It's so enticing. I know I should wrap this up, but I can't help but want to play with you a little longer. At this rate, I won't be able to stop myself. This is just too much fun." Dashing towards Winter with a maniac-like smile, Winter straightened her stance and clenched her teeth. As her blade and Taylor's claws clashed against one another, the sound of an explosion was followed with the clouds themselves briefly being tinted purple. Chapter 65. Og, an Atlas huntsman's eyes rolled back as he fell to the ground. Sheathing her weapon back into her umbrella, Neo stepped over his body in disinterest. Glancing back the hallway they were walking down has a void-like darkness covering it. It was as if even light itself was being engulfed. The sound of footsteps came from the all-encompassing darkness as Blake slowly stepped out. Her appearance was slowly fading out of its grim state as she licked her lips. She had already gotten her sword back, and the two of them were now making their way through the interior of Atlas Academy. As she turned back into her normal fauna self, the void-like substance began to disappear as well. Quite a few things changed over the years. Shen was gone, and one of the biggest was Blake's abilities. Grimm thrived on destruction and negativity. It was the core of their very being. The desire to kill and to devour was ravenous. So much so that they could even adapt to less hospitable climates. It's why Grimm exists even in the cold regions of Atlas. But more than all of that, Grimm were animalistic, and the urges of their instincts were near impossible to ignore. So much so it overpowered Blake not long after she transformed. This combined with life fibers which were capable of not only speeding up evolution, but even fusing with the very body of its hosts. All of this was combined into Blake's body, creating exactly what Shen wanted: a near-perfect killing machine. As for her semblance, Shadow changed along with her. Before, it simply left behind a shadow of herself, something to help her escape, take the hits while she ran. But now it was an all-encompassing void, connected directly to herself. Morphed around the ravenous urge to devour and moldable enough to adapt and evolve to the situation. In the end, power-wise, she only lost out to Taylor, and even that was debatable. As the last ounce of darkness returned to her body, Blake looked around. Looks like Pyrrha and Raven are taking care of Ospen, and Taylor seems to be dealing with Weiss's sister. And I don't sense the negativity RWBY and the others were giving off anymore. Blake's eyes changed slightly when she said that. Nia glanced at her as subtle silence engulfed the hall. But just at that moment, the entire academy shook violently. Some of the weak foundations cracked, and a bright purple light shined through the windows like a flash of lightning. The moment it occurred, Blake's attention shifted. Something similar happened when Penny defeated her. It was an attack that she wasn't expecting. If she hadn't defended herself properly, she would have died. In any case, it was a sign that they should probably hurry up. Turning to Neo, she asked, "Where did he say the relic of creation was located?" In response, Neo pointed directly below them. "Underground, all right then." Drawing her sword from its sheath, Blake's appearance transformed back into its grimmified version. At the same time, her entire body seemed to grow and bulk up. As she held her sword up, its red blade was covered in that dark void-like substance. Hiya, and one powerful slash attacked the ground directly below her. The power of the strike caused a shockwave felt through the entire academy as the slash penetrated deep into the earth. In a matter of seconds, her strike had penetrated thousands of feet of stone. At the same time, cracks began to form along the entire length of the strike's entry point. In the next second, an entire portion of the hall's floor shattered like glass and began to collapse inwards. Blake fell along with it without a hint of worry on her face. At the same time, Neo nonchalantly walked over to the hole and jumped in while opening her umbrella. At around this time, close to the top of Atlas Academy, an entirely different situation was occurring. You followed me all the way up here and only knocked the huntsman who was with me out. You didn't even try fighting back. Why? Ironwood spoke while standing in the center of his office. After the fighting began, he had come here to try and get better control over the situation. Although he was comparable to people like Kuro, he didn't have a place in the battle itself. We need to talk. With the others busy, the entire academy shook violently, pretty much summing up what the others were doing. I have a chance to speak to you without worrying. Stepping into the office with the doors closing behind her was Sienna. Ironwood narrowed his eyes as he reached for his gun, turning around and pointing it directly at her head. And what would I have to do with an enemy? Isn't it your master's motto to kill the masses first and then offer them the chance to surrender? Or is he feeling a bit more merciful today? His words were laced with both anger and skepticism. This was too strange. If you know what's good for you and Atlas, you'll put that down. You know better than I do that your side is losing. It's only a matter of time before your allies end up killed, and then Shen will lay waste to Atlas just as he did to Argus. And believe it or not, I don't want to see another genocide. Ironwood's gaze changed after hearing that. Sienna still hadn't raised her guard at all despite him having a gun pointed toward her. Either she was that confident, or the thought sprang up into Ironwood's head and immediately caused him to frown. What exactly do you want to talk about? Lowering his aim just slightly, Sienna relaxed a bit. At the rate things are going, Shen taking over Remnant is a guarantee. No one can stop him at this point, and his grip over the world at the moment is too tight. As long as Shen and those generals that are loyal to him remain, taking it back will be impossible. Of course, that's only if Shen planned on staying on Remnant. Ironwood's eyes widened a bit as he completely lowered his gun. I see, so that's what you're gunning for. But wait, you said the generals that are loyal to him. Does that mean there's more than just you? To that question, Sienna's eyes seemed to shine. The downfall of a tyrant is always through those closest to him. And it's been 4 years since Shen disappeared. A lot of things can change over that time period, and he's too focused on the bigger picture to realize the smaller things. In other words, he's gotten sloppy, and I've had plenty of time to prepare. You almost died just then, you know. How hilarious would it have been if you had to bite the dust right there? You really should be thanking me for saving your life. A sarcastic voice buzzed through Shen's mind. Be quiet, Shen answered shortly. Despite it being impossible to tell due to him being in his devil trigger state, he was irritated. He had never imagined that Penny of all people would be so difficult to kill. That last attack of hers was so dangerous he had to use his trump card. Oh, looks like I struck a nerve. Are you angry you almost died to a little ginger girl? Haha, well, whatever, you are my master, so I suppose saving you is for the best. Besides, as impressive as that relic of hers is, it's still nothing compared to me. I mean, after all, I was forged to kill gods. There was a good reason why Shen hadn't been utilizing his system as of late, and the answer was that he logically couldn't. Having access to the treasuries of entire kingdoms, how could Shen take full advantage of it? Though in all honesty, even he was surprised. The amount of lien he spent in the system shop easily capped over 70 million lien. But not only that, roughly 60% of that money was from him accessing the kingdom's treasuries. He had consulted Venti ahead of time, and if he really did raid the kingdom's treasuries for all of that lien, the economy would fall into a nearly unrepairable state. As much as he didn't care for the economy in general, he had to at least keep up some social norms to keep the world running. In the end, the remaining 40% Shen had to scrounge together from donations of the countless organizations under him from their personal funds, as well as assistance from all of the noble families who had submitted themselves to him. In total, it was enough money to rival the worth of a country. If you're going to brag, then it's time for you to prove your worth. Still, in his devil trigger state, Shen raised the sword in his hand into the air. Demonic energy that was tinted gold and yellow was followed alongside the crackles of electricity. However, the electricity didn't come from Shen's Goro Goro no Mi. Warning, warning, violent energy signatures have been detected. Signature matches that of the Relic of Destruction's energy output. Penny's eyes immediately locked into the sword in Shen's hand. His inhuman demonic eyes glared as swung down, ripping through the air. That's impossible. Demonic energy rippled out, followed by destructive energy as well. It was just as her systems warned. Shen was utilizing the Relic of Destruction's energy, but how? In a flash of light, a mix of black, gold, and purple engulfed the sky above her. Holding up the Relic of Destruction, she countered with her own attack. Swinging towards the air, she released a constant flow of destructive energy to try and counter Shen's attack. The entire city of Atlas seemed to shake at that moment as a sound akin to thunder echoed out as power poured down towards Penny like rain. The power from Shen's attack seemed to flood. The entire building vaporized in an instant, engulfing everything in nearly a mile radius. It's too much. Penny's legs began to give out as she was pushed down onto her knees. The attack Shen had just let off was as powerful, no twice as powerful as the one she had just given off, yet it was more focused and precise. It's time to end this. Shen disappeared from the sky in a flash, rushing down towards Penny. The energy that was crashing down onto her seemed to warp around his body. Huh? Looking up, Penny saw Shen's figure for a brief second as it ripped through her attack and came flying at her. The sword in his hand was like a flash of light, and before she even knew what had happened, she felt all the pressure she had been feeling disappear. Her eyes widened as a moment of realization came over her. As all of the dust settled and energy dispersed, she saw, despite the ground around her, a massive crater had been made in the city. Everything she had not protected was gone, without a trace left behind. At the same time as her eyes glanced to her right, she saw her arm, the one that held the Relic of Destruction, was gone. Only a large clean gash through the right side of her body remained. How exhausting! I really didn't expect to have to use 2 of my trump cards to deal with you. Out of everyone, Penny, you're the last person I expected to actually give me trouble. Standing behind Penny, Shen's body morphed out of its devil trigger form. At the same time, the sword that was originally in his hand had seemingly disappeared. Although stamina was no issue when it came to utilizing the form itself, it was extremely taxing to maintain. Out of all the abilities Shen had, it was the only one he hadn't leveled up. It was simply too much effort to do so. At the same time, its effects made it so despite its limitations, it was well worth it. I see, so I lost. I didn't think it would be over just like that. Penny didn't have a breakdown, but her voice seemed to have died out. Realization of what it meant that she lost dawned on her. This is where it ends, or at least that's what she originally thought. Penny, the sound of an airship flying through the sky was accompanied by a speaker-enhanced voice. Looking up, Penny looked towards the airship in surprise, before that quickly turned to dread. She would recognize that voice from anywhere, and she could see him as well. Her father was on that ship. Father, no stay awa-og. Before she could finish speaking, Shen sent a current of electricity through his body. SHH, your father came all this way. It would be rude to send him away. Penny's body collapsed as her internal systems tried to regulate themselves. She was too damaged to function properly, and even now errors flooded in. The airship arrived a few moments after the voice echoed out. It landed in the same area Shen and Penny was before the doors to the airship opened. A quick glance told Shen the ship itself was on autopilot. When the door opened and the ramp lowered itself, Shen saw an elderly man with gray hair who was balding. He had dark skin and dressed rather fashionably, though it contrasted with his chair. He was disabled, incapable of walking with his chair, utilizing 4 mechanical legs to maneuver itself controlled by him. The moment his eyes landed on Penny and her current state, he looked devastated. Penny, are you okay? Answer me. He was immediately going to rush to her side, but before he could even make a move, Shen's figure flashed in his line of sight. That immediately made his entire body freeze up as he stared at Shen. He, of course, knew who this person was and the danger of the situation he was in. He prepared to say something as a look of both anger and fear conflicted on his face. So this is Pietro Polendina, father and creator to Penny. He looks different than I thought he would since I never got that far into the show. Still, the fact he came here on his own showed he cared for Penny immensely, despite her being an android. He had done some research on him prior, but not too much. Still, Penny seemed to truly be like a daughter to him, and if that's the case, Shen smirked as he spoke. A father coming to rescue his daughter is truly touching, though it's clear you didn't really think it through. Holding out his hand, Shen, a blade of lightning extended from Shen's hand and pointed directly at Penny's head as she laid on the ground. One move is all it'll take from me to end this Pinocchio tale right here and now. Wait, don't, Pietro panicked as he held up his hands with a begging look on his face. Please, I'll do whatever you want, just don't hurt her anymore. Penny's eyes seemed to adjust as she slowly moved her head to look at Pietro. She wanted too badly to tell him to run, to escape before Shen could do something to him. But she couldn't even speak. That jolt of electricity had damaged her ability to make a sound. Oh, well, I suppose I'm not cruel enough to kill someone's daughter right in front of them. But at the same time, there's really no reason for me to keep you two alive. Unless, Pietro hesitated to speak. This would be akin to making a deal with the devil. But the moment he saw Penny lying there, he knew he didn't have a choice. More than even his own life, he cared about her the most. Ironwood and Atlas be damned. What is it? What do you want from me? Shen's smirk grew as he retracted the blade of lightning. That's the spirit. It's quite simple, really. You're the creator of Penny and one of the smartest people on the planet. So if you want to continue living alongside your daughter, from this moment on you will work for me. Androids, airships, scientific progression. From now on your mind and all of your ideas will belong to me for my personal use. Pietro's eyes widened as he heard that. So that's what he wants, the plans for Penny's design, to enhance his army even further as well as using me as a think tank. Penny almost wanted to scream from on the ground. She could tell her father was considering the idea. If Shen got his hands on the plans her father had locked away, especially for her model. Who knows what he'll do with it? Tightening his fist, Pietro stared at Shen and then glanced at Penny. Fine, I'll do what you say. The moment he gave his answer, Shen chuckled. Good. At that moment, Shen rushed toward Pietro and stabbed his hand into his chest. Both Penny and Pietro's eyes widened as Pietro spit up blood and his clothes were stained red. Whwa, he could already speak as Penny's eyes widened to the extreme. Relax. Accompanied by Shen's voice, the next moment Pietro felt something entering his body, merging with his vein, wrapping itself around his organs and internals. It was a warm and suffocating feeling that could be described. There, pulling back Shen's arm was covered in blood. Pietro was still shocked, but looking down he saw the wound Shen had just made was beginning to heal at an accelerated rate. In fact, it was more than that. His gray hair was slowly beginning to change color. He felt his entire body itch and crack uncomfortably. After a few moments, Penny could hardly believe what she saw. Her father had reverted to his youth, his head covered in hair and wrinkles seemingly being ironed away. Not only that, but the wound his chest had completely healed. What I injected into your body were my own personal life fibers. They rearranged your biology. You should be happy. As long as I keep them under control, they'll enhance the processing power of your brain and cause it to evolve. On top of that, you'll be capable of living for a few hundreds of years. Life fibers only killed people when merged directly into the body because they were too violent and powerful. But with Shen's level of control, he could bypass that issue altogether as long as the amount utilized was reasonable. To Pietro, Shen's words seemed ridiculous, insane, and impossible. Yet Pietro could feel it. The amount of energy he had in his body was even more than what he had as a child. He was brimming with vitality. And more importantly, he had recovered something he thought would be lost to him forever. Slowly, his arms pushed against his chair, and with one movement, as he rose to his feet. I can stand, I can walk. His eyes trembled as he looked toward Shen. This was the person people across the world feared. Yet at the same time, if you could prove your worth, you would obtain benefits beyond comprehension. Whether he liked it or not, from now on Shen owned both his mind and body. Under his amber gaze and position, Pietro couldn't help but fall to his knees and lower his head. Thank you for your mercy. I will make sure you don't regret it, I swear. Chapter 66. The sound of metal striking, something repeatedly echoed through the street. Dashing down the street, Oscar glanced to his right as Pyrrha's figure ran alongside him. As the two ran, Oscar's staff and Pyrrha's sword, which was in its spear form, clashed like a flurry. Only indistinct shapes could be seen as sparks were left like a trail. As the two reached an intersection, they came to a sliding stop. Pyrrha's spear swung around her waist as she thrust it towards Oscar's neck, who quickly leaned back to dodge. Countering, he swung at her using his staff directly at her head, only to have Pyrrha prepare to block it with her spear's shaft. But just before contact, the staff in Oscar's hand began to glow bright green as Pyrrha's eyes widened. Magic! Without reason, Oscar's staff seemed to reject contact with Pyrrha, a power shockwave sending her flying off to the side. It had enough force to send her rocketing into a building off to the side. Yet the exact second Pyrrha was sent, flying, Raven's figure seemed to appear from above. An orange katana wrapped in a blazing inferno was in her hands as she flew down on top of Oscar's head. Looking up, his face changed as he flipped back, and a barrier projected itself around his body. The moment Raven's sword touched the ground, the inferno wrapped around its blade shot out in every direction. It was like a tsunami of fire engulfing everything around, reducing the stone to molten lava and nearby cars to charred, melted hunks of metal. Inside the barrier, Oscar could help but begin to sweat. Even with the barrier, the heat felt like it would burn the clothes right off his body. As the inferno came to an end, Raven rushed out from the remaining flames. Oscar was expecting a head-on attack, but it was when he noticed she had nothing in her hands. The sword was gone. In what seemed to be from the corner of his eye, Oscar was struck in the side of the head before he reacted with a shield. It was Pyrrha's she had already recovered and was rushing towards Oscar from the side. As it returned to her, she leaped high into the air, her spear turning into its sword form. At the same time, raised her fist and struck the ground directly below her instead of attacking Oscar. The ground in front of her ruptured as Oscar looked down. The ground he was standing on immediately swallowed his feet while separating and rising into the air as an individual pillar. These two, as he rose into the air, he was carried directly into Pyrrha's overhead strike. With no chance to dodge, he could only black as the full force of the swing came down onto him. The impact from it caused his legs to buckle and the entire pillar of earth to split in half. Pyrrha and Oscar's eyes met for a moment. Pyrrha's looking silent and focused, not a single emotion seemed to push itself through to the surface. At that instant, Pyrrha's eyes shifted as she kicked off of Oscar. The splitting of the pillar had loosened his footing, and the kick sent him flying through the air. He grimaced as a voice quickly cut through his subconscious. "To your right." Immediately, Oscar looked to his right, only to see a large wall of fire and ice flying toward him, merging and creating some weird synergy. Raven's attack was directly on target and covered half of the entire street. They were fighting on, leaving there no room to dodge, especially in midair. These two are in perfect sync. They haven't even uttered a word to each other this whole time. Although on the outside, he was known as Oscar, on the inside, both Oscar and Osbin's souls had merged together. At this point, Osbin had the most control, with Oscar becoming a subconscious voice in his own body. Holding out his staff towards the merger of fire and ice, a light green point appeared at the tip of the staff. It seemed to cause the fire and ice to splash on impact, like water against a wall. Yet embers still managed to graze his skin, and the ice still managed to freeze parts of his body, causing his aura to deplete as he was sent flying back from the kinetic energy. Oscar's body arced through the sky as he landed back first onto one of the molten cards, slamming into it with a loud bang. "Osbin, are you okay?" Oscar's worried voice came out as Osbin answered in his mind. Oscar was taking a back seat as Osbin piloted the body. This was the best outcome for both. With Osbin in control, Oscar could warn him of unnoticed threats. It made them quite effective in combat. But even that was being overwhelmed by Raven and Pyrrha's teamwork. "Yes, though this fighting is taking chunks from my aura at a time. I'm not sure if," before he could finish speaking, he saw Pyrrha rushing directly at him. Oscar quickly got up, flipping himself off the molten car, seeing that Pyrrha's face shifted as her muscles tightened up. With one powerful kick, she struck the husk of a car Oscar had landed on. The force of her kick caused the car to lift off the ground and be sent flying into the air while spinning. And as it came down, she kicked it with a roundhouse. Like a bullet, the car was sent flying directly at Oscar, filling his vision entirely. He had no choice but to dodge to the side as the car violently tore into the ground as it spun and slammed into a building down the street. Yet the moment his vision was free of the car blocking it, he immediately saw Raven there. She was flying towards him with one of her legs raised at a near 180-degree angle. Her leg came down like a guillotine, leaving Oscar no choice but to block with his staff once more. The force of the kick when it hit made his bones go numb, and his entire body cracked the street below him, imprinting his feet as his legs buckled. I don't have a choice. I'm going to have to utilize all the magic I have. But it took so long to gather what we have. It'll take years to regain it. At this rate, we'll end up dead if I don't. As Raven pressed Oscar with her leg, Pyrrha ran up from behind her a few meters away, transforming her sword into its spear form. Using it, she vaulted into the air directly behind Rave and Oscar. At that moment, her spear transformed again, alongside her shield. The two seemed to merge together, forming a long-barreled rifle. Raven, calling out, Raven nodded without even looking back, quickly flying into the air. Pyrrha's seemed to flow out of her body into the rifle as a crimson light gathered within the barrel. As the charge met its max, a laser of pure energy fired out with the pull of the trigger. Oscar quickly formed a barrier as the beam impacted. It caused Oscar barrier and all to be pushed back, leaving a streak across the ground as it did so. Pyrrha's eyes narrowed as she pulled down the trigger even harder. The beam nearly doubled in size, pushing Oscar back even further as the barrier began to crack. Oscar's face strained as he grit his teeth and let out an audible yell. Pulling it back all the way, the beam grew even more as the barrier around Oscar broke down and an explosion inside. It blew away everything within a 40-meter radius, reducing the stone to dust and metal to nothing more than small chunks. The shockwave that ensured broke every window on the street and cracked walls. Sweat dripped down Pyrrha's face as she landed back on the ground, Raven already there waiting for her. "Did I get him?" she asked as she watched the explosion fade along with the rubble and dust disappear. "I think so. Are you okay?" Raven looked over at Pyrrha. Just a moment ago, she could have continued fighting Oscar all day. But now she was out of breath and sweating. It was due to her weapon. Aura was linked to the soul. Use too much of it past a limit so suddenly, or losing it altogether, would directly harm the body. Pyrrha's rifle, while powerful enough to even hurt people like her or Taylor, could also kill her if she took it too far. "You know I can handle more than this, don't worry. Just keep focused. We still haven't finished the job. We can't kill him or he'll just reincarnate, so we have to be careful." Pyrrha gave her a reassuring look. Raven nodded and looked towards the crater ahead of them. Slowly, the sound of footsteps echoed out as Oscar's silhouette came into view. Blood was leaking through his clothes and dripping down the side of his face. Aura could block damage to a certain extent, but could be overwhelmed even if it didn't break. Having pretty much two souls, Oscar's body double the quantity of aura a normal person his age would have. But still, Pyrrha's attack had damaged him to this extent. "Osbin," Oscar's voice echoed in their mind, as Osbin answered with a solemn look and silence, instead of looking towards Pyrrha and Raven. "I never expected to see Raven work so closely with someone. Your two's teamwork is even better than with your individual teams at my academy. It seems war truly does bring out the skill in warriors." Despite his words, both Pyrrha and Raven's faces didn't change for a moment. They had done, seen, and regretted many things over the years. Yet even still they pushed forward. Nothing Oscar, or more precisely Osbin, could say would make them falter at this point. Seeing their stoic faces and feeling the silence, Osbin shook his head. "I see. Then, as previous students of my academy, I believe it's time we brought this to an end, with one final lesson, don't you agree?" Stands of green light began to flow off of Oscar's body as his eyes began to glow with that very same color. Letting go of his staff, his entire body began to float into the air as the green light flowing from his body increased gradually. Both Raven and Pyrrha glanced at one another, taking their fighting positions. This would end here and now, with either the dead or Oscar captured. To that degree, you could say the odds were in Oscar's and Osbin's favor. It had begun to rain, and more than 2 hours had passed since Shen and the others arrived. It was for it to rain in this kind of place, with how cold it was usually just snow. though now the clear skies had been covered with nimbus clouds thanks to Shen and Penny's exploits. The entire city of Atlas seemed grim and dark as the rain pounded down. Back in front of Atlas Academy, many figures could be seen lined up there. With a few of them on their knees, the rain caused their hair to fall to their shoulders. No one spoke, everyone simply stood there silently. Lightning flashed through the sky, and thunder echoed out as one powerful bolt struck the Atlas Academy courtyard. From that bolt, Shen appeared holding the Relic of Destruction in one hand and something in the other which was impossible to see due to the light. Without wasting a moment, Neo, Blake, Torchwick, Taylor, Pyrrha, Raven, and Sienna all stepped forward and bowed. Neo's face seemed devoid of any major emotion, but in her eyes, you could see her devotion. Although it was controlled, Blake's face was full of longing, loyalty, and respect. She was the first of them to join Shen, and she planned on remaining till the very end. Torchwick was dirtied and bruised in places, but still had a sly look on his face, and a smirk on his lips like usual. Taylor was covered in cuts and scars across her body, and even her tails seemed like brush dipped in bloody paint. Yet despite that, she still smiled with a look of satisfaction. Pyrrha and Raven kneeled side by side, their eyes were focused on Shen, yet their thoughts and feelings were buried deep, never exposed to the light. And lastly, Sienna, considering her talk with Ironwood, one would never expect her to show such a subservient look. All of them seemed completely loyal and devoted, some for personal reasons, others for more selfless ones. Behind them, RWBY, Weiss, Yang, Ironwood, and Oscar were there, and further behind them were captured hunters and huntresses along with Atlas soldiers. All of them seemed beaten both mentally and physically. The moment they saw Shen, they realized it was all over. They had failed, they had lost. Looks like you all had fun. I have to admit that little toy you all sent to kill me was fun to play with for a while. As Shen said, he chucked what he had been holding in his hand towards RWBY and the others. The moment it came into their view, RWBY's eyes widened as a look of horror appeared on their faces. No. You bastard. How did this happen? Both Ironwood and Oscar remained silent with unexplainable looks on their faces as they stared at what lay before them. It was an arm, one that was all too recognizable. It was Penny's arm, and it perfectly conveyed the message Shen wanted to send. Tears fell down RWBY's face as her silver eyes seemed to shine. Yet just as they began to glow, a dark void covered her entire body. It tightened around her, restricting her movements entirely and threatening to engulf her. RWBY, damn it, Blake, stop it. Seeing that, Yang yelled at Blake, who turned her head and held up a finger to her lips. Her eyes were cold, ready to kill Yang at a moment's notice if she kept yelling. After all, Shen was about to speak. With this, I have the Relic of Destruction, knowledge, and choice, and only the Relic of Creation remains. Did you two manage to locate the vault containing it? Shen turned to Neo and Blake, both lowered their heads and nodded. I see. Then in that case, it seems this long journey of my mine is finally coming to an end. Chapter 67. Speaking of the Relic of Creation, Taylor, where is Winter Schnee? Weiss's gaze refocused a bit when she heard her sister's name mentioned. She had noticed it before and nearly assumed the worst in her head. But thinking about it, Shen needed her alive, or else they would lose access to the relic. Oh, she's unconscious at the moment, so I put her on the ship. I might have had just a bit too much fun with her, hee. Hearing that, Weiss let out a sigh of relief in her heart. Once you obtain the Relic of Creation, will you finally be satisfied? The one who spoke was Osbin in Oscar's body. Out of everyone on their side, he looked the worst. This matched Pyrrha and Raven, who out of everyone who came with Shen, looked the worst off despite their indifferent faces. Glancing as Oscar, Shen tilted his head to the side. I suppose so. There is not much that interests me in this world. And that was the truth. Shen had hit a cap. His level could not go any higher with the limited amount of XP he got. Even wiping out everyone on Remnant probably would only give him another level at most. He knew this earlier, but he really had outgrown the RWBY universe. Even in his fight with Penny, although he almost died, it was out of negligence, not inability. The moment he started to try and utilize his trump cards, that was the end of it. However, there still remained one final trial. one final insurmountable gap that kept him from the top. The gods of light and darkness, they're going to be difficult. At the same time, while Shen thought that, his words gave off different reactions. Yang and Weiss were simply confused, so was Osbin within Oscar's body. But off to the side, Sienna glanced towards Ironwood, giving him a strange look. Ironwood caught her glance as he lowered his head. So what she said was true. He really doesn't plan on staying here, but where exactly is he going to go? She never mentioned it. His words had different meanings to everyone, but the only one who could really grasp what he meant was Neo. She was there when he used the relic of knowledge. She knew Shen was not from this world, this universe, as Jin put it. He never brought it up with her, so she refrained from asking. But still, it lay dormant in her mind. Well, I suppose it's rude of me to talk about the future when your futures are so ambiguous. Shen's words snapped everyone out of their thoughts and daydreams. At the moment, the entire original RWBY cast was at his mercy. Killing you all for all the trouble you gave me would be relieving, or I could send you all where I sent John, Kuro, and the others. He spoke their options out loud as he turned his gaze downwards towards everyone else. What do you all think? His voice was addressing all of them, but his gaze fell onto Blake. I think it would be a waste to kill them. We can put them to good use once they've been corrected a bit. Sienna spoke out first, followed by Neo remaining silent. She didn't care whether this group lived or died. I don't really care about the others, but Winter was quite fun to fight. I'm sure she would fit in with the Pyrrha and Ravens group quite well. Tayla's focus was purely on Winter. After all, she was the one she chose to fight, and she ignored the others. Fighting those brats was more tiring than anything, though I suppose that's better than nothing. If we can break them in, as Sienna said, I'm sure they can turn out some worth. Torchwick's words almost sounded thought out until you saw the carefree look on his face. He leaned in one direction but had no problem with the other. That only left one person, Blake, whose eyes seemed to trail slightly. Lowering her head, she spoke clearly. I would like you to put RWBY, Yang, and Weiss under my care, Master. It's my fault they are alive now to hinder you, and a punishment would not suffice. If you permit it, I will personally see to it that they are trained so that they can serve you without hesitation. Shen raised a brow upon hearing her words. At the same time, Yang and Weiss looked utterly shocked. They didn't even know what to say, and that expression spread to others as well. Sienna's expression changed slightly, but she held her tongue while glancing at Ironwood. She had planned to deal with RWBY, Yang, and Weiss along with the others of their faction herself, but it seemed that was no longer possible. You think you can pull something like that off, little kitty? If I remember correctly, these three were your friends in Beacon. What's to guarantee they don't escape and cause us all more trouble? Blake looked away from Shen and towards Torchwick, who was speaking with a smirk. Her eyes were cold and glossed over as she spoke. That won't happen. I swear on my life and my loyalty to our master. Torchwick laughed to himself and shook his head but didn't say any more. I would be lying if I said I wasn't slightly worried. RWBY and the others are the protagonists after all. This could be their plot armor at work, and if that's the case, I could be going down a path that screws me over. At the same time, this could definitely become an investment. Shen saw potential in letting himself go down this path. The villain always died from either their overconfidence, stupidity, or simply underestimating their opponent. Shen had experienced this situation twice despite how careful he tried to be. It seemed to be something every villain experienced no matter what. If RWBY and the others truly are still the protagonist and plot armor is a thing, then it could be influencing me right now. At the same time, that would mean at some point in the future they will become strong enough to kill me. I can only imagine how much XP I would get from that. It was a greedy temptation that whispered to Shen. It was also the same reason he let Pyrrha and Raven stay, as they are despite their intentions to kill him one day. Glancing back towards Blake and towards Yang and Weiss, who seemed frozen under his gaze, he eventually smirked. In that case, he would have to make some countermeasures just in case the worst came to pass. All right. His response stunned Osbin and Ironwood, along with Yang and Weiss. Blake lowered her head as she thanked Shen. She saw it as a sign he trusted her with this. Of course, I'll be taking my own countermeasures. Release RWBY. He wasn't dumb enough to simply take Blake's word. complying with the dark void surrounding RWBY retracting. As RWBY came back to view, she nearly collapsed as she took deep, heavy breaths, sucking in air. At the same time, Shen raised 3 fingers. Without warning, life fibers shot out of them as she waved his hand towards RWBY, Yang, and Weiss. Their aura was already weak from being broken in their fights and their mental states, so the life fibers had no issues piercing their chest. "What are you doing to them?" This time around, Oscar spoke out instead of Osbin. His voice carried a sense of worry. "Like I said, countermeasures. I wrapped life fibers around their hearts. The moment I hear any news of issues from Blake or anyone else, the life fibers will tighten and they will die." It was the same method he used on Taylor. It was more than effective enough to keep her in line. Even now Taylor's life was still in the palm of his hand. It acted as a leash for not her, but the demon influencing her. Retracting his hand, the life fibers snapped from his fingers and completely hid in the girls' bodies. All of them felt a tight feeling in their chest that caused them to fall onto their hands. Shen's words made them feel like they were out of breath. "You bastard!" Yang raised her head and glared at Shen, who only smiled. Holding out his hand, he gave the relic of destruction to Neo to hold onto. "I'll be leaving Winter here. Blake, Torchwick, and Taylor, you 3 stay here and wrap this up. Once you have the relic of creation, Sienna will have a ship to pick you all up." All 3 of them nodded to Shen's orders. You really aren't going to do anything to Atlas?" Ironwood spoke hesitantly. He had expected Shen to say something about Atlas, but he didn't. Turning his head slightly, Shen spoke in a bored tone. "I have no interest in Atlas. The citizens can stay here or evacuate for all I care. I won't bother with this place any further. I'm not a fan of the cold after all." Shen's words seemed a bit strange to pretty much everyone, but no one could figure out why. In the end, he did exactly what he said he would. Leaving Winter with Blake and the others, he got the ship that brought them there along with Neo, Sienna, Pyrrha, and Raven. As they took off, Sienna looked out of a nearby window. "Are you really just leaving Atlas like this?" She couldn't help but probe, but in response, Shen simply leaned back in his seat with a smile on his face. He stared into nothing as he answered. "Of course, even I have some integrity. Like I said to them, I won't do both with Atlas anymore. Other than the relic of creation, it's worth nothing to me." It was as he said that he noticed that both Pyrrha and Raven had been silent for quite some time. At the corner of his eye, he saw the 2 of them looked almost worried. "Ahem. Well then, let's get to work. Taylor and I will go get the relic while you deal with them. Any issues with that?" Torchwick looked at Blake, who only glared at him. It was obvious at this point, but she and Torchwick did not get along, especially since he always referred to her as Kitty. It made her want to rip him apart, but she couldn't, and he knew that. "Just hurry up." Torchwick snickered at her as he gestured towards Taylor. She had Winter wrapped in her tails behind her as she joyfully followed behind Torchwick. Once the 2 of them entered Atlas Academy, Blake turned her attention to RWBY and the others. "As long as you 3 behave, I can assure you'll be fine." The 3 of them didn't reply to Blake, remaining stone-cold silent. Blake made her intentions clear, but there was no way they were going to go along with them. Narrowing her cat-like eyes, Blake bent down and stretched her hand towards Yang's face. She was the most defiant out of all of them. Raising it, she stared in the eyes. "One way or another, you 3 are going to comply. Or else you'll end up dead, and any hope you and your friends have left will die with you." Time seemed to pass slowly, yet they arrived back in Kuchainashi within a few hours. It had changed, even more. It had grown nearly 2 times in size. Shen's mansion was turned into a proper and full palace that took up the entire top half of Kuchainashi's mountain, the most impregnable fortress on Remnant. The ship went to land on the landing pad, where soldiers were already lined up and waiting, among which L1 and L2 stood waiting. Soon, the ship landed completely as the doors opened, and the soldiers waiting straightened their stance and bowed. "We welcome you on your return, Lord Shen." Shen glanced around with a relaxed expression on his face. There really is no place like home. He, along with everyone else, began to make their way inside, with L1 and L2 followed by Shen's side. They were directly linked to Shen, so his return came as no surprise to them. They knew he was alive the moment he fully regenerated. "Looks like things have changed around here. Anything of note?" No, we kept everything as you originally planned, with external affairs being handled by Sienna and Venti, as you intended. L1 answered formally, without a single wasted breath, causing Shen to nod satisfyingly. However, the new occupant has been causing quite a few issues. We were wondering what we should do about her. However, we could not contact you for your opinion. Shen's face changed when he heard that from L2. New occupant. Immediately both Pyrrha and Raven's faces made a change for the worst. Yes, the ones brought in by Pyrrha Nikos and Raven Branwyn. We were informed it would be fine by Sienna and Taylor, however she has been getting frantic lately. Shen's face showed a look of confusion as all of them walked through the halls. Sienna had a strange look on her face as well. Pyrrha, you're back. It was just as Shen was about to infer what exactly they meant when he heard a voice. It sounded young and bright, yet one he definitely didn't recognize. At that moment, Pyrrha's face completely dropped as the color in it faded entirely. Shen turned his head as he looked down the hall they were walking down. Oh. Chapter 68. The little girl had long golden hair which went along with her shining yellow eyes. She was holding a small doll in her hands that looked like a miniature Pyrrha, something you would expect to see sold at a stall. The little girl had originally come down the hall running, but the moment she saw Shen and the others, she stopped. A look of unfamiliarity flashed across her face as she looked at Pyrrha. Oh, and who, before Shen could finish speaking, Pyrrha quickly moved in front of him. The look on her face was dreadful, like all of the blood had been drained entirely. She's no one, I'll deal with it. Yet despite that, Shen heard utter steeliness in her voice. Off to the side, Raven's face had also changed. Although it wasn't as obvious as Pyrrha's, she clearly knew about this child and felt similarly to Pyrrha at this moment. Neo, who had been silently standing behind Shen, frowned seeing Pyrrha blocking Shen. But before she could act, Shen held out HSI hand. L1, who is that girl? Without even speaking to Pyrrha, he turned to L1, who was beside him. Without hesitation, L1 answered. After joining in with the assault on Petra City, Pyrrha Nikos brought home a little girl. We've confirmed her identity to be the daughter of the general of the city's military. He was killed, however. The daughter survived. Shen raised a brow as he turned his head to look back at Pyrrha and the little girl standing a few meters behind her. I see, so the invincible girl ended up taking in a refugee when I ordered her to assist in destroying that city. No doubt it's also what helps her sleep well at night. At that moment, Shen's lips rose. Within less than a second, he disappeared from Pyrrha's line of sight, appearing directly behind her, bent down on one knee. Damn it! Pyrrha turned around prepared to act, but before she could, two people grabbed her shoulder. It was Sienna and Raven. Both of them had complicated expressions. But clearly, they were telling Pyrrha not to act. If she really took up arms against Shen, this situation would go from bad to worse. Pyrrha knew that as she froze and grit her teeth, staring at Shen. He was kneeling down in front of the little girl with a kind smile. And what's your name? Shen spoke in a light tone. It wasn't sarcastic or malicious like normal, nor was it scheming. He was acting gentle, which caused the shock the little girl felt to slowly die down. Me Mary, she answered nervously as Shen tilted his head to the side. That's a nice name, my name's Shen. I'm a friend of Pyrrha's. As Shen said that, he stood up and looked back at the others. I didn't know we had such an adorable guest. One of you should have told me. As he said that, he stepped aside, gesturing towards Pyrrha. She didn't hesitate to quickly run up and grab Mary before backing away from Shen. In the middle of all of this, Mary couldn't tell what exactly was happening. Oh, so defensive, I'm hurt. Do I really seem like the type of person to hurt a child? Pyrrha's eyes widened upon hearing that, as if disbelief had struck her. Is he serious? Does he have any idea how many people he's killed? Children slaughtered as a result of, even though made her hold on Mary tighten. Seeing that, Shen shrugged. I see, let's go you three. I believe everyone here deserves a chance to relax. Shen assumed a calm disposition as he walked away. Nia glanced at Pyrrha in almost a look of warning before following with L1 and L2 matching his pace. So only Sienna, Raven, Pyrrha, and most importantly Mary were left in the hall. Pyrrha, are you okay? Raven spoke with a hint of worry, causing Pyrrha to slowly snap from her daze. Yes, I'm fine, I'm just tired. Come on Mary, let's get you back to your room. Without another word, Pyrrha turned to leave as well. Bye, Auntie Raven. As they left, Mary waved to Raven with a slight smile. Raven couldn't help but wave back. Mary reminded her of Yang. She said nothing to Yang when they were in Atlas. Or more like she couldn't bring herself to. What could she say? Other than blood, the two of them were practically strangers. She had no right or intention to try and act like a mother after all these years. Do you really think he'll leave Mary and Pyrrha be? Raven spoke without turning to look at Sienna, who was next to her. I'm not sure. This is the first time I've seen him act so. She didn't have a word for it. Passive? Gentle? No, although he seemed that way, she could also tell Shen was acting. He was acting well, but acting all the same. He always flashes that damn smile of his when he's scheming something. But what could he possibly want with Mary? Neo, hand the relic of destruction to L1. I want it locked away somewhere secure. L2, I want the relic of knowledge and choice to be transferred over from Vale to here. Blake and the others should be contacting Sienna with an update on the relic of creation soon. Both L1 and L2 nodded their heads as they quickly got to work. With those two branching away, only Shen and Neo were left. As the two of them walked, Neo spoke to him. Are you planning on doing something to that girl? I've never seen you act so friendly before. Shen didn't stop walking as he answered. Nothing yet, but I do have a future experiment in mind. Something that will be much more interesting than anything I've done before. But for now, it can wait. I have more important things to deal with. As fun as the idea was, he had no time to play around with Pyrrha or her emotional issues at the moment. As the two large double doors opened, they reached the room containing Shen's throne. Neo watched as Shen held out his hand, and a flash of light shined from his palm. Appearing seemingly out of his own body, a sword appeared. It was shaped strangely and was both sharp yet rugged. Its entire blade and main body shined with the glimmer of gold, yet the strange electricity not generated from Shen seemed to course through it. Oh, summoning me again so soon? Did you miss my company? I didn't know you were one to get so attached, though I guess that would explain why so many of the people under your command are girls. Who would have thought you have such desires deep down, even towards a weapon, Howla? Please stop talking. Shen nearly let out a groan as Neo's eyes stared at the weapon in Shen's hand. It can speak. Shen paused as he turned to look at Neo. You can hear its voice? Neo nodded as she continued to stare at the weapon in his hand. He was speaking to Neo because he had formed a special, almost telepathic bond to her. At the same time, this weapon spoke through his mind as well. Perhaps the two managed to link somehow, like radio interference. It was a possible theory, though Shen wasn't sure. Oh, isn't this that girl from your memories? Hee, you know, out of everyone you. Before it could utter another word, Shen slammed his hand against the blade, causing it to vibrate. Oh, okay, geez, I'll be quiet. What is that thing? Neo couldn't help but ask the question. Out of everything Shen has done and shown her, this was perhaps the strangest. Well, I suppose I can tell you. There are quite a few weapons he had access to buying, but what he needed was one capable of killing a god. So what better weapon than one from one of the most powerful and popular fictional universes that existed? It was even named properly, the God Killer. Coming straight from the DC universe, forged by Olympian gods to kill others, gods. Ability-wise, it was perfect, truly a weapon deserving of its name. However, there was one thing Shen hadn't foreseen. The God Killer had its own consciousness. It was buried deep and was very subtle, but it existed all the same. At the same time, Shen had gotten quite sensitive to feeling these kinds of things out. After all, manipulating minds were something he did best. So when sensed something within the God Killer, he couldn't help but reach out to it, utilizing his life fibers. He and Neo were an example of bridging two minds together, and now the same went for him and the God Killer. Sadly, it was not what I expected. By the time he realized where he had gone wrong, it was too late. It had not only gained access to a portion of his mind and memories, but it began adapting its own personality and even gaining the ability to speak back to him. All in all, it was basically a telepathic hive mind situation, except it was currently between Shen, Neo, and the blade itself. After a few minutes of explaining the situation, Neo's expression changed a bit. A conscious, living sword was certainly strange, but more importantly, She was more focused on Shen's explanation of his plan. As I am now, there is no possible way I could ever defeat the gods of light and darkness. Worst case scenario, they destroy the remnant along with me, no chance of regeneration. Luckily, however, they have left me with the perfect way to gain power, even if it's only temporary. The relics were capable of generating an unlimited amount of power, capable of powering pretty much anything. It was one of the reasons Penny was so dangerous. If not for the damage the Relic of Destruction did to her, she could have fought Shen forever or unleashed the relic's true potential and won. However, the Godkiller had its own special abilities, one of which was absorbing energy, amplifying and releasing it. It's how he countered Penny's all-out attack on him and utilized the Relic of Destruction's own power against it. You know, I've seen my fair share of crazy, but I think you take the prize. The Godkiller couldn't help but speak out as it read Shen's thoughts. My body is special and extremely durable thanks to how it's mostly made of life fibers. So if instead of dispelling that absorbed energy, it's instead amplified and channeled into my instead. Just how much stronger do you think I'll be able to become with 4 unlimited batteries at my disposal? Shen wasn't speaking to Neo, but more to himself. His final goal with killing the gods who created Remnant and the story of RWBY, and for that he was going to have to become a godlike being himself. Chapter 69. Glowing lines resembling circuits embedded in the stone bridge over a large chasm. On one side of the bridge, there is the elevator that led down to this underground area, and on the other was what seemed to be a cutoff point. A sheer drop down and resting out of reach on the wall of this large underground area was a cluster of massive rocks. All of them were blue and glowing, all together easily being larger than a building. And in the center of all of them was a familiar golden door. It looked almost exactly like the door under Mistral Academy, the vault to the Relic of Creation. That black cat acts so passively around her master, but she really is a brute. Torchwick's voice echoed from the top of the cavern. Surprisingly, where there should simply be a roof of stone, instead, there was a massive hole. It was nearly perfectly clean-cut, not even an ounce of rubble could be seen. Falling out of that hole first was Torchwick. He landed directly on the bridge. Only a second later, Taylor also fell from the hole, landing on the bridge as well. Looking up, Torchwick whistled, staring at the hole they came out of. I mean, really, what kind of monster doesn't use the elevator? It's not nice to talk behind people's back, Torchwick, though it is a shame. I asked Master to let me fight her, but he said no. Taylor was a bit more in control this time around, capable of holding a conversation at the very least. I don't know which leash is more impressive, the one keeping you from killing all of us randomly, or the one making her so loyal. Either way, I suppose it is fitting. Hearing that, Taylor turned and looked at him with a near-disturbing grin and glint in her eyes. You say that like you're not on a leash yourself. Although I suppose compared to mine, yours is a lot more loose, so much freedom must be nice. Lucky you, huh? Torchwick wasn't disturbed by her words at all as he moved his gaze away towards Taylor's tails. They began to move frantically as the figure wrapped in them let out muffled sounds. Look like the Ice Queen is finally awake. Looks like you are getting good at exercising restraint. Within Taylor's tails, Winter was struggling with all her strength, but considering she had been unconscious and was now low on aura, that didn't mean much. She didn't know what had actually happened, her mind was drawing a blank. All she knew was she was captured now, the others were nowhere to be found, and they were close to the vault. It was obvious what she had been captured for. I need to get out of here, if I can't use my aura or semblance then. Winter's eyes flared with blue flames representing the Winter Maiden's powers. However, before she could do anything, there was a clicking sound. Her body froze as she felt something pressed against her forehead. When did he? Before she could even notice, Torchwick had utilized his Ultima uniform and morphed his staff into a gun while clicking his tongue. That's no good, Ice Queen. We need you to be obedient. So no going all icy on us, got it? As he said that, he tapped the tip of the gun on her forehead. Winter's eyes flared with blue flames representing the Winter Maiden's powers. However, before she could even notice, Torchwick had utilized his Ultima uniform and morphed his staff into a gun while clicking his tongue. As he said that, he tapped the tip of the gun on her forehead. Winter's eyes slowly went back into focus as she sneered. I know you two can't risk killing me, don't try threatening me. Hearing that, Torchwick smiled as he pulled back, turning the gun back into his staff. True, but considering your sister's life is in our hands, I would drop the attitude, got it? Torchwick's voice lost its sarcastic charm as Winter's expression immediately changed. The blue flames at the corner of her eyes dissipated as she grit her teeth. "Good girl." Taylor laughed as her tails tightened around Winter even more, to the point it began to hurt. Winter let out a groan, and both Taylor and Torchwick made their way to the vault. As they walked to the drop-off, singular stairs began to fly from out of view, forming a staircase up to the vault in front of them. Reaching the vault, Taylor's tails moved to force Winter's body, like a puppet on strings. "Wait, no," she couldn't fight back, as her hand was forced to touch the door. Up close, it was like a golden circuit board, and the moment Winter's hand touched it, the engravings lit up with blue light. Slowly, sections of the door slid downwards, revealing the alternate dimension inside. It was a seemingly endless grass meadow, with the sky being nearly perfectly clear. It was hard to tell where the light was coming from, as a single stone path led to a platform. Held on top of the platform was a golden staff following a similar design to the Relic of Knowledge. It was surprisingly large and held a large blue stone at its top. "Looks like that's the payout." As the two of them walked into the vault, Torchwick heard Winter's voice. It had changed a bit, almost sounding suggestive. "You know, the Relic of Creation can create anything. Are you two really just going to hand it over to Shen? This may be your only chance, considering he won't let you two touch it after you give it to him." When the two of them heard that, Taylor couldn't help but begin to laugh, and slowly Torchwick did as well. "Hee ahahaha, ahahaha." Taylor continued to laugh as Torchwick glanced at Winter and spoke to her. "Oh, that's hilarious. I have to commend the effort. But really, that's the oldest trick in the book. If that's all the incentive it took for betrayal, things would be a lot easier for everyone." Above a ground back in the courtyard in front of Atlas Academy, Blake was waiting silently. Despite there being more than 5 of them there, no one spoke, though this shouldn't be contributed to the lack of attempts. RWBY was still in no condition to speak or act, but Yang and Weiss still tried to play on their past friendship with Blake. They had been trying to talk to her since Taylor and Torchwick left with Winter. But after all their pleading, Blake only gave them one response. "Don't confuse yourselves. While I did like you three, the moment you caused issues for my master, your lives became forfeit. The fact you three are still alive and breathing now should be the only and last bit of mercy you expect out of me." After she said all of this with a straight, Yang and Weiss went quiet. Finally, something broke the silence as Atlas, in its entirety, began to rubble and tremble. At this moment, Ironwood opened his eyes, staring at the ground in shock. "This, damn it, so soon?" Osbin in Oscar's body caught on as well. The Relic of Creation had been removed from the vault, which meant Atlas would no longer be able to float in the air for much longer. The Relic of Creation was the power source keeping this city in the sky aloft, but now that power source was gone. "That's the signal." Holding out her hand, a scroll began to appear from the void in the center of her palm. She quickly sent a message out to Sienna. They had the relic, and now it was time for them to go. Within the hour, Torchwick and Taylor made their way back to the surface, walking out of Atlas Academy. At the same time, multiple of their airships carrying soldiers flew into Atlas airspace, making their way to Atlas Academy. "Welp, time to go. As fun as this is, I'm definitely not a fan of the cold." Blake stared at Torchwick, who tossed the relic over to her. She obviously did not trust him with it. Winter was once again knocked conscious, held in Taylor's tail. When the airships landed, soldiers immediately began hopping out and getting to work. They had special cuffs that stopped the use of aura and one semblance. RWBY and the others were the first to be handcuffed, with the surviving huntsmen, huntresses, and soldiers being next. Excluding RWBY, Yang, and Weiss, who would be traveling with Blake and the others, all of them were being sent to the same place. "You three be careful, they'll try to break you. You must resist." Osbin could only try and reinforce their will as he and Ironwood were separated from RWBY, Yang, and Weiss. "I'm sorry it turned out like this, but just hang on, this isn't the end." Ironwood's eyes shined with ferocity as he was pulled away and forced onto a ship by Dreadhorde soldiers. "RWBY, they're right, we have to remain strong. I know how much you cared about Penny, about everyone who died, but we give in. If we do—" Weiss couldn't finish what she was saying as she shook her head. RWBY remained unresponsive as she kept her head down, seeing that Weiss sighed. Weiss, don't worry about Ruby. She'll be fine, she just needs time. Weiss looked at Yang and slowly nodded. Well, you three will have plenty of time together from now on. It's going to be fun to see how Blake breaks you. Taylor said that as she got onto the ship first carrying Winter with Torchwick following behind. Ruby and the others were last as they all got on the ship. Blake took one last look over Atlas. I wonder why he decided to leave this place alone without conquering or destroying it. That thought flashed through her mind as she finally got on board and the airship closed its doors. With that, all of the ships began to take off in formation, rising into the air. Sitting next to Osbin in Oscar's body, Ironwood stared out a nearby window. In the end, everything went exactly like she said it would. I suppose now I can only she'll hold up her end of the deal. Chapter 70. Night had already fallen across this side of Remnant. Sitting on his throne, Shen looked down on everyone who had just arrived. 2 soldiers stood at the entrance of the chamber with Torchwick, Taylor, and Blake kneeling in front of him. With a wave of his hand, the guards who were standing at the entrance bowed before leaving. With only the 4 of them left, Shen spoke. I'm assuming there were no issues after I left. Shen held the relic of creation in his hands while speaking. None whatsoever. Surprisingly, they quieted down a lot on the flight here. Shen nodded, hearing Blake and Torchwick, before turning his gaze to Taylor. I'm assuming you're here about Winter. If you want her, then fine, I have no more need for the maidens. But no matter what, you are not allowed to kill her, at least not yet. Taylor smiled, hearing that, thanking Shen with the same energy as a child getting a present. I have things to do, so you 3 are free to leave. Don't disturb me for the next few hours. All 3 of them nodded as they stood to leave. I can't believe we get to guard Lord Shen's throne room. Lucky us, I mean, I'm pretty sure this counts as a promotion. I know, right? We even got to see the 3 of the generals. I wonder if the guards were cut off as the double doors beside them opened. Well then, ladies, this has been a truly bonding experience, but I'll be taking my leave first. Torchwick gave a half nod as he walked away. Only Blake rolled her eyes, ignoring him, as she left in the opposite direction. Only Taylor seemed to really be neutral out of everyone as the doors closed. The guards stood there, silently not moving an inch when they saw Taylor. After standing there for a second, she eventually left without glancing in their direction, causing them to let out a sigh. Phew, I swear every time I see her she freaks me the hell out. Always the pretty ones that are crazy, I swear. You know, as good of a plan this is, are you sure you can handle it? Even if your body is special and I'm acting as a medium, you'll still end up absorbing a lot of volatile energy. If this goes wrong, then you could end up being destroyed entirely. That's exactly why I've waited till we gathered all of the relics before I attempted this. I needed to make sure I was entirely prepared. Shen had left his throne room and had instead traveled into the depths of his palace. The relics were both valuable and extremely powerful. As such, they were held in an area that was inaccessible to practically everyone. After traveling down a multitude of stairs, each with its own security checkpoints, and using 2 separate elevators, he arrived. A massive vault door was located thousands of feet underground. It was lined out of the same material they used to create the aura and semblance-suppressing handcuffs. By all means, except for his own generals, it was impossible for anyone on Remnant to get through these doors. I have to admit they did an impressive job. Glancing around the solitary chamber, with the only entrance being behind him, Shen didn't go towards the panel next to the vault door. Instead, he walked straight, his body sparked, creating static in the air. The moment his body touched the door, he transformed into electricity. He was conducted into the door itself and traveled across to the other side. Within seconds, his body reformed as he was greeted by yet another room. It was a circular room, less than 10 meters in each direction. The walls, floors, and roof were all made of smooth metal, and the only luminescence came from the 4 overhanging lights. Under each light was a small platform, and floating in the air above them, suspended, were the relics. They were all lined up next to one another, with the altars for choice and knowledge located on the outside and destruction on the inside. The relic of knowledge, choice, and destruction. Walking forward with the relic of creation in hand, Shen walked towards the empty altar next to the one holding the relic of destruction. And now creation. Letting the relic of creation go, it floated in its place alongside its siblings. None of the jinn that rested inside of the relics woke, instead they remained silent. Either way, easier for me. With both hands now free, Shen held out his arms as the life fibers in his body began to grow wild. Tangle, with a single command, life fibers shot out of every inch of his body. They attached themselves to everything, the walls, the floor, and even the roof. Thousands, no hundreds of thousands of life fibers layered on one another, forming a walled-off surface. Within 10 minutes' time, the entire room had been coated and looked like a crimson cocoon. This was as much for Shen's protection as it was for Kuchainashi's. The relics held an immense amount of power. One slipped up, and they could easily level Kuchainashi, wiping it off the face of Remnant. At the same time, if Shen didn't do this, as the godkiller said, the volatile energy would destroy him. Almost as if it was alive, the cocoon of life fibers began to move. Stretching down from the roof and up from the altar's life fibers wrapped themselves around the relic's top half and bottom half. Like veins, they seemed to pulse slightly once the connection was complete. Now, it's your turn. Holding out his hand, the godkiller manifested itself in a flash of light. Its shape began to change according to Shen's will, changing from a one-handed bladed to a two-handed greatsword. Hee, you know this is going to be extremely painful for you. You'll be lucky if you don't go insane within a matter of seconds. Tell me something I don't know. Of course, it was going to be painful. Nothing could ever just be easy and simple in this world. Anyway, how long will it take you to siphon off all the energy my body can handle? Assuming you don't die in the first few minutes, and the nature of those relics, I would say a week at the least. Shen's eyes immediately narrowed as he frowned. Are you kidding me? A week? Don't blame me, your body can only handle so much in a single span of time. If I tried to forcefully speed up the process, that would be the end for you. To that, Shen could only sigh to himself. He had come up with this idea a while ago, but he hadn't put it into practice. How could he? It was all speculation and theorizing. He could either spend the rest of his days here on Remnant or potentially rise beyond. No matter what, he refused to be stuck in one place without advancing. That's why he was doing all of this in the first place. He died the moment he decided to break his promise to himself. The moment he stepped out to help someone other than himself, he was killed. He did it out of impulse and not rational thinking. He had told himself when he first reincarnated that he would live solely for himself, doing as he see fit. If one day he died because of his actions, then he wouldn't regret it. He wanted to see just how far he could get following his own rules. Whether it be fate, plot armor, or some other abstract force that controls how he lives or dies, he would reject them entirely. No matter what happens, the path I chose will turn me into a villain, someone viewed as evil from all fronts, and I'm fine with that. The villain always loses in the end, huh? All right then, he would let the world take its best shot at him. He had no plans of stopping anytime soon. Raising the godkiller into the air above his head, he gripped the handle with both hands tightly. Gritting his teeth, Shen's eyes flashed. With no hesitation, he plunged the godkiller into the cocoon. Immediately, its ability to absorb energy kicked in as life fibers wrapped itself around the blade. At the same time, life fibers shot from Shen's hands and arms, attaching themselves to the hilt. In that instant, Shen felt it. The relics, each an endless and unlimited source of power. They felt bottomless, they felt ancient. They were beyond human understanding, beyond the logic and physics of the world he and everyone else knew. And at that moment, that power that was sealed within them diverted itself, traveling into the life fibers attached to them into the cocoon. Every crimson fiber seemed to glow a vibrant orange beautifully. It was as if the cocoon had turned into a heart. It pulsed and beat as the light and power absorbed into them grew. And at the same time, the godkiller began to take all of the power from the cocoon itself. Acting as a conduit, it absorbed energy greedily, which was then transferred straight to Shen. The moment all of that power reached Shen's body, he felt his mind blank. His arms and body cracked, almost like a glass. His veins popped, his heart burst, and every organ in his body exploded instantly. Blood poured out of his body like a fountain as the energy forced its way inside of him. This wasn't just painful, It was unbearable. Shen couldn't even scream as the feeling completely overrid his thoughts. This was what the godkiller meant by him going insane. As Shen's mind continued to fall deeper and deeper into White, it was his instincts that saved him. Without his input, his body began to transform as his devil trigger was activated. His body was forcefully stitched back together as his eyes, which had gone unfocused, regained their light. AGH, letting out a scream, Shen's grip on the godkiller's handle tightened as his demonic form got back upright. "Oh, you actually managed to survive." Shen couldn't even answer back as he felt pain racking through his body. Even with his devil trigger, the power ravaged him physically and mentally. It was tearing his very being apart. The only upside is now he could actually scream due to the pain. "Damn, I have to endure this for over a week?" The words impossible rang through his mind. He could only keep his devil trigger state for a few minutes at a time. That meant he would have to survive during its cooldown period only to get brief relief when he could transform again. In both states, he would be feeling enough pain to kill a normal person dozens of times over. Well, you were the one who signed up for this. No backing out now. Chapter 71. This feeling? Two large eyes slowly opened. They were like stars piercing through the black backdrop that was space. Its entire body gave off a passive golden light, illuminating and bringing the breath of life to everything it touched. It was an Eastern dragon, the type you would expect to see in Asian folklore. Its scales were a darkish yellow in contrast with the fur that lined its back, shining bright like golden silk. Its body alone stretched for thousands of miles, its whiskers weaving through space and its pure white horns that lay atop its head that were almost transparent. The tale of creation changes as time advances forward, however. If you went back far enough, you would come across the two brothers. At the very beginning of time, a single being in the form of a dragon created the cosmos, a god that faced only loneliness and solitude after creation. And so this being split itself apart, its personality, its aspects, and its power. Two sides, one light and one dark. This was the origin of the gods that created Remnant, both of them believing so truly that the other was merely a copy, while only one of them was the original. A sad truth that displayed how fallible these gods were, yet also displayed their power. Floating in space in its true form, the god of light glanced around. Vast arrays of planets and stars surrounded it. He was the core of a system that made no logical sense, something that couldn't possibly exist. It defied gravity that planets and stars could all be so close to one another. Yet by his power, he could hold this fragile balance in place. An unimaginable number of civilizations existed on each of these planets, in each of these localized ecosystems. All of them were untouched by such things as aura, semblances, grim, and even magic. Since leaving Remnant behind, millennia on top of millennia had passed. After all that time, even the very memory of such a place existing began to fade from this god's mind. Yet now he heard familiar voices calling out to him. A look flashed across his face as he raised his head and began to fly upwards. He flew beyond the tangled systems of stars and planets that had him as his center, until they were completely below him. "It's been quite some time since you created us. I see your taste has not changed over these thousands of years." Materializing in front of him, out of blue smoke, was a figure that matched the voice he heard. "Jin, it has been some time. I suppose you being here means me and my brother have been summoned back to Remnant. Though I'm surprised only you are here, where are the others?" When the relics are brought together and utilize their power, the spirits inside of them would be sent off to appear before him, signifying he and his brother were being called back to Remnant. But right now, the only one in front of him was Jin, the spirit of the relic of knowledge. In response to hearing his question, Jin smiled. "You would be surprised how much can change in a few thousand years. The unexpected and improbable suddenly become inevitable. I think you'll see that for yourself when you return." Days had passed since Shen traveled down to the vaults containing the relics, and since then no one had seen him or heard a word. Yet to Shen those days felt as if they had been stretched out. He had been brought close to death multiple times and experienced all kinds of fatal injuries. Yet none of that came close to what he had been feeling for the past few days. His inners were overloaded and exploding inside his skin, his bones being reduced to dust and his own flesh melting. He had been forcefully deconstructed multiple times, only to forcefully rebuild himself through the power of his devil trigger. "You still hanging on in there?" "I'm fine." "Really? 'Cause you look like crap. Like literally if an animal ate you and then." I get the idea. In his current state, just speaking was nearly impossible for him. The pain was enough to make a normal person go insane, and it relentlessly attacked his mind. Somehow he felt he had gotten better at dealing with the pain, but it still came in waves. The empty calm before a massive storm. The number of times his screams had echoed in this crimson cocoon couldn't be counted at this point. Another jolt of power flowed into Shen's body violently. It caused his entire being to spasm. His mind went blank once again as every bone in his body cracked as he spat out a mouthful of blood. At this point, it had formed a large puddle under him. He was forced to activate his devil trigger again, which quickly stitched his body together, regenerating it at a rapid pace. At the same time, it returned his ability to think semi-straight. But still, why is that my thoughts only getting clearer? Shen's regeneration was at an insane level. If you wanted to kill him, you needed every life fiber in his body to be destroyed. However, it wasn't infallible. If he sustained too much damage too quickly or regenerated too much without any time to rest, it could be overpowered. Yet after all this time had passed, his body had been ripped apart, yet his regeneration wasn't slowing down at all. In fact, it was only getting better, and his thoughts were becoming less foggy even in the midst of the pain. Taking a moment to think, Shen realized there could only be one reason behind this. Opening up his system menu, the answer appeared right in front of his face. Personal information. Name, Shen. Level 231043, 215/29, 353, 400. Race S, Life Fiber Hybrid 94%, Human Demon Hybrid. So I was right. This explained everything, and at the same time made Shen slightly fearful. The power from the relics was counting towards the limits of his life fiber hybrid percentage despite his level not going up. It's also why he was slowly feeling less pain, and his mind was becoming less foggy despite it making his thoughts go blank before. Before it had capped at 80%, at that level his entire body was made of life fibers. Because of that, regenerating was even less of an issue. I mean, who knows how many gallons of blood he had lost during this, yet he was still relatively fine. However, there was still one part of him. One thing that still remained human, and that was his mind. As Shem thought that he saw the percentage rise once again. Personal information. Name, Shen. Level 231043, 215/29, 353, 400. Race S, Life Fiber Hybrid 95%, Human Demon Hybrid. As it did the pain, he was feeling dulled, and his mind began just a bit clearer. With every percentage, his mind would change and his thoughts did as well. And that's what both interested and terrified him. No matter how much he wanted to deny it, or how carefully he tried to act, his human mind affected him. One such effect was his arrogance. When he first came to this world, he was careful, always planning ahead. But the moment he reached a certain point, Shen began thinking of himself as invincible. And while there was truth in that, that arrogance got him nearly killed twice now, once by Osbin and another by Penny. He could have easily avoided both situations if he had been more careful and gone straight for the kill. But instead, he played around. His plans were set back 4 years, and Atlas had time to create a superweapon like Penny. These were the weaknesses a human mind brought along with it. In fact, there were so many Shen couldn't count them all. But no matter how many he listed or didn't, that didn't change the choice before him. Allow the change to take place, or stop it. Remain human in at least one last way, or fully give himself up. Just thinking them out loud makes it obvious. The choice was clear. Personal information. Name, Shen. Level 231043, 215/29, 353, 400. Race S, Life Fiber Hybrid 96%, Human Demon Hybrid. Jin and the God of Light had long since left his section of the cosmos, leaving behind the numerous planets and stars. Instead, they had traveled to a more desolate part of space. Here it was like a dark film was wrapped around an invisible sphere. The stars were dim and almost invisible. The only light came from a red dwarf in the center that lit up these dull heavens. It was violent and unstable, seemingly boiling with radiation. And circling in its orbit was a planet much larger than that of Remnant, covered in horrible storms that it was impossible to see the surface hidden beyond the clouds. The lightning was visible even from where they were in space. Jin looked on in interest with a smile, while the god of light sighed. He could sense that life existed on that planet, hanging on by a thread yet still fighting for survival. In the end, all he could do was shake his head. Like his brother said before, he may bask in the powers of creation, however he does not own them. After what happened on Remnant, the two of them decided to keep out of one another's way. He could do as he liked, and his brother would do as he preferred. As such, he could not save these people. Floating there over 50,000 miles from the planet, the two of them heard a roar. Looking up, the god of light watched as a dark void tore itself open in the space above them. Inside, you could only see darkness as a purple blur flew out from it. It was a horrifying creature, taking the form of a western dragon with torn wings. Its body was made of a deep purple material that seemed fluid. As it dripped off of its body, it turned into a purple mist that wrapped itself around it like a cloak. Its ribs were visible, and so was its spine. Its soulless eyes glow with a bright purple, the only thing piercing the dark cloak surrounding its horrendous body. The sheer size of it was on par with the god of light. "Why have you come?" Its voice was deep enough to make your bones tremble. This was the other god born from that dragon so long ago, the god of darkness, creator of the grim and mistakenly Salem. "Brother, we have been summoned back to the Remnant." The two of them were polar opposites, whether it be ideals or appearance. However, that wasn't to say they never agreed. Remnant was a world they built together, and Salem's punishment was one they agreed on as well. However, those occasions had long since passed. Remnant, the god of darkness, tilted his draconic head, which was nothing more than a skull in reality. "Yes, the world we left behind all those millennia ago. You shattered their moon as we left." The god of darkness narrowed his eyes before they widened a bit. "Ah yes, that world, I remember it now. Of course, you would leave them some way to contact us again." Raising his head, the god of darkness continued. "However, I have no interest in returning to that world. After all, it was a promise you made to them, so I have no reason to follow along." "That's no," the god of light was about to say something, when suddenly both he and his brother noticed something. "Oh, well, isn't this peculiar? I don't think I could have predicted something like this would happen." Jin was holding her hands in front of her face with an intrigued expression. Her body was beginning to fade into mist, and she was becoming translucent. Is this a creation of yours, brother? Why is she fading away?" The god of light frowned. "I'm not sure. Jin is the consciousness of one of our gifts to them, knowledge. It should be impossible for this to happen." As she began to fade even faster, Jin looked up towards the god of light and the god of darkness. "Even though you're my creator, I was never one to ruin something so interesting. Still would expect so many impossibilities would happen as of late. I can't wait to see how you three interact with one another." As she said that, her voice faded along with her body, seemingly disappearing into thin air. Her words still lingered, however, something neither brother could ignore. Who was the third person she mentioned? Has something truly happened during the millennia we were gone? Chapter 72. Shen's eyes flashed as a notification appeared in front of him. He has been waiting for this. He knew it would come eventually. The moment his life fiber hybrid percentage hit 100, the system began to work autonomously. Potential evolutionary paths have been detected. Analyzing paths of evolution. Analyzation complete. Compiling potential paths. Eliminating lethal mutations. One after another notifications popped up, and after these first three more and more appeared. Countless lines of text that Shen couldn't possibly read in time. As more and more notifications popped up, Shen was greeted by one last notification. Loading evolutionary selection. And just like that, Shen's vision faded into darkness. He didn't know how long he remained in this blackened state until finally, his eyes opened again. Despite opening his eyes, he didn't know where he was. He was in a blank void that seemed to stretch on endlessly in every direction. Looking down at his body, he realized nothing was there. At this moment, he was only conscious with his body and soul, if there was such a thing, nowhere to be found. Please select an evolutionary path. The familiar voice of the system echoed through the entire void. At the same time, figures began forming in front of Shen. Piece by piece, they were created, and it was as their faces were being formed that Shen realized that all looked like him. All lined up next to each other, stretching on into the distance. Each, Shen, was unconscious and unmoving, not life could be seen in them as if they were dolls. I see, so this must be some kind of space created by the system. Shen never would have guessed it had the ability to do something like this. Though considering how powerful the system was, he shouldn't have doubted the possibility. In what felt like seconds, it had created thousands of him, which hung in the void like lifeless dolls. Forming in front of him was a system menu, similar to the ones Shen had seen before. It only had 4 buttons, one to go left and right, only to view information, and the other just saying the words confirm. It was only then that Shen realized something. Despite all having his face, these hims all looked different. For example, the one in front of him, he didn't notice before, but its skin seemed transparent. Instead of bones, veins, and muscle, the inside of its body seems to be like a living storm. What looked to be karmatic lightning was constantly coursing through it as if it was alive, with no organs or even a brain, a being of electricity wrapped in human skin. What is this? Shen wanted to get a closer look, but he couldn't move in any direction. All he could do was look around. All right, fine, I'll use the buttons. Selecting the View Information button in his mind, suddenly the other Shens disappeared as the one in front of him grew larger and more vivid. Evolutionary path. Name. Combination. Goro Goro no Mi plus Karmic Retribution plus Relic of Creation. Discarded. Life Fiber Hybrid, Human Demon Hybrid, Relic of Destruction, Relic of Choice, Relic of Knowledge. Stats: Physical Strength 180, Endurance 450, Dexterity 300, Power 680. Features: Karmatic Field, Electricity Control, Shapeshifting, Near-Instantaneous Regeneration, Immortality. This evolutionary path creates a being who exists purely of lightning and energy, being entirely inorganic. Because of this, they are virtually immortal, never aging, and capable of utilizing the Relic of Creation's ability to recreate their body and shape it however they wish, as long as a piece of them remains undestroyed. They passively release static electricity into the environment around them. This affects both the body and soul, tearing away their vitality while also attacking them mentally. Their very nature causes any electricity around them to be either assimilated into them or fall directly under their control. For the first time in a good while, Shen was at a loss. His eyes were wide and his expression showed sheer shock and disbelief. From the stats to the abilities, everything here was on an entirely different level. No matter how much it looked like it, Shen was not actually immortal. He could live for millenniums without ever seeming to age. But all living things eventually faded away with time, and Shen was still such a living thing. But this, the him that was in front of him at this moment, was truly immortal. Just the word alone made Shen feel like he was short of breath, despite him not having lungs at the moment. On top of that, its regenerative abilities were way beyond his. It took him years to regenerate from what Osbin did to him, yet if he was like this being before him, he could come back from something like that instantly. The difference was too massive, and that was ignoring the ability to control and absorb any type of lightning, as well as attack the souls of the people directly just by existing. But what really got Shen was the stats. It had to be noted that all of his current stats were almost all under 200. This wasn't a simple boost, it was practically a multiplier. Simply staring at the screen and the evolution in front of him, Shen needed to take a second before he exited the View Information button. Once again, thousands of Shens were created and lined up from left to right. All of these are potential evolutions, and all of them are probably around this power, if not more so, with their own advantages and disadvantages. There was a chance once he made a decision this place would be lost to him, though he doubted it. The more likely option was that once he selected an evolutionary path, his future choices would be molded around what he decided here and now. And if that's the case, Shen paused for a moment before selecting the button to go right. He flipped past thousands of himself until eventually reached the end of the right side. Yup, for this Shen was going to go through each and every single possible evolution. After that, he would make the best possible decision he could. Shen looked to his left, seeing just how many potential evolutions there were. Looks like I'm going to be here for a while. It had been nearly a month since RWBY and the others had been captured, and Shen disappeared into the depths of his palace. Sienna was currently in Mistral, being the first kingdom they took over, and with Kuchainashi being their main base, this was by far the most stable kingdom out of all of them. Looming in front of her was a massive mountain. However, it had been transformed. One could clearly see reinforced windows and lights located across the surface of the mountain. Metal stairs lead from one door up to the next, each on different levels of the mountain. The mountain itself was mainly isolated in the middle of a forest, yet a giant electric fence was cutting it off from the outside world. Airships flew overhead, while Dreadhorde soldiers did patrols through the forest and around the mountain itself. With Mistral being such an optimal place, it was also where they built their prison. Any huntsman, huntress, or important figure in the world that did not comply with Shen's rule had either been executed or brought here until they had a change of heart or rotted away. I'm here to see prisoner hash 155,294. She was standing in front of a gate. This one was massive and made out of a combination of the strongest alloys available. It was directly built into the side of the mountain, large enough for entire transport trucks to move through and drop off any new prisoners. The guards there saluted Sienna as they responded. Of course, right away, we just need your scan first and to check your voice. Sienna nodded as one of the guards grabbed a tablet-like object and held it out. Sienna placed her hand on the tablet, which proceeded to scan her. After a few moments, the guard took the tablet and looked at the results. That checks out, and your voice scan, please. Getting a different device, this time he held it in front of her. Sienna Khan. She only spoke her name, and the device stayed silent before beeping. Hearing that beep, the guard nodded. Everything checks out, please this way. Someone replaced the guard's position as the gate opened, revealing the inside of the mountain, completely transformed into an underground structure. This entire place was built under Shen's orders, with no one else interfering. After seeing how easily characters can bust out of prisons in fictional worlds, he decided he would make one himself to keep that from happening. The moment they stepped inside of the prison, Sienna could feel her semblance turn inactive. It was the same technology that was used in the handcuffs to suppress semblances, though on a much larger scale. The only people who had powers here were the captains in charge of security in each section of the prison. And that was due to them having Ultima uniforms. After making it in, the guard left and Sienna was greeted by the warden. He had a look of reverence on his face as he spoke. It's an honor to have one of Lord Shen's generals visit us. I hear you wish to see prisoner hash 155,294, James Ironwood, former general of the Atlas military, correct? Sienna nodded. Indeed, it's an important matter that requires the utmost secrecy. I assume you can understand what I mean. Of course, I'll make sure to keep this private and remove this meeting from our records. If you would please follow me, and I'll personally escort you to the visitation room. The warden led Sienna through multiple twisting hall walls. Each one had gray metal floors, yet the walls were all made of the rough, dark gray stone of the mountain itself. Here we are, the prisoner is already inside waiting for you. They arrived at a room that looked similar to the others, except it was labeled Visitation above the door. 2 guards were already waiting with weapons in hand. Sadly, I can't not stay as we're still processing the Atlas prisoners that arrived a few weeks ago. If you need anything, let these guards know. With that, the warden excused himself and Sienna was led into the room with the 2 guards waiting outside. Just like you would expect, it was a cubed room, with the floor, walls, and roof all being made of the same metal. There were cameras on each corner of the room, but at the moment they were off. In the center of the room, there were 2 chairs, each in front of a table that had reinforced glass separating both ends. Sitting down, Sienna tapped on the holographic button on the table in front of her, activating the microphone on her end. On the other side of the glass was Ironwood. Compared to the last time they met, he looked surprisingly okay. His beard was clean, and so was his hair, with not a single wound or bruise on his body. The only major changes were that his eyes seemed sharper, and that his clothes had been changed out for a white prisoner uniform. "I see they have been taking care of you, as I requested." Ironwood activated his microphone as he responded. "So I do have you to thank for that. I was beginning to think." Ironwood stopped himself as he glanced at the cameras. "No worries, they're off. Nothing we do or say here will be recorded, and the record of me meeting you will be deleted." Ironwood eased up after hearing that. "I see. I didn't think you had that much authority." "Of course, this may be his empire, however we are the ones who run it for him." "So that's what you meant by him focusing too much on the bigger picture?" Sienna smiled slightly to his question, but didn't answer. "In any case, I didn't come here to talk about little things like that. I have news for you about Mantle and Atlas." Ironwood's gaze immediately became focused as he raised his head. "What happened?" "Just what you could expect. I'm not sure if Shen planned it out from the start, or if she was acting of her own volition, but Salem attacks Mistral and Atlas with a horde of Grimm. With no military, they didn't last a day, and Atlas was already plummeting out of the sky without the relic to support it." Ironwood's eyes widened as he heard that, and he slammed his hands onto the table and shot to his feet, but was unable to move to be shackled to the ground beneath him. "What? How did this?" Sienna looked at his panicked face and sighed. "I had already sent some of my personal forces to Atlas and Mistral to try and evacuate as many citizens as we could after we left with all of your captures. I suspected Shen might try something like this. But my forces are limited compared to the others, and even then only a percentage are completely loyal to me." Hearing that, Ironwood grit his teeth and clenched his fist before begrudgingly sitting back down. He spoke somberly and asked a question. How many?" "I don't have an accurate number, but the entirety of Mistral and Atlas were laid to waste and flooded thanks to the melted glaciers. We only managed to evacuate less than 18% of the rest." Sienna didn't need to continue. He couldn't do too much or the others would grow suspicious, but if she did, too little things would never change. She was walking a tightrope, and because of her limits, who knows how many people had died. She was doing all of this in the interest of the Faunus, to give them a future without Shen. But even so, even she could understand how much life was lost. "I see." Ironwood took a deep breath, collecting himself as his eyes turned steely. "So what exactly is your plan?" Sienna straightened herself as she spoke. "From his recent actions, Shen will be leaving soon as expected. We're in it for the long haul since we have to whittle down his control after he leaves. I also have to find a way to get you and your comrades out of here. That'll be especially difficult to many people, revealing him as some sort of god. A lot of people who joined Shen voluntarily did it out of a want to survive. However, upon seeing the kind of power he wielded, that slowly turned into an almost fixation. To normal people, hell, even to huntsmen and huntresses with their semblances. Shen was quite literally a god to them, and that idea had infiltrated a lot of people's heads. But no structure can last forever, especially once its foundation is gone. We just have to bide our time. I promise I will tear down everything Shen has built, even if it's piece by piece, even if it takes the rest of my life. That I can solemnly swear." At that moment, both Sienna and Ironwood had a similar look in their eyes. Absolute resolution and unwavering will. Chapter 73. Deep within the mountain Kuchainashi resided on top of, there was an almost dungeon-like area. It used to be a wine cellar that naturally came with the mansion the Blake sheep gave to Shen. But ever since the changes, it has been turned into something else. "Hiya!" A scream was followed by a sound similar to that of a shotgun. Yang was rocketing herself forward, seems like a yellow blur, as her flaming red eyes and blazing hair left a trail in the dimly lit chamber. However, her momentum immediately stopped instantly. The early sound of a choked gasp echoed from her mouth as a hand collapsed tightly around her neck. Sharp nails seemed to dig into Yang's skin, yet not cause her to bleed due to her aura. "How many times do I have to teach you?" Blake's cold voice echoed through the chamber as she slammed Yang to the ground. It felt like the entire room shook from the impact alone as rock and dust fell from the ceiling. All of the air was knocked out of Yang's lungs as she stared up at Blake, her blazing hair slowly going out and her eyes turning back to normal. From the moment you raised a hand at my master, your lives became forfeit. You will live to serve, breathe to serve, die to serve. You will do everything in your power to make his goals come to fruition, and through that, your life will finally have meaning. Blake's grip only got tighter around Yang's neck as she spoke, speaking without taking a single breath. Yet I understand. Right now you just don't understand how pleasurable it is to simply give up control. The joy you get from letting all the worries from decisions simply do as you're told. Yang tried to pull Blake's hand away, but she couldn't. Blake's eyes stared and seemed to pierce through her as her eyes slowly began to roll back. It was only till she was on the cusp of falling unconscious that Blake let her go. Yang coughed and choked as air rushed into her lungs and she held her neck. Yet still, Blake could see that rebellious look in her eye. No matter what she did to her physically, Yang wouldn't break. Her body was covered in bruises and wounds, and her clothes were ruined, but she was still defiant. Blake didn't know why, but that look made her angry. But it was at that moment that Blake's expression suddenly changed. In fact, so did Yang. Throughout Kuchainashi, whether it be Torchwick, Pyrrha, Raven, and even the guards, all of their expressions changed as if they could feel something was wrong. All of Kuchainashi, no, it went even beyond that. Across the entirety of Remnant, everyone felt this sudden change. As if something that had since birth was suddenly lost. Sienna, as she was returning to Kuchainashi, immediately frowned, and Neo stood up from her seat in her office with a worried expression. At that moment, the entire world seemed to lose a layer of color, and everything seemed to turn a bit duller. Everything slowed to a crawl, as if everything was moving in slow motion, and then finally time stopped. Just half an hour prior to that event, Shen had finally reached the end. That was the last potential evolutionary path. How long did that even take me? Surprisingly, Shen didn't seem to feel time pass. It wasn't that time didn't pass, but surprisingly enough, it was an enjoyable process. Seeing all the potential versions of himself, it sort of reminded him of looking through different characters in a game. And just like a game, it was so easy for him to lose track of time. There were a few moments where he almost jumped the gun and selected a path arbitrarily as well. He was surprised by just how many combinations the relics could create alongside his races and abilities. Pretty much every evolution utilizes something while discarding the rest. For example, let's say there was an evolutionary path that utilized the Relic of Destruction's power. A power-like that did not mesh well with Shen's life fibers, and so them along with his life fiber hybrid race would be gotten rid of. At the same time, things like the Relic of Knowledge, Creation, and Choice weren't necessary either. But it didn't simply discard the relics. Instead, it utilized them. If you considered each relic as both a generator and tool, then the moment Shen went down a path of not using a specific relic, then their tool use would be unavailable to him. However, the power they generated would be directed to the singular relic that still remained. In this case, the Relic of Destruction would be 3 times stronger than normal. Of course, the opposite was true if he decided to go with an evolutionary path that used all 4 relics. While he would have access to their abilities, they wouldn't be boosted. The relics were really like faucets. They had an endless supply of energy, but there was a limit to how much a singular relic could draw on by itself. It made Shen's decision extremely difficult. Should he just focus on one relic and abandon the others, or should he go for 2 or 3? Or maybe it would be better if he just kept all 4 of them and forgot about the boost. Of course, at the same time, there were other drawbacks such as him having to discard abilities if he went down that route. In the end, no path was absolutely perfect. That was the sad truth of real-life evolution as well. But all things considered, this one has the most potential by far out of all of them. And in my situation, potential trumps immediate gains. Shen's thoughts reached out as he viewed the alternate version of himself in front of him just a few feet away. And, without another second's hesitation, he made his selection. Evolutionary path selected, beginning evolution process. The system's mechanical voice echoed through the void as all of the other Shens, besides the one in front of him, began to disappear, returning to the darkness from which they came. At the same time, the one in front of Shen began to turn into light, disintegrating into particles that slowly merged with Shen's body. Please select a name for your evolution. A name, huh? All that time spent choosing and I couldn't think of one. Well, whatever, it's not that important, so for now let's go with Dominus. After all, that is what this evolution is going to thrive on. It was the moment that name was confirmed that Shen saw the void around him disappear. He was returning back to the real world. Or at least that's what he thought, but when his eyes regained focus, Shen found himself floating. Honestly, I really didn't expect you to be capable of something like this. Shen heard a female voice in his head. This voice belonged to the spirit within the relic of knowledge, Jin. At the same time, her misty blue figure began to appear in front of him. Looking down at his own body, Shen saw his body was still undergoing changes. It would take a few minutes for the evolution to finish. You know, you sound pretty calm despite the fact you're disappearing. I can't imagine the other spirits are taking this as lightly. At the moment, the lower half of Jin's body had begun to change, slowly being drained of its color and dissipating. Hearing him, Jin smiled without a sign of worry on her face. We spirits weren't created with a sense of self-preservation. We don't fear the end, but I suppose we don't welcome it with open arms either. Besides, it's not like we're truly disappearing, we're simply being merged into your being. We'll all be able to enjoy a pretty interesting show for a while at least, until we're completely assimilated into your being. As she said that, Jin lay down in the air looking up at the sky above them. Both her and Shen were no longer on the surface of the Remnant. Instead, they were at the edge of its atmosphere. Above the two of them was the vast void known as space. Stars shined more beautifully than any jewel, and interstellar dust merged with the far-off constellations and galaxies. A beautiful sight, is it not? Shen followed Jin's gaze, looking up at the space above him. His eyes didn't change, nor did his expression, but his eyes shined. For just a moment they lost that dull layer that he always hid his true feelings under. Yet at the same time, he could feel that those feelings were fading and changing into something else. I adore life, you know. Not just humans, but every intelligent race. All of you are so interesting and hard to predict. Yet they all seem to forget just how small they are. Compared to the vastness of space, their wars, their issues, their hope and dreams, their hate and sorrows. All of the goes completely unnoticed by the world around them. If you never looked, it all seems a bit insignificant. It was Shen who spoke this time. His gaze turned from vastness above him to the planet Remnant below. Every achievement he had ever had was limited to this. It almost seemed laughable. So how does it feel? Jin looked towards Shen, who in turn looked at her. What do you mean? The relics are the physical manifestation of the gods' gifts to humanity. They're the reason humanity could advance as fast as it did, but they're also limited based on humanity's understanding. The destruction the relic of destruction can bring is limited to the destruction humans can properly imagine. The same goes for the relic I inhabit. I have no knowledge of things that do not concern humanity in some way. But right now you are corrupting the relics and assimilating them. You're changing what they represent, and so your growth and power will only be limited by what you represent. If people see you as the embodiment of fear, then the more fear they feel, the more terrifying you are to them, the more powerful you become, and the more limitless the relics are as well. Shen looked at Jin, feeling a bit impressed. He was positive she didn't know about his system, but even so, she knew exactly what was happening. What she said was right. The relics all represented something, an aspect of humanity, and their power was based on that. But now they were changing, all of them were changing to represent him. Truly, the relics have unlimited power, but humanity's limits also limited how much of that power could be drawn out at once. But now that limit was adjustable, depending on Shen. The very concept of himself, that limit would slowly grow broader, and as it eyed, he would grow stronger. Even now, every thought people had of him was increasing how much EXP he had, and how much power he could draw on from the relics. That's why his name, this evolution, Dominus. The more control, the more ownership his very image had over the minds of the masses, the more powerful he would become. Considering the entirety of Remnant was under his control, and feared him even now his power was many times greater than what it was before. Before I'm unable to manifest myself again, let me ask you a question, Shen. How do you think your journey will end? Hearing that question, Shen looked back up at the stars. How would this come to an end? Would he die at the hands of some hero? How many more worlds would he conquer? I have no clue. Jin paused upon hearing his answer, and then shortly after began to chuckle to herself, her entire body fading away. Only the echo of her voice was left as she disappeared entirely. And that's what makes it interesting. At that moment the evolution was complete, Shen's entire body began to change. His life fiber body began to crack like stone, falling away piece by piece. And in between those pieces, if you peered into what lay behind them, you would see a deep yellow vortex sucking in everything around it. The result of creation and destruction intertwining, of knowledge and choice combining into one, and all of it being sucked into a never-ending well. It was chaos, pure entropy to the point it could make you go mad. Yet its vastness and complexity created beauty like never seen before, even more, so that the stars and the heavens. It was Shen, the very essence of his being. His mind had lost its last shreds of normal humanity, and a strange look appeared on his face. As he looked into the distance, his eyes peered farther than they ever could before. They're coming. Chapter 74. He could feel it. At this moment, he had both the power he obtained from the Godkiller, absorbing the energy of the relics, and the passive growth from having the relics assimilated into him. Even now, he was growing stronger with every ticking second. In seconds, he would get more EXP than he would ever obtain from wiping out the puny cities of this world, and he even doubted that killing every person on the planet would equal any more than a week or two of him simply standing in one spot. At the moment, two separate pools of power existed inside of him. One was the power he absorbed before his evolution. It was finite, but its sheer magnitude would seemingly make you think otherwise. This alone already put Shen far above anyone else on Remnant. At the same time, there was the secondary pool. This was formed through his evolution. It was an ever-growing reservoir with an increasing input as well. Every second the amount of power it could hold grew, and so did the amount of power being pumped into it. As long as he used his power under a certain limit, compared to the amount of power being added to this pool, he would never run out. With a thought, Shen opened up his system. Personal information. Name, Shen. Level 23894, 135/29, 353, 400. Race S, Dominus. Abilities, Creation LV, Max Destruction LV, Max Localized Clairvoyance LV, Max. Skills, Shapeshifting Dominus, Life Fiber Manipulation Dominus. Linked skills. Of course, evolution always had its downsides. Dominus was a racial combination of his demon hybrid race and life fiber hybrid race. As such, he could still utilize their main abilities, but he also no longer had the opportunity to get certain things. For example, could no longer become a primordial life fiber in the future, which was the next step of evolution for his life fiber hybrid race. His proficiency with life fibers would be stuck at 100% and never take that last step. At the same time, he would never be able to become a pure-blooded demon, nor would he be able to become a being like Sparta. And that meant his devil trigger was now unavailable to him as well. Other than that, he had also lost access to Goro Goro, No Mi, and Karmic Retribution. It simply wasn't compatible with the Dominus race. Though at the time, Shen was more than happy to get rid of a few less than useful abilities like Witch Walk and Squirmy Fingers. Still, Shen was more than content with all of his losses. He didn't doubt for a second he would find a way to get those abilities back, and in the meantime, his current abilities were more than good enough. Creation allowed Shen to create quite literally anything, however. It came with two requirements. One was that Shen had the power necessary to create it. At the same time, he also needed a precise and detailed idea of what he wanted to make. He couldn't make a ship that could travel faster than light or a portal that could teleport him to another solar system if he simply didn't at least know the idea or theory behind how to make something like that. Of course, whether the creation was logical or not didn't matter. The power handled all the technical stuff. In short, this ability converted knowledge into power. The more Shen knew, the more useful and powerful this ability would be. Destruction followed the same set of rules, though a lot less complicated. He simply needed to know how he wanted to destroy his target and to what degree. Though the more complex or large the target is, the more power would be required. It was perfect for getting rid of things that didn't matter. And lastly was localized clairvoyance, which was exactly what it sounded like. A merger of the abilities from Relic of Choice and the Relic of Knowledge. Although it drained power while activated it, gave Shen the ability to peer into potential futures, ranging from more and least likely to occur. Though figuring out which one would happen for certain was up to Shen. It also had the secondary function of allowing Shen to know things related to him. The closer his target was to him, and the more directly influenced it was by him, the more information he could obtain. Since Remnant itself was under his control, he could pull information about anything across the planet. Even if it was some random citizen halfway across the globe, they knew his name, and that was enough for Shen to instantly be able to locate them. Though that would be the limit for such a small connection. However, for people more directly tied to him, he could even look into their past or even what they might do in the future. This was how he knew the god of light and darkness were on their way. Yet the largest change to Shen was probably his mind. Any delay, intrusive thoughts, self-doubt, anger, happiness, fear, all of it. It was all under Shen's control. At this moment, they didn't exist within his mind. And because of that, everything was so clear, he could think hundreds of times faster than he could before without human hindrances. Even the way he sensed his surroundings no longer had to do with things like touch, smell, sight, or any other human sense. The world simply materialized in his mind for him to look at, down to the smallest detail, sort of like a 3D model. Even stuff like sound were somehow recognized and acknowledged by his mind instead of a hearing organ. It's strange with all of these changes that I don't feel uncomfortable or confused. I suppose everything about me has simply adapted along with the evolution. It was an interesting thought, and the next second, Shen disappeared. He moved faster than he had ever done before, even faster than lightning. To the naked eye, he would be completely invisible, and even the world around him seemed to slow in his presence. Within seconds, he had arrived in Kuchinash, phasing straight through the roof of his palace before coming to a complete and utter stop. He floated only a few inches off the ground as his originally rough humanoid shape began to compress itself. At the moment, he didn't know how to create proper skin or the components of a human body, so he was going to keep relying on life fibers for that, at least temporarily. Shen's body as it was now was completely incorporeal. It had no physical matter. It is simply an amalgamation of power, the forces of the relic, and his own consciousness and mind. Due to the changes in his mind, he could look at himself without any issues, but if a normal living thing did, then their sanity would likely shatter. And more importantly, if something tried to touch him, it would be ripped it apart instantly. To avoid that, he still needed to at least look human. And so in seconds, life fibers shot around Shen, stitching themselves together, forming skin, as Shen's form compressed into something humanoid. Layer after layer, skin was applied to the outside of his body made of the strongest possible life fibers he could create. Within minutes, Shen once again looked normal. Other than Sienna, who was out of Kuchinashi, everyone else was close by when Shen evolved. And they were also the first ones to sense the change. Almost instinctively, they knew Shen had something to do with it and didn't hesitate to make their way to the throne room. Everyone was there, even Pyrrha and Raven. So we all felt it then. Torchwick glanced at everyone as they made their way down the hall. Of course, it completely interrupted the fun I was having. And would you stop yelling at me? Taylor knocked her head as she said that. The voice that always spoke to her due to the demon extract was usually loud, but for the first time, it sounded panicked, constantly telling her to run away from Kuchinashi. Pyrrha and Raven didn't say anything, but they glanced at one another. They had been in their rooms when they felt it, like nothing they had ever felt before. All of them had their own theories, and when they arrived at the throne room, they immediately dismissed the guards who were quivering. Their teeth were chattering uncontrollably, and it looked like they couldn't even move. For some reason, Just a few minutes ago, this dreadful feeling came over them. Well, you two are his favorites. Torchwick took a step back from the throne room door as he gestured to Neo and Blake. They completely ignored him as they opened the door. As the door opened slowly, they all saw spotted Shen right away. He was wearing his clothes as normal, and his back was towards them. Yet they all felt these strange, distant feelings. As he turned to look at them, his amber eyes looked dull and soulless. There wasn't an ounce of emotion behind them or on his face. Having met his eyes first, Blake and Neo felt as if they were being seen through, almost as if they weren't there at all. There you all are. I've been waiting for you. For a moment, Shen's mouth didn't seem to sync up with his voice, but it was quickly corrected. His eyes slowly regained their shine, and his skin, which looked whiter than that of a corpse, became rosy. In seconds, he turned from looking like a doll into a human again. Well, that's new. Torkyok's voice broke the silence as Shen glanced up at the roof. The gods of light and darkness are on their way here. They'll arrive in less than 5 minutes. The sudden announcement made all of their eyes go wide. Wait now. They looked at Shen in disbelief. He had told them about the gods, and they knew they would probably see them one day, but now? And in 5 minutes, no less. Blake quickly spoke up after her brain ran through the possibilities. Then we should help you. We've all gotten stronger thanks to the powers you've given us, surely they... Before she could finish, Shen cut her off. No. For a moment, Shen's voice sounded emotionless as he shot Blake down instantly. All of you would be no use to me in this fight. You are to stay here and do nothing, understood? Hearing him, Blake frowned and accidentally raised her voice. But Shen, for the first time, Blake called Shen directly by his name, and she realized her mistake almost instantly. A suffocating pressure filled the throne room as Blake disappeared from where she was standing. Before anyone had even noticed, Blake was already in Shen's hands, hanging off the ground by her throat. It seems I really have been too lenient with you, Blake. Since when did you get the right to question my orders? Shen's voice was cold. That was the one way to describe it. His amber eyes once again lost their shine, this time appearing to be a deep void as he stared at her. Blake immediately felt her power being suppressed by the life fibers in her own body. She couldn't muster an ounce of strength as she tried to speak. Forgive me. Almost everyone standing at the entrance of the throne room immediately lowered their heads and dropped to their knees. Neo had been the first one to notice something. She couldn't talk to Shen. The psychic connection they had was severed, and he couldn't hear her voice at all. All of you seem to have gotten comfortable with your positions. But don't ever forget why you are here. You are to do as I say without question. Your abilities, status, wealth, and power, everything you have and everything you stem from me. The bones in Blake's neck began to crack along with the room around Shen. It felt like the entire throne room was coming apart. Torchwick's snarkiness disappeared, and so did that cracked sanity Taylor had. Even Pyrrha and Neo's mental refitting couldn't suppress the fear they were feeling from Shen. And as for Blake, who was taking the brunt of that pressure, tears were trailing down her face, mixed with a look of utter terror as she saw Shen's eyes. Don't make me have to remind any of you in the future. With that, all of the pressure Shen was exuding disappeared as he let go of Blake, who fell unconscious the second she hit the floor. Still, not a single one of them got off of their knees or even raised their head. Not a single word was uttered until Shen left the throne room entirely. Chapter 75. As Shen flew fast than anyone could see, he couldn't help but evaluate himself. What just happened was strange. He knew it would be difficult for him to replicate his past self. Even now, he could hardly replicate facial expressions, let alone fake emotions. Still, that was something that could be worked on. But that wasn't what he found strange. He felt it the moment he reached out and grabbed Blake's neck. There was something there. He could control his mind perfectly. It should be impossible for him to act without wanting to, but even still he felt it, something deep down in the core of his being. Not an emotion or a feeling, nor was it an impulse. It was something he couldn't describe even with his mind being as clear as it was now. But it had caused him to nearly make an irreversible mistake. If he hadn't forcefully exerted control over himself, he would have likely snapped Blake's neck right then and there. Perhaps there is more to this evolution than I originally thought. The system gave me information about what it could do, but it's possible it left something out. Either way, whatever it was it was dangerous. Losing control of his actions when he wielded this much power could lead to very serious issues. I'll have to be more on guard from now on. As long as I focus, I know I can suppress whatever it is. Now wasn't the time for him to be distracted by stuff like that. His movements came to an abrupt stop as he hovered in the air. Below him was an island he recognized right away, the former home of the God of Light. It had been years since Shen trained here with Taylor, and even still the pillars of ice she created had yet to melt. Instead, nature simply grew alongside the abnormality. The craters had been turned into flowering oases and lush forests, with the pillars of ice creating a scene of winter and spring coexisting. Even the large frozen sculptures that used to be grim seemed to have become part of the landscape. They'll be arriving any second. Shen slowly lowered himself to the ground. If one were to look up at the sky, one would see two shining stars despite the sun still being in the sky. These stars were yellow and purple, barely noticeable at first, yet as time passed they grew brighter and brighter. Despite being hundreds of miles away, people aboard ships and aircrafts all saw as these lights pierced the atmosphere and seemed to crash into Remnant. In fact, the beams of light which they traveled in stopped a few miles above the island. That light seemed to come together, forming their humanoid bodies as they floated in the sky. Their gaze looked out at the peak of the horizon and the island below them. I was expecting a grand welcome. We, their creators, have returned, yet I don't see a single one of your creations. The God of Darkness spoke that sentence in both annoyance and glee, of course for separate reasons. Even now deep in the sea, he could see his own creations. Grimm was still thriving. Something is not right. The God of Light ignored his brother as he looked down at the island below and began to descend. His brother did the same as they began to approach the ground. Wherever the God of Light stepped, life would flourish and grow immensely. Yet the moment it entered the area around the God of Darkness, it began to die and wither to dust. It was only when they landed that they noticed someone was waiting for them, and in an instant, they felt something. Both of the god's eyes narrowed as they stared at the human before them. His entire being was like that of a doll. He looked artificial, handcrafted to seem unblemished, yet somehow instead coming off as unnatural. The God of Darkness didn't notice right away, but the God of Light did. He had created the relics and could sense them. From afar, the signal he got from them was weak, which is why he couldn't understand what happened to Jin. But now he did. The relics were inside of this person, somehow a part of his being. And even more than that, they had been forcefully changed and severed from their original purpose and design. Are you an inhabitant of this planet? The God of Light spoke calmly as he referred to Shen. That's a difficult question for me to answer. I've been here through this entire life, yet I was not born here. The God of Light was slightly surprised by the answer to why the God of Darkness laughed. Your creations do take after you, brother. In the middle of his laughing, Shen attacked. It was sudden, too sudden. They had sensed no hostility from Shen, no anger or joy, nothing at all which had caused them to lower their guards. After all, they were gods. Besides, against one another there was never a need to fight or even dodge for that matter. It was why they didn't react when Shen suddenly released a burst of power from his body. In that instant, the entire island shook violently as soil and stone alike were crushed into dust from the sheer outburst. The nearby shores fell into turmoil as everything within a 2-mile radius was destroyed. When the attack ended, all that was left was a massive crater. Shen was floating in the air as he looked at the two beings in front of him. At this moment, the God of Darkness was holding his chest with a look of shock on his face. On the other hand, the God of Light had formed a golden barrier around him just in time. What is this? The God of Darkness looked at his chest in confusion. It looked as if his being was leaking, as if his body had turned fluid where Shen's attack had hit him. This fluid leaked from him, taking away from his overall mass. At the same time, he felt something he had never felt since his creation. Pain. So gods do bleed. Shen's words came out smoothly as he held out his hand. Something began to manifest itself as the God of Light glanced at his brother. I see, so that's what happened to the relics. You absorbed them into your being and corrupted them in order to reach a state where you can harm us like this. You've given up everything, even your humanity and emotions. It didn't take the god of light long to figure out what Shen had done. Upon hearing that his brother, the god of darkness, raised his head and began to chuckle. Slowly, the liquefied wound began to turn solid, returning him to normal. No matter how many years, you humans remain foolish and ignorant, always reaching for what is beyond your grasp, acting on your trivial goals and impulses. My brother thinks otherwise, but your very existence proves I was right to wipe out your ancestors all those years ago. The god of darkness raised his hand towards Shen. And now your non-existence shall mark the end of this failure of a planet. When the god of light heard his brother, he immediately turned. Brother, wait, the god of darkness continued cutting off his brother's words as a purple field of energy engulfed Shen's body with the goal of erasing him entirely. Clenching his hand, the ball condensed itself, erasing everything it touched. Yet only a moment later, a stream of light seemingly cut through the field of energy. The next second, it was followed by hundreds of slashes in every direction. The god of darkness felt his power being cut apart as if it was made of something physical before being absorbed. Godkiller shined its golden glow as sinister electricity crackled around it. Without a single warning, both gods immediately felt a sense of danger. Both of them flew into the air as an attack was released on the ground. In an instant, the destructive energy that had been focused on Shen was released in a slash 2 times stronger than before. A purple wave of energy cut through their land, erasing everything it touched from existence. The slash stretched across the entire island's diameter, rising thousands of feet into the sky and into the earth. Just like that, the entire island had been seamlessly cut in half. Looking down at such destruction, both of the gods immediately recognized that power. That sword, it's not one of our creations. Nothing should be able to absorb the powers of a god like that. The god of darkness looked down in utter shock as the god of light spoke up. It didn't just absorb your power, it amplified it. No physical material on Remnant and even their new worlds of their own creation could contain their power. It was simply too much even in its smallest quantity. Yet such a weapon was before them now, and it was wielded by a being who could harm their divine bodies. Brother, we must work together. The god of light immediately turned to the god of darkness. If Shen could just harm them, there would be no issues, however. It was clear now the power he wielded went beyond that. If that blade struck them enough time, they could truly die despite being immortal. The god of darkness didn't speak for a moment before nodding. Very well then, even I recognize the danger a being like this poses. We'll settle the matter of this planet after. At the same time down on the ground, Shen heard the godkiller's voice in his mind. Despite his change, their telepathic connection still remained, unlike his and Neo's. So these are the gods you wanted my assistance in fighting. How fun! They are similar to the gods back in my world, though they're much weaker. Still, it's been so long since I've finally been able to carry out my purpose. My blade is trembling from the excitement. Reflecting his emotion, the blade in Shen's hand began to vibrate violently. Shen didn't glance at it as he tightened his grip. Then, if you want to keep having fun, I advise you to focus. I launched my first attack to see if their bodies were indestructible, but it looks like it simply takes a certain amount of power to wound them, and if they can be wounded, they can be killed. The godkiller mirrored Shen's thoughts as he flew into the air like a rocket. In less than a second, he appeared in front of the gods, slicing at their heads with pinpoint accuracy. Yet just before the attack touched their necks, they faded into particles, teleporting hundreds of feet away. As Shen's attack followed through, it seemed to create the brief effects of a hurricane. The electricity covering Godkiller flowed into the world around Shen, touching the clouds, land, and sea. And it was from this that the sound of clapping and laughing could be heard. It came from the god of darkness. You know, I have to admit, despite your folly, I'm quite happy right now. It's been too long since me and my brother I last fought. I've almost forgotten what it was like to face someone who could bear the weight of my power. In the brief period, you still exist human, know whatever you are. I hope you make this fun. Brother, this isn't a game. The god of light said that, yet his brother ignored him as his powers began to surge. In the end, he could only sigh as he looked at Shen. Where had this person come from? How did they not notice his existence until now? There were so many questions, yet none of them could be answered despite them being gods. Perhaps we never should have left this world behind. And it was on that day, years after Shen conquered Remnant, that the entire planet entered a brief yet terrifying era never experienced before. A day where the gods returned and the entire world saw a battle take place that would be recorded in the records of history. The Battle of Gods. Chapter 76. 3 lights echoed through the clouds above the God of Light's island. Masses of clouds were blown apart and split in half. Shen battled against both brothers. The speed they were moving at seemed impossible for any normal human body to withstand. Yet they moved at these speeds and only continued to grow faster. Teleporting behind Shen, the God of Darkness coated his arms in his power before striking. Shen's mind quickly identified the threat, but just as he went to dodge, the power of the God of Light constrained his body for just a second. The strike sent Shen flying out of the sky, hitting the island below that had been split earlier. The brothers stood side by side as they pointed their hands towards the island under them and gathered their power. Shining like stars, sheer masses of light and dark energy combined into one before being unleashed. The beam of power seemed to envelop the entire sky above the island. Before it even touched something, it would be reduced to dust. Recovering, Shen looked up at the sky as Godkiller transformed itself. The impact of that blast seemed to shake the ocean around them, creating tsunamis for dozens of miles, and causing whirlpools to generate across the surface of the ocean from the sudden violent currents. The two gods stared down at the massive crater where the island used to be. Ocean water poured in, trying to fill the sudden vacancy, as a glint appeared at the center of the crater. Is he still alive even after that? One major fault of the gods was that they weren't omniscient. In fact, they were inferior to even the relic of knowledge. Even Salem millennia ago could turn the gods against one another through mere words and trickery. So without the gods, when noticing, Shen burrowed through the earth before bursting in the sky from miles away. The Godkiller was wrapped around his body like the armor as he appeared behind the gods before they could react. Og! Before the God of Darkness could react, Shen kicked him in the back with enough force to create a shockwave that could rupture your ears. He was sent flying into the ocean below and like a rock in a pond, causing a massive, watery explosion. The next moment, Godkiller transformed into a massive warhammer. The God of Light couldn't even react in time to teleport away, as his entire body took the full brunt of Shen's next attack. Pain echoed through the God of Light's body, which began to liquefy, showing he had taken damage. And just like his brother, he was sent flying towards the oceans of Remnant. What's with these two? Both of them are stronger than you even on their own. Even with my help, this shouldn't be so easy. Shen's mind only needed a second to generate a plausible answer. These two have fought each other before, yet from how the God of Darkness reacted to feeling pain, they've never actually hurt one another. That is to say, they simply throw their powers around. They've never actually fought before. In terms of age and lifetime experience, Shen's was infinitesimal to their own. Yet compared to these gods who never paid attention to how beings on equal playing fields needed to fight to actually win, in terms of combat, Shen was vastly superior. I've had enough of these games. The God of Darkness burst from the water, immediately attacking Shen. His power seemed not just to affect Shen, but the world around Shen as well. Immediately felt the gravity around him change. From normal, it increased 10-fold, 20-fold, 100-fold, and even then, it only continued to increase. Shen could feel his movements being constrained as they wrapped him in their power and sent him downwards. At the same time, down below, the God of Light's power spread through the ocean as it began to split along with the ocean floor beneath it. Stretching for miles, the entire ocean looked as if it had been cut in half, with both the brothers forcing Shen down deep into its pits. As gravity increased around him, Shen felt himself being pulled down faster and faster. Yet not single thought passed through his mind. Instead, he moved his hands so very slightly, and life fibers that had been previously hidden from view began to reflect light, revealing themselves. Hundreds of them were attached from Shen's body to the god's limbs, and then, unlike before when they had slack, they immediately tightened and constricted themselves. When did he, before they could ask, they were immediately pulled down into Remnant along with Shen. With creation, he could create anything he had a grasp on. But due to Shen's limited knowledge, when it came to even memorize even simple things, such as the periodic table, lots of things were beyond him. But that didn't make the power useless, because there was one thing Shen grasped extremely well. At the very bottom of the ravine, the deepest of purple lights seemed to escape along with a distinct sound. Both the gods forcefully broke from Shen's life fibers as they looked down, and in that instance, the entire ravine and the split ocean seemed to be engulfed in a single sound. Their vision was covered in the sight of arching lightning. Violent and erratic lightning is an even darker color than that karmic lightning. It erased everything it touched, piercing through the earth, into the sky, through the clouds, and towards the atmosphere. It was even visible from space, as a portion of the world was engulfed. The sound echoed for hundreds of miles, and the scene was visible for 100 more even from space. When the attack ended, Shen flew from the ravine, with Godkiller having turned back into a normal sword. The ocean that had been split had now been evaporated, revealing the ocean floor without a drop of water. The world around Shen looked as if it had been torn apart from millions of blades from the lightning and crumbled apart. Who knows how long it would take for the ocean to once again fill in this much space, perhaps hours or maybe even days. But Shen couldn't care less about that. His eyes remained fixed on the two gods in front of him. Despite them teleporting out of panic, they still got hit by the sheer volume of the attack. Their bodies do not have multiple holes in them, showing where lightning had struck. Where these holes appeared, their bodies dripped. I never thought something in this universe could ever reduce us to such a state. The god of darkness's voice seemed to return to normal. Alongside him, the god of light sighed. I wanted to avoid doing this, as to avoid potentially harming this world before we could judge it. With that, both the god of light and the god of darkness began to shine. They seemed to become balls of light and dark that enveloped everything they touched. The light itself seemed to become physical as the gods' draconic forms arose from them. Their sizes immediately changed from their humanoid selves to sizes that dwarfed even the largest Grimm. And upon transforming, they spoke a single word, one not directed at Shen, but at the world around them. Stop, and just like that, everything, everywhere began to slow, ever-moving debris from Shen's attack, the ocean water as it churned, the clouds as they moved. Everyone across Remnant, including those in Kuchinashi halfway across the planet and even the sun itself. Every tick, everything began to slow until finally, it stopped. The gods' dragon selves slowly moved, as time itself had stopped. We should have used these forms, to begin with. You know very well, brother, that we can't use our full power in those limiting human bodies. The god of darkness stared at Shen with anger and rage. This human had injured them multiple times, which was unacceptable to him. The only reason that didn't use their draconic forms before was because of the power they unleashed on them. They could easily destroy Remnant if they weren't careful, and even stopping time like this, on such a large scale, could cause unforeseen damage. Now then, to get rid of this him. The god of darkness raised his head before releasing a volume of flames from his mouth. Shen, who was frozen in time, was enveloped completely by flames. The life fiber skin on Shen was durable even with time stopped, yet their ability to self-recover was inactive. And against flames that reduced everything they touched to ash, Shen's body didn't last longer than 10 seconds. Yet as the life fibers disappeared, they saw movement. At this moment, that was stopped, where only they should be able to move. They saw movement, and the god of darkness immediately stopped his attack as he teared at Shen. Brother, what is that? The god of darkness spoke to the god of light, yet he received no answer. And he knew why, after all, both of them were transfixed at this moment. In a mixture of both intrigue and horror, they simply watched. At this moment, Shen's consciousness was frozen, his thoughts having no precedence. And because of that, his being was no longer being reined in. The power that had been stored after being absorbed through Godkiller, and the power that was being taken in from the relics was no longer stored. Instead, everything, all of Shen's power was being released at once and being devoured. What they saw before them was simply beyond both human and their own imagination. It did not abide by the rules of time, nor the rules of physics. And why would it? The control the gods had over time slipped along with their focus, and slowly time began to move again. Shen was ever growing. It only took seconds for him to reach the size of a mountain, yet it continued. More power that was no longer constrained by Shen controlling it was being released by the second. The shadow he cast only seemed to grow, developing the gods and their bodies and even overcasting the clouds. It was only as time finally returned to its normal flow that Shen's body also seemed to stop growing. It seems we both wanted to avoid our true selves from being released for similar reasons. Shen could only guess what happened. After all, his localized clairvoyance suddenly cut itself off. It was as if the future suddenly stopped at a certain point. He didn't know exactly what happened, but for some period of time, he completely lost control of his power. Now nearly 80% of all the power he had saved up to this point was gone. That included the entirety of the energy he absorbed through the god color. And the result was something that would be both remembered yet never recalled by anyone. The sun had yet to fully set, yet at this moment no sunlight touched the planet's surface. On a ship that was crossing the wide ocean, so far from where the gods and Shen were fighting that even the aftereffects never reached the captain, suddenly frowned. Why did it suddenly get so dark all of a sudden? Did we drift off course at some point? He, along with his crew, peered out of their windows towards the sky, yet all they saw were the stars. Before they knew it, all the machines and instruments on the ship shut down. "What the hell?" a crew member screamed as he looked at the monitor in front of him shut off. No matter what buttons he pushed, or even if he tried to reset the entire system, it would turn on. "Our GPS and radar are down as well. So is the engine." None of them knew what was going on and didn't notice the workers out on the deck had stopped moving, all of them staring up at the sky. It was only when the captain looked out on the deck that everyone noticed. "What are they staring at?" The crewman called for the workers on deck, yet no one responded, and so they slowly made their way out on the deck as well. None of the workers moved even when the crew touched them and called out for their names. The captain rubbed his head as he followed their gaze. "What in the bloody hell are you all looking at?" It was when the captain looked at the sky aligned with his crew that their eyes seemed to contract. Shapes that geometrically made no sense seemed to be scattered around the sky like stars. Actually, no, it wasn't a sky at all. In fact, the night and the horizon were both hidden. The world above theme had been replaced with a deep yellow that rotated around an endless void. No light could penetrate it, and it felt like nothing could escape it. They saw destruction above them, from every anthill a child had ever crushed to every horrific war that ever occurred. Yet at the same time, they saw the creation, the forming of Remnant as it was built into what it was today, piece by piece, atom by atom. Over such a period of time, it seemed impossible. They saw all the life that had ever been born from humanity, every beautiful variation and evolution. But they also saw death, scenes of entire cities falling apart, being overrun and slaughtered. They saw the future, countless futures branching from countless choices, all the different possibilities weaving into one another like a jumbled rope. Yet they also saw knowledge, everything you could know, everything they can now, from now to the beginning of humanity. Just by looking up, every person on this side of the planet could see it. Everything that was, could be, and once was, all taken in by their eyes. All of this came together to form an impossibility accompanied by pure entropy, and all of it swirled towards that void, that endless void. And so, as their minds tried to make sense of what they saw, they simply stopped. In every city, in every airship in the sky or boat on the water. Every emotion they felt were replaced with something indescribable, their thoughts and memories disappeared, and finally, their sanity crumbled into nothing. In those few minutes, on the day when the gods stopped time, almost half of Remnant's population died. Chapter 77. This was the result Shen wanted to avoid the most. He could immediately feel the negative effects. The amount of power he was receiving from the relics was nearly cut in half, and that was only the direct effects. Who knows how many soldiers, airships, and other things he had lost because of this. So many resources loss, what a waste. Luckily, though, Kuchainashi was on Mantle, which was currently on the other side of the globe. With Shen's presence shutting down electronics and technology, no one on the other side of the planet could see him. But still, He would rather not remain in this state for too long. I'll just have to finish this as I am. At the same time, the two brothers finally snapped out of their daze. Even their minds had temporarily been frozen trying to understand the being that took up the sky above them. What have we done? The god of light couldn't sense life, but he could tell how many people just passed away. They had frozen time in an attempt to destroy Shen quickly, yet their actions caused tens of millions to die. Such a loss of life, so suddenly without any chance to resist. The thought caused the god of light to clench his jaw. This can't be allowed to go on. This no longer concerns just this planet. If he is allowed to escape into the universe, then his presence will be a danger to all life. Hearing his brother, the god of darkness, simply made a sound of indignation but agreed. Creation and destruction are two things that should never mix. We cannot allow him to get any stronger than he is now. They came to an agreement on that point, and without a second thought, they flew up into the air even faster than they had moved before. Their bodies seemed to grow with every passing second. Although they didn't grow to Shen's size, they grew large enough to be comparable. As they flew towards, the outermost atmosphere light began to pour from both of the brothers' mouths while in their draconic forms. The entire sky seemed to turn gold and purple despite Shen's presence as they opened their mouths. They released beams of pure power, each one multiple times wider than their actual bodies. In contrast, Shen immediately used his creation ability to generate lightning while also applying their aspect of destruction to them. Massive spheres of concentrated lightning appeared across his giant form, and in one powerful burst, they all fired like cannons. Beams of electricity rained down onto the world below, while the two attacks of the brothers' attacks made it through the atmosphere. Beams of destructive lightning, ranging in the hundreds of thousands, flew towards the brothers, some hitting the ground below, creating craters massive enough to reshape the maps. At the same time, a multitude of them hit the brothers themselves. At the same time, Shen was too large to completely dodge their attacks, causing the brothers' beams to strike his abstract self. Two sets of explosions rung out, a massive explosion that mixed darkness and light echoed in the edges of space big enough to eclipse the moon. At the same time, an explosion of dark lightning engulfed the two brothers, immediately destroying all the clouds within thousands of miles, changing the color of nearly half of the remnant. The sound was so loud, it shattered windows and glass wherever it reached, created tsunamis that traveled for miles, and caused entire earthquakes. Even on the other side of the planet, the people of Remnant could feel the aftershock of this battle. As the battle with Shen and the brothers was occurring, the entire other side of Remnant was in a panic. Global communications had gone down due to Shen's effect on the world, and besides vehicles, any major electronics would even turn on. At the same time, the effects of the fight were still reaching the kingdoms. The weather was erratic to the point airships couldn't fly. Massive waves began flooding small towns and villages near the coastline, and occasionally it felt like the entire planet was trembling. Didn't he say that they would be fighting on the other side of the planet? It still feels like the entirety of Mistral is coming apart. Torchwick said that as the thunder outside roared louder than anything he had ever heard before. It was so loud it felt like the building was shaking. He, along with everyone else, was in Shen's palace in the meeting room. Everyone was there, including Venti, Pyrrha, and Raven, despite not being one of Shen's generals. Whatever is going on, it's caused us to completely lose connection with the other side of Remnant. On top of that, the effects on the world are only getting more disastrous. If this battle keeps up, then the damage may be irreversible. So what do you suggest we do? Venti looked towards Sienna, who had just spoken. It's not like we can go over there and politely ask them not to destroy the world. Plus, we all know what will happen if we disobey and attempt to interrupt. Torchwick said that while casting a glance towards Blake. There was still a mark around her neck, and her eyes were downcast. She had hardly spoken after Shen left, no matter what anyone said. Neo, who was positioned next to Blake, glanced at her for a moment, before she typed something out on the holographic keyboard on her section of the table. Since he ordered us to stay here, we should try to make sure things stay under control. With all of this chaos, it's a perfect opportunity for any resistance groups to try and cause trouble. Out of everyone, only Taylor seemed to actually enjoy the chaos around them. Well, if no one has any better ideas, we'll go with Neo's plan. Before all of this clears up, we need to make sure nothing consequential happens. I already asked L1 and L2 to head down to the CCTS tower to take control of the situation. I doubt it, but if we're lucky, the engineers can get it back up and running. Everyone looked at one another before nodding in agreement with Sienna. As they all stood up and began to move, only Blake stayed in her seat. She was completely out of it. Seeing that, Sienna frowned slightly as she called for Neo and Taylor. Taylor, I know you're already taking care of Winter, but would you mind watching that RWBY girl and her friends as well? I don't want them trying anything. Also, Nia, out of all of us, you relate the most with Blake. Do you think you can? Sienna didn't know exactly what to say, but Nia looked at Blake before nodding. At the same time, Taylor looked more than happy to take care of RWBY, Weiss, and Yang. When the gods first arrived, there were 3 people who sensed it. One was Shen, while the other 2 were Osbin and Salem. Both of them couldn't help but look up the moment the gods arrived on Remnant. It was like a pull. Osbin obtained his reincarnation from them, and Salem her immortality. While Osbin only felt foreboding from the chaos outside of his prison cell, Salem only smiled. She still remembered when Shen first showed her the Godkiller, a blade that could negate immortality. Yet he didn't kill her then and there. Instead, he promised something much grander. Finally, they will pay for what they did to me, and from their deaths, I'll finally be free from this horrid curse. Once the fight was over, she planned on making her way to the other side of the planet just to see the gods' corpses. That will be the happiest day of her life. The fighting continued to rage on as it moved from the surface of Remnant to its outer atmosphere and space. Shen's true self was now farther from the planet than before as the 2 brothers followed. Explosions went off in the vacuum, carrying no sound or vibration, yet the power behind each attack was clear. The brothers flew quickly while firing spheres of power from their mouths. Each one impacted Shen's body, creating massive holes, yet they regenerated nearly the instant they were made. At the same time as millions of lightning bolts cut through space arm like appendages shot from Shen's being. The god of darkness flew in all sorts of directions, avoiding the lightning and Shen's appendages, and teleporting out the way of the attacks he couldn't dodge. Yet they were everywhere, in every direction. It was practically a Danmaku attack. Despite seeming less cognitive, somehow he's even more accurate when he's this big. The god of darkness grit his teeth as he continued to fly. As the god of light's eastern dragon body twisted and turned through attacks like a snake, he slashed the space in front of him. Space seemed to twist and turn, ripping apart all of Shen's attacks in front of him. Then, with a clear opening, he let out a roar despite the fact sound shouldn't be possible. A ball of light gathered in his mouth before splitting off into thousands of beams of light. Each one struck different parts of Shen's massive body, causing dozen-mile-wide holes to appear across his body. Yet, like every other attack, they launched Shen regenerated quickly before attacking with even more ferocity. So many appendages and attacks formed with lightning rained towards the god of light. He was forced to teleport away. Yet even after teleporting, it was as if Shen knew exactly where he was going to be and already had even more appendages already attack that area. The god of light couldn't react in time as he was struck. Og, the god of light, let out a clear sign of pain as one of the arms scrapped his body. Everything they touched seemed to disappear as if it was erased or assimilated into Shen. He regenerates every time he's damaged. At this rate, we will have to resort to another method. As the god of light thought, all kinds of things were happening to Shen. His mind had practically been split into 4 parts. One part was looking into so many possible futures it was like a showreel. Another was handling attacks, striking where the gods were more likely to be, while constantly getting input about the future. Another handled regeneration, fixing damage the moment it happened, and another was dealing with moving his body. It was only because of how his mind worked now that he could put it into overdrive like this, but even still. Being this big is increasing the number of attacks I can launch and the area of which I can launch them, but at the same time, it's making dodging difficult. While he was effectively winning, his power was draining extremely quickly. He was no longer getting more power from the relics than he was using. If this kept up, he would run himself dry in less than 30 minutes. In that case, I'll have to pull back a little and wait for a chance to hit them both with an attack that will kill them instantly. Upon having that thought, the number of attacks Shen was launching began to decrease at the same time, and he began focusing even harder on seeing potential futures. Whether it be him or the gods, both knew that the end of this battle would be coming sooner than later. Chapter 78. Everything continued in flashes of light. Slowly Shen's enormous figure began to shrink, and so did the gods. Their attacks become more limited, yet more precise and concentrated. All three of them were like flashes of light, occasionally clashing as they flew through the chaotic world they had created. Shen's shape now was more like that of a humanoid, and Godkiller had returned to his hand, taking its original form as a blade. Below them were massive waterfalls and whirlpools across the surface of the ocean, formed from the destructive attacks they had been launching while in Remnant's atmosphere. Despite being so big, the gods were fast in their draconic forms. Shen, wielding the Godkiller, countered and parried as their claws seemed to attack him from every direction. At the same time, it was as if the world of Remnant had turned against him. Pillars of water shot from the ocean below, trying to engulf him. The air itself was trying to restrict his movements, and purple flames rained from the sky, ready to burn him away. Even looking into the future, as he was now to avoid all of these attacks, Shen could feel his own power draining faster than it could recover, even with the relics, while the two brothers had no such issue. It was that lack of power that caused Shen to slip up, as an attack from the God of Light came from his right. His tail whipped through the air, slamming directly into Shen, sending him flying from the sky and crashing onto a nearby island in seconds. They're really handing it to you. At this rate, you're definitely going to end up running out of power before you manage to land a fatal blow on them. I'm assuming you have some sort of plan before that happens. Yes, but it requires me separating them. The real issue was getting past their ability to teleport. Any traps he uses were pointless if they can teleport out of them. At the same time, distance also becomes pointless in front of the ability to move to other places instantly. Understanding partially what Shen was thinking, Godkiller offered a solution. While it won't kill them, if you can get me to penetrate one of their bodies, I may be able to suppress their powers temporarily, at least to the point they can't move for a while. Whether that's enough time to finish the job is up to you. Either way sounds fun, right? Shen didn't respond for a moment as he looked up at the two brothers. They were already chasing him down, and Shen's mind seemed to race for just a split second before he finally responded. 5 minutes is all I need. All right then. With that, Shen flew from the crater he was in into the air towards the two gods. Without hesitation, he channeled his destruction ability into the Godkiller's blade. Its power was immediately amplified as he swung. A bright slash engulfed the god's vision, cutting through the sky for miles and destroying a portion of the clouds above. Their bodies shined as they formed shields around themselves, scattering the destructive energy as it hit. Still distracted from the initial attack, Shen's free arm began to change its form as launched it toward the god of light. Changing from that of a human, it was more like the claws of a beast. The nature of Shen's body caused the barrier around the god of light to collapse, and for the claws to dig into his body as they grabbed him. RAGH. The god of light let out a roar as Shen pulled him down from the sky, slamming him into the island they had knocked him onto. Seeing that, the god of darkness growled as he flapped his wings and flew toward Shen at a breakneck pace. As he flew, a black goo that Shen immediately recognized began bubbling in his mouth. It seemed almost alive as he suddenly opened his mouth before firing it out. The black goo scattered through the air, each drop wiggling. And in seconds, every piece turned into a flying grim, whether they be other dragons, serpents that floated through the air, or massive jellyfish-like abominations. Hundreds of grim came into being just like that, and all locked targets with Shen. At the same time, the god of light quickly ripped off Shen's arm from his body, dispersing the effects with his own power, before attacking Shen from below. At that moment, Shen used localized clairvoyance, peering into a multitude of different futures. It all played out before him like a movie, combining the most likely with the even more likely while discarding the rest. That'll be my opening. just as he thought that he charged towards the army of flying Grimm with his initial attack ripping through them by the dozen. Maybe in the past, they would have been an issue, but to Shen, as he was, they were simply cannon fodder. Yet for the god of darkness, he was taking advantage of the fact Shen was busy. His mouth charged with a deep purple light that seemed eager to escape even through the gaps of his teeth. His target was Shen and everything around him, even the Grimm. Opening his mouth, purple flames engulfed the sky. Sending his senses upwards, Shen detected the attack as Godkiller began to transform its shape, while life fibers weaved themselves out from his fingers. In the next second, the flames seemed to have completely enveloped Shen while also destroying the hundreds of Grimm flying around him. That had to have hit him. He didn't have a chance to dodge or divert the attack that time. Yet it was just as he had that thought that something flew up through his attack. Like a torpedo through water, it seemed to cut through the flames and was charged with both electricity and destructive power. Before the god of darkness knew it, he felt something pierce through the roof of his mouth, embedding itself there. His attack was cut off as he saw a life fiber spear piercing through his mouth. Without even giving a moment, the life fibers around the spear squirmed to life, each thread transforming into a needle. They pierced out in every direction, further down his through and through his entire body. It was as if the god of darkness was transformed into a porcupine in an instant, and the pain alone made him roar loud enough for it to be heard for miles. "Damn it!" The god of darkness cursed as he tried to fight through the pain and attacked the spear in his mouth with his own powers. He was going to destroy it directly, yet the moment he tried to summon up any power, it was sucked away from him and then turned against him. His own power shot through the life fibers, piercing his entire body, with double the force attacking him inside and out. It was so intense that he immediately stopped flying and began to fall out of the air. He immediately recognized this ability as he saw a glint of gold hidden under the life fibers. It was the Godkiller, transformed into the shape of a spear and hidden under the guise of being made entirely of life fibers. At this moment, even teleporting would be turned against the god of darkness. The life fiber spear, which was charged with electricity and destructive power, ripped through the flames, piercing directly into the god of darkness's mouth, and protruding itself into the roof of his jaw. A loud and painful sound echoed out everywhere as the remaining flames burnt the Grimm surrounding Shen to ash. The life fibers immediately got to work. The spear seemed to come alive as each fiber became like a needle. They pierced through the god of darkness's body while also wrapping around him like Annette. Seeing what had happened to his brother, the god of light was about to rush to help him, but noticed that Shen was nowhere to be seen. He wasn't where he had supposedly gotten hit by his brother's attack, nor was he below him or above him in the sky. It was like he had completely vanished. Where did he, before he could even finish his thought, he felt something impact the top of his head, landing on it. Almost a split second after the god of light felt that familiar corroding effect of Shen's body touching his. Standing on top of his head, Shen grabbed the god of light's horns and pulled on them with all his strength. At that moment, Shen's feet began to dig themselves into the god of light's head, eating away at his scales as his frontal body forcefully pulled up. UAGH. He let out a painful cry as he immediately tried to teleport away, but to his utter dread, he felt that Shen was teleported along with him. Even he didn't know this aspect of his own ability to teleport, but of course, Shen was more than aware. He had seen this play out, and now he was going to reenact it. Pulling up on the god of light's horns, he felt them begin to give as his feet created more and more of an indent in the god's head. The god of light began to teleport rapidly, appearing under the ocean and in the clouds. But no matter where he went, Shen, who was on his head, was teleported along with him. Let go. Thrashing through the air like a snake, the god of light began to fly towards the island they launched Shen to earlier. Heading towards a large mountain, he crashed headfirst into it, trying to get Shen off of him. But no matter what happened to Shen's body, he didn't let loose of his grip and simply regenerated from any damage. The god of light's power soured as he let loose attacks from the very surface of his skin. At that moment, his body was like the sun itself despite it being night. The entire island seemed to be engulfed in an intense hit. Stone began to turn bright orange and melt, trees were set ablaze, and the very ground was turned into molten lava. In a matter of moments, the entire island seemed like an uninhabitable hell zone. Yet Shen was still tightly attached to the god of light's head. Shen summoned every ounce of strength he could as the horns began to rip away from the god's head. The part of the body they were attached to began to liquefy as finally one of the horns was ripped free. Holding the ripped-off horn in his hand, Shen twirled it around and slammed it into the skull of the god of light. The horn pierced straight through his head, going through the other side, causing him to scream once more as he was pushed towards the ground. His long body stretched for hundreds of meters ground against the molten lava floor as he landed. Standing on the god of light's head, Shen raised his hand. It churned with electricity enhanced by his destruction ability as he slammed his fist down into the top of the skull of the god of light. On impact, lightning echoed into the sky and clouds above, while a shockwave of destructive power pulsed into the world around Shen. Anything the shockwave touched was destroyed, and even the top half of the god of light's head seemed to splatter onto the surroundings like paint on a canvas. Aughh, stop! Before the god of light could say another word, Shen punched down with his other fist, enhancing it the exact same way. Once again, more of the god of light's body liquefied, splattering everywhere as he let out another scream. WI without US the UNIVARS? Again, before he could finish, Shen punched him again, ignoring the god of light as he tried to speak, simply punching down with pure ferocity. There will be no more CREATI. We SD. P. After repeating this, who knows how many times Shen stopped. The god of light's body had been splattered across the area, turning it into a horrific scene. The entire top half of his head was completely gone, yet Shen could sense he was still alive. These gods were immortal. Even if Shen reduced them to a mere fraction of what they were, they would still be able to come back. There was only one method Shen had to truly kill them. Still, at this moment, the god of light's mind had stopped functioning properly. Even the thought of trying to attack Shen didn't run through it at this point. As for the cause, it may have been the agonizing pain, or perhaps its head being destroyed. Or maybe it was simply him giving up, no matter the reason. Shen found that he didn't care. Holding out his hand, he summoned Godkiller. On the ocean floor, the god of darkness, who had been struggling to remove the Godkiller, suddenly watched it flash and disappear before his very eyes. The moment Godkiller was gone, the god's power surged as all of the life fibers and the surrounding water were immediately destroyed. What happened? Why did it suddenly? The god of darkness had a bad feeling. Ignoring the condition of his own body, he flapped his wings and flew high into the air. He wasn't far from the island Shen, and the god of light were on, and even from where he was, he could see the destruction. Without hesitating, he quickly teleported over, yet the scene he saw caused him to freeze. Shen's size had changed thanks to his ability to shapeshift, and the size of Godkiller changed along with him. At this moment, Godkiller's edge was held at the neck of the god of light. He wasn't as large as the god's draconic bodies, he was more than large enough to remove his head with one clean strike. Wait, you don't understand what you're doing, this world needs us. The god of darkness immediately called out, trying to stop Shen. We are the aspects of creation and destruction in this universe. Without one, the other will cease to be. Without creation, new stars, planets, and even galaxies won't be born. What he said was exactly what the god of light tried to say to Shen. Even without them doing anything, the two of them represented the physical links of creation and destruction in RWBY. Without the god of light, nothing will ever be born, and without the god of destruction, death will become an ever-approaching force, yet it would never arrive. Nothing would ever end or begin, everything will be left in a state between creation and destruction. It would be. At that moment, a word was stuck at the tip of the god of darkness's mouth. It seemed like a sense of realization dawned on him, a realization he had never had before. At that moment, Shen swung down, the god of light remained unmoving, and so did the god of darkness. You have successfully reached the peak of the RWBY verse. Story management for the RWBY verse has been unlocked. Beginning transportation. Shen wasn't sure exactly what had happened. The moment he sliced down, everything went dark. He couldn't see or sense anything. At the same time, he felt normal again. For now, at least, his thoughts were no longer in that inhuman state. In fact, he couldn't even sense his connection to the relics. Where am I? And almost as if an invincible force was responding to his question, Shen's vision expanded. Light, that was the first thing that came to mind as a scene unraveled itself around Shen. It was big, no, it was beyond just that, it was overwhelming. Shen had no references to compare its size, yet just being in front of Shen felt small. Floating in the darkest of a void, without any sound, simply nothingness, was a massive tree. Its canopy seemed to cover the entire space above Shen. Countless branches, stretching out and splitting off from one another with leaves of all kinds of shapes and colors. Each one of them was beautiful, even more so than that scene Shen saw of the universe when he was in Remnant's atmosphere. Despite there being no wind, they seemed to slowly move together, forming an ethereal river. Tracing the tree with his eyes, Shen saw its trunk. Its texture looked as if it was made of wood, yet it also looked as if it was made of something immaterial. Compared to the leaves above Shen, if you could call them, that it was impossible for him to describe. Turning his gaze further down, Shen saw the tree simply floated there in the void, no earth or anything at all holding up. Its pure white roots were simply revealed for all to see, stretching like a net into the darkness below. It was after simply looking, staring at everything, taking in its wonder and grandness, that Shen received a notification from the system. Welcome to the Nexus of Stories, the home to every story there is. Chapter 79. It was overwhelming at first, but other than that introduction from the system, it didn't provide Shen with any other information. For what felt like hours, he was simply stuck in the void of the Nexus of Stories, only able to look towards that tree to get any sense of scale. During that time, he did finally realize he could move. It took more time than he was willing to admit, but instead of moving physically, it was more like thinking of where he wanted to go and setting the speed in his mind. That's when another idea hit him. He actually did have a method to gain information on things, it's just he hadn't had a reason to use it back in the RWBY universe that he nearly forgot. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen used one of the system's abilities on the void, and a screen appeared in front of him, one he was familiar with. Inspect information. Target, the void. Level, NA. Summary, the void is the nothingness that contains the Nexus of Stories. Lacking in everything, it exists as a paradoxical space outside of the Nexus of Stories' tales. Normally, it would be impossible to survive in such a place, as nothing can survive outside of its own story. While the void can normally be considered endless, it I at Q hash at $@ e due to 1 at $. Any further information requires for the inspect function skill to be leveled up. Well, it's better than no information at all. But still, he knew it wasn't leveled up, so he wasn't annoyed by the lack of information, but the fact the system's text actually glitched out like that was new to him. The system seemed to be pretty much omnipotent as long as you filled out its requirements. It could pull powers from all across fiction and offer them up for a price and even stuff them into a roulette. If that wasn't powerful, then Shen didn't know what was. But for once the system actually bugged out, it was both intriguing to Shen and a bit worrying. For now, I can't really do anything about it, but I'll definitely have to look into it more. This void is so big there's no way it doesn't hide anything more than just the Nexus of Stories. Turning his attention away to that, Shen inspected the large tree-like thing in front of him. He still couldn't get over how massive it was. Inspect information. Target, the Nexus of Stories. Level. Summary, the Nexus of Stories is coagulation of both fictional and non-fictional stories. Its shape and appearance change depending on its observer, and its frame of mind as its structure is too complex and indescribable to be viewed via normal methods. In its tree-like form, each of its branches represents a myriad of tales, each leaf a story, and each vein a branching path. Reading the summary the system provided him, Shen looked back up over the countless leaves and branches stretching across the void above him. Each of those leaves was a story, huh? Controlling himself mentally, he began to move. Though in all honesty, moving to this kind of place was almost pointless. Even if he imagined himself going at a ridiculous speed like that of light, he would make no headway. It was only when he thought of going at speeds nearing instantaneous movement that he actually began to cross the distances of the void. As he moved, he began using inspect on the multitude of leaves above him. Inspect information. Target the Epic of Gilgamesh universe. Inspect information. Target the Star Wars universe. Inspect information. Target the Tauhu universe. Inspect information. Target the Dark Tower universe. Inspect information. Target the Pokémon universe. Inspect information. Target the Tensei Shitara Slime Data Ken universe. Whether it be epics of the past, games of the present, movies, visual novels, or normal novels, he was overwhelmed by the sheer majority. Surprisingly, the leaves themselves weren't overwhelmingly massive. Compared to him who he assumed was human-sized while in this state, some were the size of houses while others were the size of skyscrapers in comparison, but none were too massive. Yet still, Shen couldn't help but feel both terrified and impressed. Crossing by the Cthulhu mythos universe, he felt a chill. The eldritch horrors that exist within that universe was beyond imagination. Shen was grateful he wasn't thrown into a universe like that to start off, but at the same time terrified that such a universe simply exists within a leaf. Wonder what would happen if I touched one of them. It was a random thought that Shen had as he crossed by a rather harmless story. He didn't recognize the title when he inspected it, but from the name alone, he assumed it was some random slice-of-life novel. Hesitantly, he reached out his hand toward the universe. Yet before he even made contact, he felt something zap him, like a powerful surge of energy rejecting him entirely. The pain only lasted for a moment as Shen watched the crackling energy, which he assumed came from the nexus of stories, retreat and go dormant. So I can't just enter any of these as I please? He assumed that's what that rejection meant. Taking another look around, Shen attempted touching a few other universes that seemed harmless even if he was sucked into them. But he continued to get rejected by that rush of power, but he began noticing differences. As he moved away from a certain spot, the rejection got stronger, but as he moved in another direction, the rejection got weaker. Following this pattern, Shen began tracing the branches of the nexus of stories. As he moved, he continued to touch one universe after another, checking if the force of the rejection got stronger or weaker. He must have repeated this process for hours, moving and teleporting from place to place until finally he saw it. It was smaller than a lot of the other universes, but it stood out to Shen immediately. The leaf was a golden amber, and the branch that connected to it seemed to adopt the same color. Only a portion of the branch seemed to be covered in this amber hue, with it slowly fading back to its normal color. Further away, one looked from the universe, which acted as the source. In the grand scheme of things, this small infection was hardly notable. It covered an insignificant path of only a single branch of which who knew how many there were. Yet Shen still used to inspect the universe, which was acting as the cause of this, and upon doing so, he came to a realization. Inspect information. Target the RWBY universe. Owner, Shen. Strongest character, S. Sienna Taylor LV, 19, Blake Belladonna LV, 18. Race, S. God's human faunus. Plot divergences, massive. Main character, S. Ruby Rose Weisschnee Blake Belladonna Yang Xiao Long. Genre, action-adventure sci-fi fantasy. Rows on top of rows of information unfolded themselves through inspection. There was no prompt that he needed to level the skill up for more information. All of it was readable to him like a book. He could see that Ruby and the others were still the main character, S, of the verse, which made it likely that they truly did have plot armor. Plot divergences likely meant what had changed from the original, and there was no doubt the changes Shen had caused were massive. With him outside of the universe, the strongest characters defaulted to Taylor and Blake, which made sense. It says I'm the owner of the RWBY universe. I wonder if that means. Shen paused before reaching out his hand. This time around there was no rejection. Instead, Shen was immediately engulfed in a flash of light. He was instantly pulled into the leaf and then further into the RWBY universe. Everything unfolded like a shattered mirror. Shen's body and mind began to return to their previous state, along with his emotions and humanity disappear. Looking around, there was no sign of the god of light or the god of darkness. Instead, everything was a mess. Time was frozen and space was distorted, not just on this island, but everywhere throughout the cosmos. The embodiments of creation and destruction were gone, and now everything was left in this state. Perhaps this is why the two brothers gave up. They knew this would happen, and although it would leave everything in a perpetual state, it may also permanently seal Shen away. Unfortunately for them, Shen's reach now expanded way beyond just the RWBY universe. If things stay like this, all the things I've built up in this world will have been for nothing. Standing there for a moment, Shen opened up his systems and viewed the notifications it had given him, and lo and behold, there it was. Story management for the RWBY verse has been unlocked. Selecting it, something flashed in front of Shen, appearing right in front of him. Holding out his hand, he caught it and realized it was a book. It was a very simplistic and clean book, with the title only saying RWBY with no pictures or any other text. The book seemed completely normal until Shen opened up the cover. At that moment, he felt it. Like information was surging into his mind. Not only did all of the information he got from the inspection flood in, but also details about the world itself. The entire story of RWBY and all of its minor details seemed to pop into Shen's head. And at the same time, he could feel he had control over these details. I see now, so it really is the ability to manage the story of RWBY. Everything that was originally a part of RWBY that hasn't diverted away from the plot majorly was completely under his control. For example, he couldn't suddenly make RWBY and the others disappear or make Remnant as a planet larger, as they had both been changed directly and indirectly by him. They were no longer in the original plot, as they should have been, and are outside of his ability to manage the story. But at the same time, he could get rid of their main character statuses, plot armor, or even RWBY's silver eyes, which had not been affected by Shen's presence. At the same time, he couldn't bring back the god of light or god of darkness, as they were never supposed to die in the first place. But what Shen could do was make it so their deaths didn't cause the universe to enter this chaotic state of neither destruction nor creation. Thinking for just a brief moment, Shen began to focus. The book in his hand flipped through its pages with lines of text covering each one. When it finally stopped the page, it landed on began to glow brightly. All the changes occurred in an instant, and as Shen shut the book, the sound it created caused his changes to take effect. Space began to correct itself, and so did time. The chaotic state of everything began to come undone, and within seconds the world was back on its proper course, even without the god of light and the god of darkness there. As Shen watched all of this take place, he looked at the book in his hands. It was power akin to a god, akin to the author. As long as he willed and followed the guidelines mentioned before, he could change the vert story of the world. And with that fact came the limitless potential the Nexus of Stories offered. Chapter 80. The world corrected itself according to Shen's will. All issues with space were corrected. Time which had been distorted and stopped returned to its normal linear floor, and the cycle of creation and destruction of all things continued. After fixing everything, Shen flew high into the atmosphere, allowing him to see Remnant in its entirety. Millions had died during his battle with the brothers, and although Shen didn't care about their lives, it was still a significant loss in every way. The amount of power the relics were pouring into him endlessly was massively reduced, meaning it would take even longer for him to get back to the point he fought against the two gods. On top of that, he had also harmed his own forces, who knew how many of the Dread Horde had been affected, planes falling out of the sky, ships running aground or being left to drift at sea. The entire communication network around the world had been shut down, and that was ignoring the more physical damage he had caused. If there was one upside, it was that their main HQ Kuchenashi was on the other side of the planet, so it was mostly unaffected beside the effects of the natural disasters they caused. Still, it's fine, humans are resilient, and given time they will be able to return to normal, especially since every kingdom and city are united. Although it was more of a side effect over time, the entire world would be working for a singular purpose, his purpose. But for now, as much as he wanted to immediately head into the Nexus of Stories, there were things he had to deal with. Starting with, without even turning his head, Shen disappeared, moving much faster than the speed of lightning he had moved before. At the same time, his life fibers began creating his fake body coating. Sienna had asked Neo to help Blake, though in all honesty, she planned to even without her prompt. Originally, the two of them despised each other. There was no real reason for it other than deep-seated jealousy. It was both a mix of their own emotions, along with their reaction to Shen's mental refitting. However, over time, everything began to blur and become one. It was like a dough set over time. Now, although the two of them bickered, they had actually become close, at least closer than they were with the others. Something must have changed. Nia thought that to herself the moment she saw Shen holding Blake by the neck. Even though she knew Shen didn't and couldn't care about them the same way they did, she also knew he wouldn't let something as small as Blake speaking up cause him to act that way. It had something to do with him taking power from the relics, she knew that much. But at the same time, she couldn't do anything. Even the mental connection she had with Shen had been cut off abruptly. Neo's gaze trailed down towards Blake, who was lying her head on her lap. Her ears were low, and her eyes were staring into nothing. She was completely out of it. At the same time, far off in the distance, Shen was greeted by the sight of a large fortress of Grimm. Massive flying Grimm whales, Grimm wyverns, and even nevermores were flying around this massive castle in the sky. It seemed to pulse as if it was alive, yet didn't look grotesque. Its bricks were pure black with the red veins of the Grimm trailing alongside it. It seemed to absorb all light and give nothing back, yet at the same time, it was built in such a way that everything looked marvelously detailed. As Shen flew to the center of the massive fortress, he saw a courtyard, or perhaps a garden would be more precise. None of the Grimm reacted to his presence, seemingly ignoring him completely as he landed on the ground. And only seconds after he did so, he heard footsteps coming from the open-walled hall to the high right. Looking over, he saw Cinder. Unlike in the original show, she hadn't lost her arm, in fact, or gotten scarred up. In fact, other than occasionally assisting Shen's forces under Salem's orders, she had gotten the life she wanted. She was free, whether it was wealth or power. Anything she wanted she could have at a moment's notice. And perhaps because of that, she had become a lot more regal. The black dress she wore blended in perfectly with the castle around her, and her jet black hair, which had been grown out, did as well. Truly, only her amber eyes shined like stars in comparison, similar to Shen's own. When she saw Shen, she smiled and greeted him. "Master is waiting for you, this way." Shen didn't say a word as he followed Cinder through the empty halls far from the garden he had landed in. Inside was an elongated room that could easily fit hundreds of people, yet only contained a single table with multiple chairs. Sitting on one end of this table was Salem, who was simply sipping wine out of her glass. The table was adorned with all types of food and delicacies, whether it be meats or desserts. The moment Shen entered the room, Cinder seemed to disappear as the doors closed. "It's been quite some time since we last met. Back then, I never would have imagined you would end up taking over Remnant so quickly. You succeeded where I had failed so many times." Staring into the crimson wine in her cup, she spoke rather quietly. "I suppose age and experience weren't the winning factors after all." Shen's face remained neutral for a moment, but slowly he smiled, and his voice changed from the monotone sound it had been since he changed to his original. "In the end, it was a combined effort, no? I've heard about how much you assisted us in utilizing the Grimm. It's such a simplistic ability, yet useful in so many ways." Taking a seat, Shen noticed Cinder wasn't the only one who had changed. Salem had let her hair down, no longer tied up like it used to be. At the same time, she seemed more relaxed. That constant facade of calmness was replaced with one of true bliss. She even smiled naturally as she spoke. After all the changes that occurred to his body, Shen no longer had any need to drink or eat. He could even survive in the harsh vacuum of space. Still, he ate what was in front of him. The two immortal monsters seemed like the most normal people at this moment. "I've lived longer than I ever want to recount, yet I never managed to do what you have. I had long given up on this planet, and its people. Their petty squabbles and insignificant issues held no meaning to me. No matter how evolved they are, whether it be faunus or humans, they act no better than rabid beasts." Shen glanced up at Salem as she stared at her wine glass. It shined from the light coming in from the windows. In response, he admitted he understood her viewpoint. I can understand that much. In the end, unification forged through contracts and understanding is only temporary. All of those things are based on restrictions people put on themselves, and it takes very little for people to break those restrictions for their own personal interests. The only true way to create a world of unity is for a hand to guide them. That is why people came up with the idea of gods, all-powerful beings that can guide them and reinforce their ideals and actions. An absolute guarantee that they were right, that they are chosen, and even in death they shall live on. In the end, it's always the tyrants of history who trigger the greatest progress in the world. The only issue is no one of them could ever follow through, and it would all fall apart when they died. But Shen had bypassed all of that. He was an immortal, someone who would never die via the passage of time. Putting down her glass, Salem looked Shen directly in his eyes. Her crimson glare clashed with his amber. Why don't we get to the point, shall we? I know you didn't visit me purely because of our deal. You want my loyalty. Or more precisely, you want access to the magic that loyalty comes with. I've seen exactly how you support the Dread Horde, uniforms made from a fiber beyond human understanding. And I can only imagine the times I've infused the ability of grimmification into those fibers have resulted in powerful forces being born under your control. I imagine that black cat who I've heard so much about was one such result. Shen simply smiled, of course. She was right. The Blake of today had been created thanks to Salem's assistance. Despite being compared to Taylor, and the endless potential hidden in her insanity, Blake still didn't fall behind. And that was only with 40% life fibers mixed with the ability of grimfication. Even now, she could grow even further. Her insatiable hunger born from the destructive desire of the grim made her more powerful than any normal life fiber infusion could hope to be. If you can apply my magic to every soldier under your control, you would have an army beyond any hunter or huntsman. Conquering the stars would be a dream you can easily accomplish no matter the enemy, even if they have magic. That is why you are here, isn't it? Shen was actually a bit surprised. She managed to figure it all out despite their limited contact. Though his goal wasn't the stars, but instead the nexus of stories. With that thought, Shen's face turned from light-hearted to stone-cold. In all honesty, Salem, I could kill you fairly easily. No one on this planet, no this entire universe is powerful enough to stop me. The power I've obtained after killing the gods is beyond your imagination. However, I've learned that as useful as fear and violence is to keep the masses under control, it's best if I allow some amount of freedom to those I plan to keep close. There was another option for Shen. He could simply go into his shop and try and buy the magic Salem had. However, he would then have to level it up himself and learn to use such ability efficiently. Whether it be her skill, experience, or understanding, Shen wanted Salem under his umbrella even more so than anyone else. In the entirety of the RWBY universe, only she was immortal like he was, and that was something even Shen could not give to people. Salem had listened fully to Shen's partial threat, but her expression was still calm as she sipped her wine. You should not. I don't fear death. I welcome it. Nothing you do, no amount of torture could ever compare to what I've experienced over the millennia. Rage, anger, fear, hate, betrayal, heartbreak, and pain of all kinds. None of it matters to me anymore, and any interest I had in ruling this pathetic world or any others made by those gods has long vanished. These people don't deserve anything of mine, especially my time and effort. Their desires disgust me, and their goals are so pitiful it's maddening. Whether the world burns or prospers is no longer my concern. Upon hearing that, Shen's smile returned as he stood up and held out his hand. The story management book appeared in his hands, with only the word RWBY written on its cover to it. With this book in hand, Shen was beyond even the two brothers. Within the RWBY universe, his limits were pitifully small. Anything that had not deviated majorly from the original story of RWBY due to him was under his complete control. What is that? Salem looked at Shen in both intrigue and confusion. Just looking at that book, she felt she would get lost in its pages, which seemed to be infinite. Allow me to show you the possibilities you never considered. The pages of the book flew open information, and text on each page writhing with power and information, and details pouring into Shen's mind. In an instant space within the hall they were in was warped, and the walls that had been only metered apart expanded. The floor and ceiling seemed to fall away, and the table and food seemed to crumble like glass. In an instant, Salem was no longer in her castle, but instead she was standing on an invisible floor with the voidness of space around her. Below her feet lay countless bubbles of various sizes. They were like crystal balls, each one seemed to be spexed with numerous galaxies. Have you ever heard of the concept of parallel universes? Entirely separate realities that can be both like our own and entirely different. You can consider it to be an even grander universe. Call it a multiverse, call it an omniverse if you like. In the end, the name doesn't really matter. However, even if you despise this world, I doubt even you don't feel a tinge of interest. In truth, what was below them wasn't actually the nexus of stories. After all, Shen only had control over the RWBY universe. Showing her the nexus of stories in just a single story's universe would be impossible. It was too large. However, he could replicate it on a semi-grand scale within a corner of the RWBY universe far from Remnant. Oh, how did you learn about this? Salem was in shock, in complete awe. Even in all her time looking up at space, she had never imagined she would see an even grander scene. It was overwhelming, yet at the same time, she couldn't help but wonder how Shen could do such a thing, show her such a thing. Consider it a gift stolen from the gods, knowledge never meant to be known. Shen answered simply, he had no intention of ever revealing the system to anyone. It was too priceless of a secret, especially when it was one he himself didn't fully understand. I plan on creating a way to travel between these worlds, Salem. And the Dread Horde will be the manifestation of my force across these countless universes you see before you, an endless reservoir of potential and possibility, and I plan on taking it all. Call it greed or him simply having a god complex, but Shen's desire for the nexus of stories was real. He had no intention of starting over in each universe he went to. He wanted to create a network, a connection between each world, and through that, he would be able to interact with more worlds than he ever could on his own. In comparison to the XP he got from the RWBY universe alone would be paltry. He wanted to hold the entire nexus of stories in his hand, and it all started with this one moment. Suddenly, Shen closed the book in his hand, and it seemingly disappeared. Once again, space creaked as everything began to unfold. The walls of Salem's castle returned, and so did the floor, table, chairs, and food. Everything reverted a second only. This time, Shen was standing right next to Salem. Assist me, Salem, and in return, I will give you the power to forge your own world. Free from the gods, free from any semblance of oppression. You'll never have to seek relief in death as long as you live. Anything you desire can become a reality. Salem's eyes flashed when Shen whispered this into her ear. As she thought back long, she said similar words to Ozma. There was a moment of hesitation, as suddenly she began to chuckle. You're way too good at tempting people, you know that. Who could possibly refuse a universe of their own in comparison to death? Even before Shen offered anything, she had already been transfixed, just as Shen was when he viewed the nexus of stories for the first time. It was impossible to describe such a scene in words or emotions. It trivialized your own thoughts and left only a sense of wonder and desire. The moment Shen displayed such a scene before her, even if it was only a replica, Salem was as good as his. Good, now only 2 more issues need to be dealt with. Shen's voice was cold and monotone. The false emotions he was displaying before were completely gone as he floated in the sky miles from Salem's castle. Hiatus dropped,